that's misinformation is posited here. Um, I don't think that that's a really good thing to do, and I think that those conversations need to be tabled unless and until people who have that expertise that is different from the expertise that is the mainstay of this room are become part of the conversation and are able to weigh in. So I guess I'm raising the alarm again for the second time today because I just became aware that this
Linda,
is
I
continuing.
wasn't here the first time today. I have no idea what you're talking about in the abstract. I'm very sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Well, there were in earlier this evening. Again, it was conversations were going on just like they were yesterday about Russia going forth and what Russia, not just what Russia might do or what could happen, blah blah blah, but crossing over to assertions about what Russia will do and won't do, and and
Linda, I think you and I agree. I think there's way too much talk about what happens to Russia afterwards. What will happen in Russia afterwards? What will Russia do afterwards? I completely agree with that. I think that's your point. And I would like to say that there's way too much worrying about that. There's way too much speculating about it. I completely agree with you. That's why I was trying to run through facts quite quickly that we already
yeah.
know are going on. And you're right. We shouldn't talk about what will happen in Russia maybe sometime
Yeah,
later on nearly as much. What we should talk about is what the free world should do with regards to Russia after it gets kicked out of Ukraine, which is sanction them to Kingdom Come until, at the very least, until all the 3.5, maybe 4 million people by now who have been deported and stolen, and kidnapped by Russia
well,
from Ukraine are returned. I think you and I agree with that, right? This is something
absolutely.
that's a moral prerogative, and we can assign that. And beyond that, we will see what will happen. We can say some things on the basis of what we understand from economics, and I think we'll be joined by Michał Szybkowski in a couple of hours, I think, and he'll tell us a little bit more about the modeling they've done at Yale, about the future for Russian GDP, etc. But this is kind of what I was working from earlier when I was saying that their economy is in a bad state and didn't really have a path forward. I was referencing the good people at Yale who've been working on that. Beyond that, I completely agree. There's not much point in putting too much thought to it. Is that your point? Because then we're in agreement.
Not a lot of it, yeah, but not totally, because I disagree with there's not much point about talking. I think it's imperative to be talking about it. However, the talk, to the degree that the talk concerns what we should be doing or what we shouldn't be doing, right? Then that needs to be backed up by real underlying knowledge rather than people who are talking outside of their wheelhouse. And that might be in this room. Right now, this room, I don't think, is configured to be doing that. So it might be a different room, or it might be different speakers within this room. I see a forum of interdisciplinary experts, interdisciplinary experts, parsing, of changing this, what might happen if we do this, or if somebody does that, or whatever. How to, there's a word that I was introduced in this room. It's called shaping the battlefield. I was unaware of that term before. This is, I'm recasting what I'm trying to say is this.
Doman, may I just very quickly break in, please, because I'm getting a bit fed up of this.
Let's have Linda finish her sentence, and then I'll go to you anyway, John, because John is genuinely an expert in this and what happens with regards to military strategy in the long run and
okay,
countries' capacities to wage war, etc. Because I think he wants to actually address the content of the style that you're discussing.
Okay, but I'm not talking about military strategy, and that's the difference. Military strategy is the focus of this room. But what happens in Russia with regard to their culture is not military strategy.
May I just point out that military.
Everyone, I'm sorry. I can't have people jump in from left and right. I've not had enough coffee for that. I'm very sorry. I will let Linda finish what she's saying. Then I'll have John talk to it, then Nightlight, then Soja, and then Brad in good order. So I'm very sorry, but I'm not awake enough to do it any other way.
and I'll try to be really short. The only place that I'm disagreeing with you, Doman, is that I think it is imperative that these topics be talked about, but that they be talked about by leveraging true expertise in the interdisciplinary topic areas that are part and parcel of moving forward, with regard to Russia, and understanding the threats that may or may not, emanate from Russia from after the war, and how the environment upon which or in which Russia will be operating, and what could be done to influence, to moderate that environment, to influence Russia to be making different decisions, to be perceiving the environment differently and making decisions differently. There's ways that environment can be, to borrow the term again, shaped, right? So I'm talking of interdisciplinary areas like cultural anthropology, social psychology, cognitive linguistics, behavioral economics, history, political science, et cetera, this, because this is beyond military happenings and military strategy. This is totally different and requires different expertise. So I think that the topic is imperative, but I think either not in this room, or if this room were restructured to address that problem and have different expertise involved in the moderation.
Okay. I
Right,
don't think
because
that's an actual issue, Linda. Joseph, the just
okay.
co-hosted for the past, I don't know how many hours, is actually a cultural anthropologist.
Okay, good.
One of the things that you brought up. We don't keep restating these things because it's a waste of time, and we don't try to get too meta. But this is a part of all of this. When it comes to long-term military planning,
yes,
looking at things like a country's economic disposition, which actually
yes,
Anna mentioned earlier, being very important. That's something that people like John actually busy themselves with to some degree, because it's important for a country's ability to raise an army, maintain an army, etc. So all of these things are actually interwoven, as you know. But no, they're not actually beyond what we try to speak to. What we do try to preferentially avoid, at least when I'm around, is spending too much time on but what if Russia does this, does that. With that, Linda, I think that you've now stated things twice over. We shall go on to John and Light, and Soldier and Brad. John.
Yeah, thanks, Simon. Sorry for interrupting. I was just getting a bit frustrated listening to that, because this is a space for members of the public globally who are interested and concerned with the issues in Ukraine. And those people come here and raise topics that concern them, questions that concern them, points that they would like to make. And those are debated by a bunch of people who Linda has just demonstrated. She has no idea who they are, what their qualifications are, what they know and what they don't know. And I would suggest that if Linda wants to police the space, that she petitions to become a co-host and not come on here and tell us what we should and should not be discussing. If she wants to go and sit down and listen to received opinion churned out by the Atlantic Council, then go and do that. But don't come here and tell us what we should and should not discuss and what we are and are not qualified to discuss. Because frankly, who the hell is Linda? And as it is, I'm now out of time, so I'm going to have to jump off. But have a good day, all.
Thank you very much.
See you later, mate.
Okay. Light, if you can be quite quick, because then we'll go to Soldier and Brad for comments on this, and we'll return back to the main topic briefly or soon-ish. Light.
Oh, I don't know what the main topic is, but I mean, just to respond to that, because I think she was responding to some of my opinions. I mean, I'm a political scientist by training. I did open source intelligence 20 years ago on Southeast Asia and Middle East and Russia. And I actually got basically paid by a corporation to do that for them. And, probably about 20 to 25 years ago, I was asked to, in college, write a paper of what you think the world is going to look like. And big part of that, what I highlighted on that is, it's likely that the Russians are going to try to reestablish the Russian Empire at some point, starting with Ukraine. And at the time, being a political scientist, a lot of the textbooks, which I recently threw out, mainly focused on a constructivist point of view on, if we engage the Russians with enough capitalism and enough McDonald's, we'll be able to make them a peaceful part of the global, European society, that kind of thing. If we just basically, if we give them enough capitalism, then they'll get to democracy, then they'll be just like us. I mean, I tossed like 5 or 6 textbooks on that because one of my focuses was on Russia. So, I'm not going to claim that I'm not, I'm an expert on that, because I wouldn't claim I'm an expert on anything, but, I'm not I'm not pulling it out of my butt either in terms of, what my opinions were. I think she was responding to. I've been expecting this for a long time, so none of this particularly surprised me. So, anyways, I don't know where the main topic was going. You wanted to go, Doman, but I just wanted to respond to that.
Thank you, Natalie. Yeah, we can. That's fine. Then I thought you had thoughts on what I was saying earlier. That's fine. So, Joe, good morning.
Good morning, Doman, and good morning all. Axel, Yingu, Nightlight, Brad, Chris, everybody. Linda, I'm afraid I'm not quite sure how you've managed to do it, but you have managed to get the very wrong end of the stick. This isn't a space for military updates and military analysis. I don't know where you've got that impression. Quite possibly, you haven't really been listening these past 6 months, or when you have, it's just been occasional, and the focus has been on the military. We have all sorts of experts here from many different fields. I'm actually a little offended by your statements, to be quite fair. Anyway, that was just my piece. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sergio. I'm now being told that Linda said the same thing twice earlier today and yesterday already. Then I wasn't around, so hey, now I got to hear it out as well and respond to it as well. That's a good thing, probably. Brad and Jingu and Shaggy. Brad.
Hey, hope you can hear me all right.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay, cool. So I would just say there's no reason to get riled up about these comments. I will say that I agree that speculation, especially in these types of spaces, becomes problematic. That said, it is very straightforward to say what Russia is and the Russian people are predisposed to do because of their culture. And I agree with a few of the people that just spoke before me that there are lots of experts in this room from lots of different fields. I, for example, have designed systems for cultural change within organizations. I built a whole venture-backed startup, software startup around that stuff. So I'm all over psychology. I'm all over organizations and culture, how culture is created, the types of contexts that need to be created for culture to happen. And I can tell you, in the parts where I lack specific expertise with regards to Russia, I lean upon experts. For example, Camille Galiv, which a lot of people will know in this room, I've really enjoyed his work, and he is an expert on Russia, and essentially has filled in a lot of the blanks for me. So, we're not coming to this forum with unfounded opinions about things. Where we lack expertise, either we have been exposed to that expertise through this channel, or we've gone and done research ourselves to fill in the blanks. But I would agree with a few of the former people that just spoke that we do have experts that do have well-formed opinions about this, and every once in a while we're fortunate enough to hear from them and get insights that would be difficult, I think, to get in any other form. That's it.
Thank you, Brad. And I try to get away from making things too meta or keeping things too meta, because it's honestly not why I'm around here. From going from meta to very concrete. Jingu.
Yeah, I understand where Linda's frustration might be coming from. But Linda, there's probably a misunderstanding as to what open source intelligence is doing. So here's the thing, you should probably be assured. Not a single decision-making body is coming to this space to say, this is what we will do. They're not here to fishing for final solution. They're here probably to fishing for information. So the one thing we need to be very careful is that when we say people are not qualified, we need to look at some of the basic facts. The basic fact is when it comes to Russia or Soviet Union, there has not been a very successful track record for prediction. So many experts studying Russia, how many predicted Soviet Union would collapse in 1992? Now, at the same time, we need to be, the people here are not here to offer. This is my final prediction. What people here is really testing out each other's assumption and thought process. So although there are people who are not holding a big title or so on, but they have experience. I can give you one example. I don't hold a professor title, but I can tell you that when it comes to China, the big shots, you know, people who are the national security advisors, who publish books with Stanford pedigrees, who actually work with the presidents, some of their basic assumptions are just dead wrong. Dead wrong. I got one general who came to the space, who was a former security advisor to the Trump administration. I listened to what his assessment of China. I can tell you with 100% confidence, about 70% of what he stated is unfounded. So we are coming here to say, okay, I heard this, I heard that. Now, people with different backgrounds will come to tell us, well, this doesn't make sense. For example, if somebody, Doman, as much as I love Doman is going to repeat that China is going to take Central Asia. I would tell Doman it's not going to happen for 20 different reasons. I can come in, explain that. This is how we shape our thoughts. Now, the other thing is about Russia. Because to Ukraine, Russia is very important. Why is that? Ukraine shares border with Russia. Russia has a terrible track record. So if Russia problem is not solved, it will come back again. Now we need to look at the history. Russia was soundly defeated in 19th century, mid of 19th century, in the Crimea War. In the 1905 Japan-Russia War. In 1917, then the Soviet Union, Russia has been humiliated, defeated multiple times. Every time it managed to come out of it. Then it gets worse even. So therefore, many people wish Russia would be humiliated, learn a very big lesson to modernize itself. It never did. Then people are worried. What if we beat Russia this time? What if in 30, 40 years they come back to threaten its neighbor again? So people have legitimate concerns. They're not here to say, I'm looking for a final conclusion. People are here just sounding off each other. And then by doing so, we can look at each other's assumption, thought process, and people can come in and say, people with background and can chime in and say, well, that piece doesn't make sense. Probably what you are thinking is not going to happen. Maybe we should look at something different. Everybody who's here to talk about Russia are not diverting the conversation to get away from Ukraine. They talk about Russia because they truly care about Ukraine and they are looking at the long term. That's my point.
Thank you, Jingu. I think we have now exhausted this. And good morning, Yehuda.
Good morning, everybody. Sorry for my absence. I've been enjoying wonderful Niagara Falls. I'm not going to be here for long, so I don't mind clearing my position. But it's very nice, a lot of water. Obviously, living close to it, it's not a big deal for me, but it's interesting to see the smile on people's faces when they see the waterfalls, especially for the first time. Thanks, everyone, for holding the fort down. Axel and Doman and Sojo, and everyone. And thanks, Jinju, for, as always, sober assessment of Chinese desires and capabilities. I don't know if you were talking about what the meeting between Mr. I can't remember his name at the time, and so long. Winnie the Pooh and Putin. Were you discussing that by any chance, Jinju?
So you're asking that what is going on between China and Russia and
No,
any?
definitely wasn't asking that. That's a long one. I was just curious, have you already discussed China's reaction to Putin?
No, not yet, because
Oh,
yeah,
it's still young. Okay.
That was what I was going to ask about.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, what does it mean, Jingu? Is this China's polite way? You know, I know cultures are different. I'm not Chinese, if you hadn't known, and I have a good feeling what it meant. You know, a lot of people thought China was going to be, 100% in, and I think we, you know, carefully and we've analyzed China's actions in the last 7 months, and it doesn't look like it's probably what Russia would have wanted. What is the significance of Putin mentioning Ukraine to him to a little degree, but Xi Jinping not mentioning it at all? Does that mean anything? I think maybe that's what.
Yes, there are two interpretations we are still observing. So there's a good one and there's a not so good one. The good one is to say, okay, because of China's national interest or Xi Jinping's political interest, he sees the writing on the wall. He's not going to jump in. That's one possibility. I'm not ruling that out. Another piece, which is more ominous, which cannot be rolled out, and I think people need to watch out very closely, is this. Because Xi Jinping is right now fighting for the third term, and he's probably deferring his response. He wants Russia to win. He wants Putin to win, but he's right now saying, "I need to wait until the Communist Party 20th National Congress completes, which is sometime later this year, maybe October, or next March. Next March is whatever the Communist Central Committee made a decision, gave Xi Jinping whatever authorization. Then Xi Jinping is going to, next March, there's going to be the National Congress of China. It's called the Chinese People's Congress. They're going to rubber stamp it and make it look the process is complete. Then Xi Jinping is going to do something. Now there's another piece, very ominous. There are multiple sources saying Xi Jinping has already told his generals, be ready to attack Taiwan by 2027. Now, it's still a few years out, but many things could happen. So today there's a very good article by The Economist, because there's a lot of optimism saying she is backing out uh, all these things. But today in The Economist, there's a very good article warning everybody, be careful. She is not truly backing out. I think that's an article worth reading. And Yehuda, if you like, I can just DM you the link. That's actually a very good article. So it's a fluid. There are different possibilities. Right now, it's probably the good news is she is not going to do something immediately. So at least the Ukrainian has a window of opportunity, at least, to launch another successful counteroffensive, and take back more lands and further pin Putin back to the war. That's a good thing. Now, after that, what Xi Jinping is going to do, we're still watching.
I think Nightlight wanted to follow up.
Well, yeah. I mean, one thing, Jing, you're one of the people that I always look forward to hearing from on the space. So even though it's China focused, it's always incredibly insightful, and I really appreciate where you're coming from. And whenever you speak, I learn. I'm, yeah, that's really all about what I have to say about that. I mean, I'm curious what this Shanghai Cooperative Organization, what that really means. If it means anything other than them just getting together and saying, "Hey, we're going to change the world," but it's really not, or is it actually something significant in kind of like a meta sense? I mean, does that situation matter or does it not?
Neither you are too kind. But here's one thing that probably I think people are not paying attention to, which can be very important. And then many things people are picking up, which I think are already picking up, which is good. These are the things people are not picking up. The first is China's right now making a big effort to pull Iran to the table. But Iran is right now not entirely buying into the deal. So basically what China is doing is basically forging a, a, a venue to ship the oil from the Middle East to China to bypass the Malacca, the traditional route of going from Hormuz to Sri Lanka to Malacca into Taiwan. China is right now. You saw that China is right now has got a deal with Mongolia to send oil and gas from Russia to China. So China is creating up to 6 different venues, alternative venues to ship the Russian oil. So this is one thing potentially can be very important because potentially that means a lot of that it will offer a path for Russia to bypass a lot of sanctions potentially. The second people are not picking up is really right now we see a lot of conflict escalating, right? So Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan they're right now fighting, and you see the Armenia and Azerbaijan fighting. Now, why this is important? Many people are not picking up because if you look at the history, Russia has been very isolated multiple times in the history. For example, after the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917, Russia cannot be more isolated. However, because for some reason the world needs Russia to step in to help out a little bit, then all of a sudden, Russia gets a lifeline and it goes back to its old past again. Now, when you look at Armenia and Azerbaijan, it's very hard to see who's right, who's wrong, who is our friend, who is our enemy. Because Armenia is a weaker part, it's being bullied by Azerbaijan. But Azerbaijan is an ally to Turkey. Armenia is an ally to Russia. So if you just look at the paper, it looks like Azerbaijan was flexing muscles over Armenia. But on this side, if you really want to settle the issue, potentially there's a opening for Russia to step in. The other is Tajikistan versus Kyrgyzstan. Again, it's very hard to look at it and say who's right, who's wrong. And here's what's very sensitive, because Tajikistan is more pro-Russia. At the same time, Tajikistan is very anti-Taliban. Kyrgyzstan is anti-Russia, more anti-Russia. But at the same time, Kyrgyzstan is actually the same ethnicity as the Uyghurs in China. So these places are very complex. So in order to put these places back into order, potentially they're going to be opening to Russia, which will give Russia the leverage point. Now, if Russia finds an alternative route to ship out its oil and gas, then at one point the world needs Russia to get back to the table to help solve some of the conflicts. All in a sudden, you're back to the situation very similar to Stalin in 1930s. Stalin was a terrible
We lost
despot, right? He's a tyrant, but he got an opportunity to really cut deals with the rest of the world.
I
So
want to give some pushback, Jingu, on China here. I think we need to remember that I don't want to get too down the 4D rabbit hole. Bogdan, can you just mute your mic, please? don't want to get too far down the rabbit hole. I think what's important to remember with respect to China today is that I think it's fair to assume
we lost two men yesterday
Bogdan,
in the
can
south.
you just mute your mic for a sec? Thank you. I think it's fair to make the assessment that China's not all in with Russia. I think it's fair to make the assessment that China sees the writing on the wall, that Russia has lost spectacularly. The implications for further Chinese actions vis-a-vis Taiwan, that's another debate. But I specifically to do with, is China going to help Russia out militarily? Are they going to help them out financially, or more so than they already have? I think it's a fair assessment. Your first course of action there, Jingu, is that China's not interested in being on the same side, and the implication is they have issues with the future, with how things will be with Taiwan. 100% sense. So I just wanted to highlight that, and I think that's what kind of Nightlight was too. But if you want to grab some other questions and go to Slag, I don't know if Doman or Axel's here. Is Bogdan?
Yeah, we're here, of course.
Yeah, what's up
We'll
with
just
Bogdan
listen
there
to
and
it.
his hot mic?
I don't know. Bogdan has an issue with his mic.
Oh, no worries.
Well, we lost some men yesterday. Honestly,
I think Bogdan's having a very bad connection because we can't really hear him, can we?
you can't hear me. We on the low. We lost some female yesterday. Some Russia.
Yeah. Let's carry on with. Sorry, you were asking Jingo a question, right? Go ahead with that, and then we'll go to Shag. No? Okay, fair enough. If Jingo, you don't want to talk to this anymore, let's go to Shaggy.
Yeah, I was going to ask a Jingo question if it hasn't been asked already. I heard yesterday that Turkey or Erdogan was wanted to join some China group. So I was wondering what his thoughts are on that. If he hasn't said anything already, and I'll drop down to Alice now. Yeah, Shaggy. So Erdogan went to the meeting, but I don't think Erdogan has the interest to join that group yet. I don't think Erdogan will go that far. I think he went to the meeting to cut some deals, but he probably will, at most, I think, be an observer. I don't think Erdogan will go as far as to, join the group. Now, with regard to what Yehuda was talking, yes, why not? Because there's one thing China is very vulnerable to, because 60% of China's oil goes from the Gulf, goes through the Hormuz Strait, then goes to Sri Lanka, India, and then go to Malacca, and then go through the Taiwan Strait. So anything China does right now for example, to openly support Russia will be devastating, because then China will be subject to sanction. Then China relies on that oil supply to maintain its rule. The Communist Party relies on that. However, at the same time, China is pushing very hard to build what I said, the other 6 different alternative venues to ship oil, to the point it can potentially bypass that. Now, that could be in place very quickly. And when these infrastructures start to get turned on, to be connected, whether China is going to, for example, behave the same way as cautiously as we are seeing right now, we don't know. The other big variable is really the CCP National Congress in October and the Chinese People's National Congress next March. So what I'm saying is that, yes, I hope what you're saying is right. Yes, that Xi has been very cautious, but I would say wait until next March. We will know for sure that he really doesn't want to do anything. And the other thing is these 6 alternative oil and gas venues China is constructing with Mongolia, Russia. Wait until at least 2 of them are put into operation. The one through Mongolia will get into operation very soon. So when China is doing all these things, it makes people believe, not being a Chinese, it makes us believe she is planning on something very big. He doesn't have to do these things if he is not out to do something. Because really, for China to get oil, like it's being shipped right now through the traditional path, the cost is very low. And nobody is really threatening China. China has been shipping that oil in this path for 40 years. If for 40 years you have got a very stable supply, why in a sudden you're not constructing one alternative? You're constructing 6 pouring and raining at the same time. Now that is leading me to believe you might have something big in your mind. Otherwise, you're not doing these things with such a momentum, impetus, if you will. So that's my point. So all these things are making me very cautious.
The good thing is that, as always, the adversary gets a vote. And I think the West has significantly more power in this situation than for a long time. It just needs to be aware of it. Fortunately, someone who not everybody likes all the time, but it doesn't matter, but the number 3 in the succession of the United States was where yesterday, Jingle? Where was Nancy Pelosi?
In Armenia. I applaud that. Very good move. Very good move.
So, because we're not leaving those nations at the fringes of the Russian Empire alone. We're not leaving these conflicts alone. The West is actively looking at how to assist those nations to overcome that potential power vacuum into which China would like to get in with a little bit of money and on the cheap.
Yes. So 2 things. I agree with you. The first is that looking at the technology and the readiness, everything, I think to imagine that China would win, or the fill the vacuum that Russia has left, and then will win, will take over the. Not correct. It's really far from reality. That's the first thing. And the second is, when it comes to sanction, the West has a very successful formula to deny China of the technology. Even though we see a lot of, many things are made in China, China's trade surplus is huge, but in reality, China is not really getting the real core technology it covets. And these technologies, through stealing, is not going to cut it. Now, if West sticks to these successful practices, it will be able to very successfully deny China of the ability to take over Taiwan. At the same time, just because China is not ready technically to take over Taiwan doesn't mean it can not inflict harm. A good example is Russia. Russia's military, we have seen, is terrible, right? But that does not mean Putin will not do terrible things to inflict harm on his neighbor, to start this aggression on Ukraine. Quite the contrary, because Putin is very ill-informed. So he will make this terrible decision to attack Ukraine, commit atrocities. At the end, he will have his has handed over to him. But in the process, many innocent lives will be lost. So the risk of China and the risk of Russia is very similar. The risk is not they will win. The risk is because they are so poorly informed. The dictators are so poorly informed. They will make irrational adventures and decisions. That's my point.
All right. Let's go to Chris and then to Nightline. Chris, question or comment?
Hi, I'm here. Probably comment mainly. Good morning. Thanks as always for all the wonderful discussion. I'm just absolutely fascinated by what Jingu was saying there. Just a quick comment. Going back to what Linda said. Very quick comment. never assume who's in the room, I would say, because, you know, certainly what I've seen here is that some absolutely amazing people with amazing knowledge. But just to pick up on what Xingu was saying, I don't know, and I'm not trying to put forward this person as a god or a predictor, but I don't know if people have come across Peter Zian or Zian from America. So he's, you know, produced a number of books that are not specifically about Russia, but talk about Russia and China. And to Jingu's point about the oil in particular trade routes, right? So basically, very quickly, what Zian says is that Russia and China were already on the way to collapse before Russia invaded Ukraine, and that the reason that they were on the way to collapse was partly because of population crashes in both countries, but also other reasons as well. And one of the things he points out is that China is hugely vulnerable, which Jingu just mentioned, to both imports and exports. In other words, their supply routes can be cut pretty easily because actually, as Jingu says, and other people have said, the Chinese don't really have a navy that is, you know, very effective. So, but one of the things that's talked about is the fact that that Zion talks about is the fact that alongside Russia and China collapsing, the Americans are basically going to pull out of the world. So the global supply chain is also going to collapse, right? That's what you say. But
Yeah,
actually,
he has a bit of a gloom and doom view on economics and has had that for a while. We are aware.
Okay, you are aware. Okay, well, I've never heard it mentioned, and that's why I just say that, right? No,
Yeah, there's a reason why we don't necessarily mention. We think that complex systems are a little bit too complex to be reflected in such simplistic manner as he tries to do. I do understand that he would like to paint himself as the next writer of a transgenerational book, you know, or which goes for ages and defines how people believe things happen. But I'm not quite sure that the end of history is nigh.
No, I understand that, Damien, and I'm not like I started off by saying I'm not saying he's the next god, right? You know, or the next predictor. However, it is quite interesting that, as Jingu says, right, China is actually now seeking to find. Oh, sorry, that's my Malamute kicking off. China is now seeking to find alternate supply routes. Right, so I'm not saying they're listening to Zion, but I'm not saying that they
should be listening to Malamutes more. Very nice.
Yeah. Okay, I've made my point. I'll step down. Thank you.
Much appreciated, Chris. Yeah, well, let this stand for a second. We'll collect more. Nightline, get a comment as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm familiar with Zion's work. Jingu and I have talked about that before. I don't think Zion really understands China, but I don't think he's wrong on Russia with things. So, because I mean, they are headed for a demographic collapse. Because I mean, it's pretty obvious looking at the graph. I just don't know what that means. My question for Jingu would be, and again, one of my favorite speakers on this space. You know, in terms of the stuff about North Korea providing armaments for Russia, I mean, are they actually providing their own things, or are they just acting as a cutout for the Chinese, where the Chinese will ship things to North Korea, then the North Koreans will ship it on to Russia? You know, and also, I mean, you know, I don't think we fully got into this, but the Shanghai Cooperative thing here. I mean, what all does that mean in terms of they were making Putin wait. It seemed like Chairman Xi was quite happy about the interactions there, where Putin did not seem to be. It's like, how would you interpret the body language of some of that thing there? Because I mean, what happens in there has a big implication for what happens in Ukraine. Because I mean, who has Russia's leash? Because I mean, they don't really have a lot of alternatives to the West. Their only trade partner right now is China and rogue states. And I mean, I would agree, certainly. I mean, Zihan can point it out, but really anyone can look at a map. China's sea lines of communication basically go through the Straits of Malacca, and basically everyone along that route can interdict that. From Singapore to India, along the way. But if they can get enough energy through Russia, then that makes them a little more invulnerable in case they ever go after Taiwan. You can't cut off their supplies on here, but that just seems like logical strategic thinking. But I'm curious about the North Korea angle and what the Shanghai meeting really meant. I mean, what were the Chinese trying to encourage things or discourage things, and what's the Chinese position on all this?
So, Knight, your question is, what does North Korea mean? Then also in the Shanghai this conference, how should we look at it? Is that correct? That's your question.
Yeah, that's a good summary. Yeah, you said things in about 12 words, and I said in about 100. So, yes.
Okay. First of all, you're too kind. So, a couple of things. The first is you say that what North Korea produces. I think it's a combination. I would be very surprised. Whatever North Korea sends over to Russia, there isn't a portion made in China. Is it 70%, 60%, 100%? Nobody knows. And I think it's interesting. The West right now is really not looking into it or making a very big deal. I think the Western intelligence, if they really want to look into that, they can figure it out. So North Korea can have many choices because North Korea itself has a huge stockpile of existing ammunition made by China, for sure. That's a fact. So North Korea could send those old stuff, slap on whatever its own label, send it over to Russia. Very few people, unless the Western intelligence look into that, nobody knows what's really going on. But I can tell you what will be interesting is going to see when North Korea starts to send stuff over to Russia, is China replenishing North Korea? To what extent? That's going to be a very telling sign. And there it could be the Western intelligence and media is not going to make a big fuss about it because you know what? They want to give China a little bit wiggle room. They don't want to pin China back to the corner for whatever reason. That's one thing. The second thing is, I think in this conference, there's a very important player who is not receiving as much attention. Yes, Putin, his role is weakened. Xi Jinping right now holds an upper hand to a point because China is still seen as a power. However, there are two things definitely working against China. First is Peter Zihan is absolutely correct in one thing. China's demographic collapse is in the process. It will, in the long run, be a major destabilizing factor the Western is not paying attention to yet. The second is China cannot govern the Central Asia or have projected its influence effectively. So, Eastern Turkestan is Central Asia. The Uyghurs, they are the Central Asian nation. China is a nation depending on sphere of influence, but I can tell you it's doing a very poor job. Look at every region that's associated with China. What do you see? Riots, uprising, people demonstrating, then throwing people into jail, then crackdown, right? We saw that in Hong Kong. We saw that in Tibet. We saw that in Uyghur. So China cannot offer anything to the local people that eventually they will aspire to. They might initially accept it. Then they find, oh my God, it's so ugly. I want to get rid of it. You don't see that in Russia, but you see that happening always in China. So what did I tell you? So one very important player that's at the table, he left early, is Modi. Because Modi will hold a very interesting card on his hand. India has a huge influence over Central Asia. India also is a major power to counter China. India also could easily cut off the oil supply route to China. So India, although its behavior may not be stellar, but in the long run, the world needs India to do many things, especially to contain China. So Modi's the reaction to Putin, definitely it's getting cold, and he left early. The other thing is you notice she left early. She did not sit down with all these leaders, mingle with them. Why is that? Two reasons. Back in China, he was not popular. He was afraid that he was out in this meeting, then all of a sudden there's a coup in China. He lost power. That's one thing. That is telling you that China's ability to project its influence to Central Asia may be exaggerated by many observers. So who is going to come in to fill the vacuum? Who is going to come in to put things back into order? Now, Axel has already read. Pelosi was on the trip to Armenia. Very good move. And we would love to see more positive moves like this, including supporting the Uyghurs, because these are the people potentially can step up to do a lot of things for the world. So these are the things very fluid, but worth watching. And there are many things that you see that so-and-so country appears to be strong. Now, the Ukrainian war has told us a country's position could change dramatically in 6 months. 6 months ago, Russia was recognized broadly as a major military power. 6 months later, nobody takes Russia seriously anymore, except for its nuclear power. Same happens to Communist China anytime. So that's my point.
All right, thank you. Very, very insightful. Thank you. The
Thank you, Ingo.
Modi thing is particularly interesting because people aren't really taking into account the Indian opinion on things, and that matters quite a bit.
Yes,
Some might
and
some might argue the Indians aren't taking themselves too seriously on this. They've been happy to sit back and kind of watch the house burn down.
yes,
They're benefiting from Russian, or so it's Jingu's right. At the end of the day, China and India are not friends, but Russia's trying to corral them into the same group. It's kind of like squaring a circle. And Jingu had some really good points about Iran, about and you hear it from the Russian foreign ministry piping out, spouting out nonsense that Putin keeps saying about, well, we are moving towards a multipolar world where freedom and democracy reign and blah, 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 blah. He's trying to put the cart before the horse. He's trying to fake it till he makes it, trying to say that the West can, the time for the West ascendancy is over. All these other countries will have their own say based on traditional values, of course, meaning anti-gay, anti-minority, anti-anyone. So it's not a position that India's lapping up. They're quite tepid on it. But Jingu's right. China is definitely trying to corral a group of like the leftovers, so to speak, to try to make a stand against quote unquote the West. But what they forget is the West isn't a monolith, right? We're a collection of countries, different peoples and minorities and ethnicities from around the world. It's not just in the West, and we're not going to succumb to this retrograde force of totalitarian populism. Sorry, Jingu, I just wanted to jump in. Jingu, Dominic, Domin.
I'll jump in with something tangentially related to this because you brought up Iran and Jingo earlier brought up Iran. There's a question here from India. Yehuda, can you hear me, Yehuda? Yehuda, can you hear me? Okay, that's interesting. That's a new one. Axel, am I audible? And is just Yehuda that can't
Okay,
hear
a
me?
long awkward pause. Let's go to Brad. Brad, let's get the ball rolling. Brad, let's go to
Yehuda, you
Paul.
can't hear Doman. Yehuda, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Perfect.
Okay.
You can't hear Doman.
Axel,
I'll drop
can
down.
you please transmit my question to Yehuda?
Yes, please. What was your question?
Oh, we'll get Yehuda back then. No, it's just someone asking about those Iranian drones, and since Iran was brought up and Russian supposed allies, I thought that maybe this is a good time for Yehuda to maybe comment a little bit on them, since it seems to be somewhat of a hot topic, and maybe explain to people how big a deal or not so much it actually is. Right. Hopefully, we'll get him back. Sorry about that. In which case, let's. Oh no, we're getting Yehuda back. Good. This is a new glitch. It's not really a new glitch. It's just happening a whole lot more often than it used to. Yehuda, I hope you can hear me now.
He's not there yet.
I see him as a speaker.
Yeah, but there's no mic sign next to him, so it's not a real speaker yet. That's one of those ghost speakers. So for the audience, just for fun, depending on what kind of iOS you're running, depending on what kind of upgrade you have, depending on what kind of device you have, you will see some people now being speakers, such as Douglas and Sojo, who are technically not on the board anymore, or Chris. They are ghost speakers, not that they are ghosts, but this is what the video signal setup of Twitter Spaces does. So it's actually quite nice. Doman, let's go to the next sense. I think Paulie was next, then
Yes.
Brad, and then John.
Precisely. Pauli, go ahead, and hopefully we'll revive Yehuda.
Tell him,
All right.
Paulie.
Good day, gentlemen. I'm impatiently waiting for news from the front and smoking accidents to be reported. Is the radio silence still on? So should we wait patiently, or what's the situation?
Yeah, that shall we say, not so officially declared, but effective blackout went on, passed by this morning at 6 o'clock, and I haven't heard or seen much other than individual anecdotal evidence of heavy fighting. I don't know, Doman, whether you saw anything in the last hour prior to me joining.
No, I've not either. I don't really know what's going on, if anything. The stuff last night in Kherson seems to have been a big old nothing, if my understanding is correct. Is that right, Axel?
Well, two things. A, there was one thing which was definitely propaganda, meaning classic Russian agitation propaganda. And then there was some activity by light infantry and Ukrainian SOF. The question is to what extent, for what purpose, and we just don't know. But none of what the Ukrainians did was captured on a video by the Russians.
Got it. Thank you very much, Axel. Yehuda, Pauli was asking if there's any updates from the front.
I
if you happen
wish.
to know.
I
And
wish. I don't have any currently. Sorry. I will possibly in 12 hours. How's that?
Perfect, thank you. And the other thing that I was trying to ask earlier, where it definitely wasn't an awkward silence, but it was for you, was since we're mentioning Iran, there's questions flooding in about those Iranian drones that were reported in the Wall Street Journal, about which there were reports in the Wall Street Journal yesterday. If you have any thoughts on that and what their significance in the battlefield really is. Well, please enlighten the world, because it coming from you sounds
Oh,
just
Lord.
a lot better than coming from me.
Iranian drones. Iran is famous for it's got secret underground labs, paper mache labs, where they construct all sorts of equipment to look very similar to functioning equipment. They've had great success as a super stealth fighter jet, paper mache version 2.0, with plexiglass glued on whatever they call the top part of a cockpit, the glass part, canopy maybe. Who knows? Iran's pretty funny that way. Iran would buy if there was a Radio Shack in Iran, they'd buy a drone and they would put some stealth B-52 bomber shape on it and call it a stealth bomber drone. They're a bit of a laugh. The fact that the Russians even went there just obviously indicates the level of desperation and their desire to promote or to create this false narrative that somehow that they have some access to technology, B that it's somehow going to be effective in the battlefield. Neither of which are true. Chris, your mic is hot. So Iranian drones are actually well known in the Middle East. They seem to think they can use them a lot against Israel, and there have been many examples. The Israelis often take them. I don't know how they do it, but maybe they have a Radio Shack hacker's guide, and they land their drones. And when they have explosives on it, they have like an auto destruct function, and they'll trick the drone into thinking that it's running out of steam, and then they'll fly it back to the operator, and it'll blow up, presumably killing the operator. They've done that a few times. That's all open source. It's pretty funny. I mean, not for the guy who was using the death drone, but for the good guys. So when everyone I think first heard that Russia was threatening to use Iranian drones, I think that was pretty laughable. They've been found on the battlefield. Who knows really what will be done with them outside of mocking them. But again, I wouldn't worry about Kiev with the advent and introduction of Iranian drones. Again, it's they're very, and the Iranians have touted that their drone industry is number one in their eyes. So kind of like the face only a mother could love, and that's the state of Iranian drones. So I haven't seen anything lately. The last couple of days, as you know, I've been spending time with the family. But I can't imagine that anything new will come up from what they see in the Iranian drones. They did have a successful strike on a Saudi oil facility because, well, get this, Saudi oil facility.
It didn't move.
Yeah, well, and they also weren't prepared for a suicide drone attack. So, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to throw tons of drones with explosives on it and hope a handful get through. And why wouldn't they? Literally, why would civilian infrastructure in Saudi Arabia necessarily, at the time that this happened, be prepared for an idiotic maneuver by Iran? They should have been, perhaps. But again, that's why they're very proud of their drones. They hit an oil refinery. Yeah, the fast-moving oil refinery as it skirted the Saudi Arabian desert scape. Yeah, that's all I can say about that, Doman.
Yeah, Yehuda, I think the question which was vested in this is what has been brought forward thanks to an article in the Wall Street Journal where people were highlighting that the Iranian drones are now striking fear and panic into some of the Ukrainian lines in the Kharkiv Oblast, and that these would be used, and now it comes, to hunt oil refineries. Sorry, no, M777s. M777s, remind me, please, are they very immobile?
Yeah, no, I fail to see what fear is being struck. Maybe laughter, fear of laughter. Could it be that?
Okay, I'm glad that we established that
it's not even
M777
worth
operators
discussion.
can laugh. Yes, thank you.
I
thought we could get CJ to join at that point in time when it would be raised.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I mean, these are basically commercial drones. They're not very fancy. There's not much to discuss. It's one of those weird things. I don't think anyone thinks that Iranian drones are going to tip the balance of anything, except for the laugh factor.
They did, however, choose, and maybe Domin can share this separately with you, a photo of 3 Iranian drones, highly raised with a little red ribbon placed at the front of the news of one of them, and they look predominantly like the images of Russian, say, nuclear ballistic missiles, very threatening.
Yeah, like they're stealth aircraft. Sorry about that. You can imagine. The Iranians like to showcase their paper mache constructions, and they've done it quite regularly. And they've had fake drones, so real drones flying. They've actually had airplanes that they called airplanes, but were actually remote control airplanes, and they were flying them. It's pretty low level psyop stuff, pretty silly.
All right, and on this moment of levity, which has gone on for far too long for all of us, Domin, let's move on. Was it Brad or John?
Brad is next, then John, then Nightlight. Brad.
Cool. So I guess the comment that I have is from a conversation 15 minutes ago, but we were talking about oil in China. I've posted, I made a little thread. I posted it in the thread down on the bottom right-hand corner. And I'm just going to read a few points from it real quick. Hold on. Okay.
Threading the needle.
Yeah, threading the needle? Oh, yes. Okay, so China watchers should be watching China's efforts to establish naval bases throughout the Indian Ocean to protect shipments of oil from the Middle East, which represents the majority of China's oil supply. I believe some in the next post that falls on after that, somebody referenced Peter Zeihan. I agree, Peter Zeihan is a super bear. So I don't take everything that he says seriously, but he's not wrong from the standpoint of, China receiving the bulk of its oil from the Middle East. And he's also not wrong in saying that that is a real vulnerability for China, especially while they have ostensibly the largest navy. Their navy still sucks, other than some of the newest stuff they're putting out there. In fact, most of their fleet can't even reach the Indian Ocean. They're just not long range, so they need naval bases in order to protect that trade route. Otherwise they have to develop other sources of oil and gas. In this case, it will definitely be Russia. I posted another article in that thread about new pipelines coming through. I think somebody also mentioned the pipeline that's proposed to go through Mongolia. The unfortunate thing for China, and I someplace I have another map of all the different pipeline infrastructure throughout Russia and into China, and the majority of Russia's gas reserves and resources are further west, and there is no pipeline that connects them to the eastern part of Russia. That said, there are oil and gas fields that can be connected, and those are what's being contemplated in that diagram. The next one, I believe, let's see, somewhere I have in there maybe it's the first one. Yeah, the base in Djibouti that has been under construction for 5 years. And my last comment is, if I'm China, and granted, this is speculation. If I'm China, I'm looking at the kind of the instability in emerging markets, which, if you look at emerging market debt statistics and what's happening with a bunch of those, sovereign bond issues, it's been a wild ride. And it's simply a reflection of, all, the food crisis, global instability in the financial markets, on with supply chains as well, things coming off the back end of COVID. There's a lot of emerging market, some of them I wouldn't even classify as technically as emerging market because they're too small. But there's a lot of instability in some of these smaller or in more fragile countries, and in particular Southeast Asia. And that presents an opportunity for China to negotiate to establish new naval bases. The location that I'm thinking of right now is Sri Lanka. I think how weak that government is and how strategically positioned they would be to host a naval base by China. China's also looking at the Seychelles Islands and a number of other places, to kind of amp up their naval presence in the region. So, to the extent that right now, if they were to try to attack Taiwan right now, the United States would get drawn into that conflict. And one of the first things that we would do is cut that oil supply, and that's the end of the Chinese economy. And there's little that China could do about it, even with the naval bases they have, just because their naval forces are frankly inferior. But they have been investing heavily in that. To the extent that they can establish more bases, it protects them somewhat, but it still doesn't bode well. So they have to get these new oil and gas assets online in order to protect their position, just not crumble. So anyway, so check out that thread. It's a thread within a thread. Oh crap! I've gone meta again.
No problem. So let me thread the needle backwards then for you. Why would it be in China's interest ever, and why would it be helpful? Or are they not actually very much exposed to the fact that their biggest customers for consumer products, where they can still make a margin, are the ones in the West they like to constantly admonish? And secondly, given the fact that the West still has the means to prevent the Chinese from at least attaining control over semi-finished product and high precision engineering, should we not then simply prevent Western companies from being sold out to China? Because they learn so slowly anyway, they do not innovate by themselves, and most of their so-called precision-guided machinery and tools so far fail that much that the Pakistanis are happy to return the 3 frigates.
I mean, you're not wrong. I just saw earlier today, and I don't have it in front of me, but we're in response to what China did during the trip, during Nancy Pelosi's trip. The United States has put a ban on exports to China of certain airframes, for example. So they're not going to be getting Boeing airframes anymore. And in response, China has put sanctions or trade restrictions. I think they've sanctioned Boeing as a company. I can't remember the specifics, but I did just hear this today. On the other hand, their trading relationship with the West, it's key to their economy. So we might be thinking, why is China so set on this? And I would defer to Jing on this, but it's not a rational reason, right? So we can't, yes, China.
It's cultural.
It's cultural, right? It's the same reason that I would say that Russia is predisposed when in military conflict culturally to commit genocide and be okay with that. It's a similar rationale. It's not a rational reason, but in this case, it's almost part of their national identity that it's a foregone conclusion that someday they will take Taiwan back, and it's part of their mission. And it almost supersedes all these other factors, even if, which is amazing to me, even if it destabilizes things within China, which is something that Chinese leaders never want to do, right? They want order. They want to be part of the world order. They just want to dominate the world order. They don't want to dissolve the world order. They don't want chaos. It's not in their interest. And they're terrified of it within their own country. Of course, I will refer to Jing on this, defer. But anyway, it's not one of those things that can be described rationally.
And Brad, indirectly, you just made the case for the Renaissance, for John Locke, for the Bill of Rights, and for the interplay between Europe today and the United States of America, having transcended and changed previous cultures.
Can I get an amen? Yes. Amen.
Amen. Gentlemen, I think we go to John.
We do.
Yes, we do.
John.
Hey, good afternoon, good morning, whatever part of day is there where you are. I've been listening to Mr. Jingu, and most of the things I agree with him. But there is one little thing that I disagree with regarding Indian role in the whole picture. I believe that Mr. Modi is the worst kind of the populist that exists actually, and I would never ever put my cards on him or my money on him. Is actually that's the proper expression, because he at this moment he plays with the West, but very soon he could be a big problem for the world actually, because everything he has done so far was wrong. Maybe that I am wrong, but that's my opinion. Thank you.
I think that's fair enough. But what I also want to say is it's becoming increasingly clear to me that India certainly has realized that there's no point for them to back China, to back Russia in this. We saw some interesting stuff in the, what was it, 2 days ago, the General Assembly vote on whether to allow Zelensky to address it by video call. That was pretty important, I think, as well. Russia had 6 actual outright supporters, 2 of which are client states in Syria and Belarus, and the other 4 no one cares about. So India actually voted for, which is between that and what they said in Samarkand. Yeah, sure, you do you. Moving on. Let's hear out. I think let's go to Nightlight and Tim, and then Jingo will regale us in some more of his expertise. Nightlight. Nightlight. Yep. Nightlight seems to be indisposed. Tim.
Good morning, everybody. I was just wanted to make a quick comment on what Axel mentioned about the marginalization of Chinese business from Western economies, etc. I mean, to my observation, in the UK at least, I'm not following it in other countries. This has been happening for some time, and we do see some symptoms of that. For example, we had a number of there was an article, I think it was in the Guardian about 18 months ago, which was about a number of British manufacturers effectively banning Chinese graduates from their engineering departments simply because of concerns over intellectual property theft. A young, ambitious young dude would come in, they'd work at the company for a couple of years, they'd go back to China, they'd start producing knockoffs with stolen IP. We also see new, incidents like the 5G thing. So Huawei has been completely excluded from the UK's 5G network. That made the Americans very happy, as you can imagine. Also companies like Newport Wafer Fab, which is a modestly significant semiconductor manufacturer in South Wales, was bought out by Nexstar, which is a Chinese-owned Dutch company. And the government ummed and ahed a bit, and then jumped in and said, actually, no, you're not having that one. So there does seem to be a movement in that direction, at least in the UK. It's a question of whether we can corral the European Union into doing similar things, which seems to be a bit of a long shot. But who knows? What do you think, Axel and Dermot?
Well, I think that the massive amount of ownership transfers of German small and medium-sized companies in the past 30 years are a predicament, and it needs to be changed. And it goes hand in hand with the undermining of the German political scene by Russian money. and dependency. It is essentially as if the Germans had fulfilled their dream of reunification and then thought, okay, fine, now we can just go back into complacency, start idiocracy, and sell off everything because there's nothing left to live for. So
I think there's a strong case to be made around equitable trade as well, right? You can't do business in China unless you establish a 50-50 JV with a Chinese company. And I think there's a fairly obvious case to say, well, if you're forcing us to do that in your market, then your easy access to our market, that's something we're going to look at.
Well, that's a base restriction, but it essentially comes far too late. We should stop any transfer to any Chinese entity of any technology and just do this for a generation. And they will showcase yet again that they can't innovate. And we should immediately reassert control over all those entities of any kind of component manufacturing, precision manufacturing, and the likes, and force companies in Europe to take heed. Fortunately, this is happening already by economic motives. And during COVID, this has, funny enough, increased. And it started, of course, with the tariff, the bamboozling tariff disputes. Not mentioning that necessarily all of these discussions were great and they were intellectually supercharged and whatnot, but between the United States and China in previous years. But for example, the reintegration of value chains, which are critical for manufacturing, and now placing them into what is Romania and Slovakia and Poland is absolutely vital. And it is happening because people want to have, and companies need to have, their production capacities closer to their distribution markets, which is a model which has actually served, for example, the Czech Republic quite well in transition to what is a bereft of any unemployment country. And we just need to think in those terms that as a European continent, our borders are the eastern border of Ukraine, the eastern border of the Baltics, Finland, Poland, and the likes. And maybe if Belarusia finds the way to free itself at the eastern border of Belarus, but that's that. And those are the areas which will benefit mostly economically from the reintegration of those value chains, which we do not want to have in China because they are strategically motivated against us. So that's that.
And while we have Doman up, I'll make one final comment. We must support our Australian friends' wine industry, with which the Chinese government is currently going to war. So buy Australian wine, everybody.
I have a graph to dig out and send you, Tim.
Tim, for a second, I thought you were about to sing the Slovakian anthem.
What, not ta troszy bliska? Come on, Tim, you're the singer.
I don't know the words or the tune.
I can do one at a time. I can't do both simultaneously. It's great. I think it's an excellent sounding anthem. Anyway, doesn't matter. Nightlight, let's try again. I think Nightlight's been requisitioned by powers that be domestically. Just a guess. Jingo.
Yeah. So a couple of things. The first is that John, here I heard you're concerned about Modi. Modi is not a very nice guy. I agree with you. Now, here's one thing, because India is still a functioning democracy, although it's not perfect. In India, there's a congressional party, if I pronounce it correctly. So their view with regard to, for example, the relationship with Russia and so on, is quite opposite to what the Modi's party is holding right now. So, and the other thing is, India has not committed a lot of atrocities like Russia and China did in, for example, Central Asia. So they are in a position, because the world at some point need a major power in the region to step in. So two countries, India and Japan, will be given the opportunity to play a much bigger role. They will have a positive impact in that region. So it's not that is Modi a nice person or not. It is India is in a position because there's a power vacuum. They will be offered the opportunity to play a bigger role, and this potentially could lead to changes in India. This is one thing. The second is with regard to the. I know that Brad mentioned that, for example, China could, operate the naval bases around the Indian Ocean and so on. So here are two data points to consider. The first is China relies heavily on two countries for engines. One is Russia. It used to be Ukraine. However, Ukraine is not only secondary, but after this war, I don't think Ukraine would trust China ever again. So China relies on Russia for jet engine, ship engine. So if you don't have these two, China cannot produce engines with basic quality to meet its naval and air force needs. Just cannot. So if you cannot produce these two key components, there's no way you can maintain a powerful navy. Now, there's a second data point. Germany, before the World War I, they used to have a Pacific fleet. They used to have naval bases on many islands. That's why in World War II, when we read about the Pacific War, the Japanese had the Marshall Islands, and for example, many islands in the Pacific. Where do these islands come from? How come the Japanese had these islands? Because they were once owned by the German Pacific Fleet, and in World War I, they were confiscated by the Royal Navy and handed over to Japan. Because if you remember, in World War I, Japan was an ally to Great Britain. So China's ability to operate these naval bases is non-existent. So that's why what China is doing is building the land-based pipelines to ship the oil and the gas into it, to kind of take its dependency on the Hormuz to Malacca, that sea route, off the table. That's what China is doing. So basically, I don't think China has a chance to set up these naval bases. And the other thing is, I don't think China is even close to take over Taiwan. With that said, China could very much make the same mistake Putin made, which is Russia definitely did not have the military power to take over Ukraine. However, Putin would still go on this ill-timed venture to destroy his own army, destroy his own military. So that's my point. At the same point, inflicting a lot of pain on the Ukrainian people.
Thank you, Jingo. So that's really the thing, right? Russia is more interested in the aggression than it is interested in anything else. They do not follow what makes economic sense because they follow what makes genocidal sense. And for now, China is kind of in tacit approval of that, let's say. But China cares a lot more about the economic sense than Russia does.
Not really. I can send you a thread I made. Basically, so many people think that, for example, China had this great run for the last 4 decades, so therefore China is much more rational. Not at all. Here's the thing. Because China is a communist country, okay, in every communist country, you have parallel dual sets of bureaucracies. So one is the
political and then the economic.
Yeah, political and economic. And the pendulum swings back and forth. Okay, so China in the communist China, the last time the political officials did a bloody cleansing of the technocrats, we all know it. It's called the Cultural Revolution. Nothing in the Cultural Revolution makes any sense, right? It's self-destruction. But the Communist Party had this in this gene. So every so many years, it will come out, do a self-cleansing. just to get rid of those technocrats who actually think more like a rational Western-style political figure. So right now, China is entering this period. It's not those people who actually think much more like Russians and even more extreme are in power, in charge. They're cleansing the communist power structure of those who care more about the economy. That's what's going on.
What I'm getting at, Jingo, is that at some level, China doesn't care what Russia gets to do with its own genocidal project, but I think it doesn't care both ways to some degree, in the sense that at a point where China realizes this is harming China's position going forward, it cares much more about that than it cares about Russia's ability to keep committing genocide. This is I think why, and this is one of the principal reasons why all the talk of CBRN escalation on the part of Russia is just talk, because China cares about that. China doesn't want large swathes of global farmland to be polluted for decades to come, because they know that they have a large population to feed. They don't want to have problems with that. They don't want to have more reasons for problems domestically. Right? That's important to them. They don't want.
So basically, these kind of thinking. That's why I keep raising my hands. And by the way, I need to go pretty soon. So here's the way to think about it. Okay, the first is many people think China is more civilized and care more about its people than Russian bureaucrats. The reverse is true. The other thing is when we look at China,
I didn't say about people, Jingo. I said about peace and quiet and discord.
So let me explain. Let me explain. Today's China is really 5 different land masses held together. So it's the China proper, Eastern Turkestan, Tibet, Inner Mongolia, and Manchuria. Okay, so if Chinese Communist Party, if they see the Western influence empower people of the other 4 pieces outside of the China proper, keep in mind these are land China occupies. They see that potentially these areas could really turn into the basis to overthrow the Communist Party. So therefore, they're willing to do something very extreme. So therefore, the internal stability means this. Can China put the Uyghurs, put the Tibetans under its thumb? If, for example, the Uyghurs and Tibetans, because they are thrown into the concentration camp, because they are treated horribly, so therefore, people like Pelosi is going to speak up for them. Absolutely, she should. Then China is going to say, okay, I would rather destroy these people. I would rather eliminate these people. So you look at what the Communist China is doing. Recently, what it's talking about, it's going to move the Uyghurs from their hometown, move them into the innerland China. And they are going to move people from innerland China into the Uyghur areas. Which country did that? Russia, Soviet Union. And I tell you, the way Communist China is going to do it will make the Russian way even look more civilized. It's a very barbaric. So therefore, when we go to the conclusion and say China just wants to maintain stability, okay, I have some news for you. If the stability means stay in power, if the stability means to bloodbath its people, despite your racial profile or anything, ethnic profile or anything, China will do that in a heartbeat, without hesitation. So that's a very, very cruel regime. Very cruel regime. So when we say, okay, China just care about its own stability, we need to be very careful as to what exactly does that mean. So that's my point.
Thank you, Jingo. Brad, I think you're in agreement.
I'm totally in agreement. They'll do anything that they have to do to make sure that their power structure is resilient to any type of disruption. And that means, I mean, look at what they've done with COVID. And you might say, okay, well, that was in response to COVID. Well, yeah, but it also, and I'd love to hear somebody else's opinion, it really looks like a social experiment to me, to see just how much they can control their population and how to do it. And so it's very disconcerting, because you can imagine that there will be large swaths of their population, you know, even if the majority is interested in invading Taiwan, you know, there will be large swaths of their population that is not. And in China, when you've got 1.2 something billion people, that could be 100 million people, right? And so you have to be able to do population control at a level that we've never seen before, to the extent that China is not a pluralist society. Like, that's not something they get off on. And so dissenting voices that are not, you know, straight up, that don't have the same way of thinking as kind of mainline Chinese thinkers, are problematic. They can't have competing alternative points of view on matters like this. It's non-negotiable. And that means, I mean, at some point, I could walk you guys through a theoretical framework that shows how genocide happens. This is one of the ways that it happens, when a state decides that it has to control things that aren't really controllable, like what people believe. That's how you often end up with genocide. But anyway, that's my response to that. I have another related comment. Sorry, go ahead, Jing.
Very quick, I can just give everybody a litmus test. Okay, so China is right now the so-called the world factory, right? So its economy relies on export, right? So just like Brad said it very well, this is actually the way you look at how Chinese Communist Party is dealing with the COVID and what it will do. Okay, the rational way for Communist Party to do is to open up import of the mRNA vaccines. They can import enough vaccine from Pfizer, from Moderna, from all these mRNA manufacturers to basically put COVID back into control. Then open up the economy, then the factories can back into business again. This is something very easy for China to achieve. It will result in something very beneficial to even the Communist Party. Will they do it? Absolutely not. They lock everybody down. Just like Brad said, it now becomes a social experiment. And the other thing is, right now, yes, China has so-called 1.2, 1.3 billion people. But this is one thing to keep in mind. Out of the 1.3 billion people, about 900 million are the Han Chinese, who live primarily in the China proper. So one of the 5 components of today's China. The rest, 400 million people or 300 million people, they're scattered around up to 60 to 70% of what communist China controls. So therefore, there's this very big sense of paranoia. What if we cannot control these people? What if they rise up? Okay, 400 million people hate you guts. If they rise up, they can form 20 million people army very easily. They can easily defeat the communist troops with Western support. So these are the things the Communist Party is going to say, okay, I need to preempt anything that can potentially lead to that. And they are willing to do something very, very extreme, very radical. So this is actually the risk of China.
Love it. Thank you so much, Jinku. I don't know how you stay up this long at night to talk about this stuff. Let's try Nightlight. Jinku?
I need to go very soon.
I know. I really don't want to keep you from sleep. Let's try Nightlight once again. Nightlight, do you read us? No, I'm just gonna drop Nightlight down to listening. I keep having to come back to him. That's okay. That happens. Thank you so much, Ingo. Thank you for staying up with us and talking with us about all of these
Thank you.
important stuff. You know how much we like you, right? Shall we talk a little bit, because in 40 minutes there's going to be a big session on economics, sanctions against Russia. We're going to have Axel, obviously, as well as finance, as well as we have Michał Rebroadcast with us. Who else? Alex Backus, of course, our good friend. And they're going to be delving much more deeply into the whole sanctions question, etc. Now, there has been some interesting stuff going on, and I don't really know what it means. But Spain has apparently been announcing that they're going to be training Ukrainian forces on the use of air defense systems. That makes sense, because Spain is apparently sending some Aspide air defense systems, which is really good. Right, that's Ukraine definitely needs those. I think Aspide, is that a wasp? Aspide, I think, or is it a bee? Where's Bertrand Russell's puppy when we need him, to help us out with language. So there's going to be that, but they also said they're going to be training Ukrainian troops on the handling of combat tanks. Specifically, it's noted, what's the words that they use? Carros de combate. Now, what I want to know is if those are main battle tanks or if that stands for something else. Axel, how good is your Spanish understanding of defense terms?
I can read it much better than I can speak it, but then again, that's the déformation professionnelle.
Well, of course.
What was the term again? I speak Spanish.
Carros de combate.
Yeah,
is that a main battle tank or like an armored personnel carrier?
No,
IAV?
that's a carriage. This is an infantry fighting vehicle.
I think we're back to the whole linguistic question, similar to what was previously.
It's the Spanish equivalent of a Schützenpanzer. So
exactly right. See, exactly. So this is what I was raising, right? It's a what is a panzer? Okay, but that's interesting, right?
I would translate it as battle wagon.
Of course, as I said, carriage. It's an armored carriage which can fight. That's what it is. It's a Schützenpanzer. It is exactly that, an infantry fighting vehicle, or a fully armored APC, which typically is the migration to an infantry fighting vehicle.
So my hopes are dashed because it kept getting translated into various things as tanks, including by Ukrinform. It was translated as a tank. So I was just wondering what specific equipment those might be referring to. But if they're referring to infantry fighting vehicles, hey, that's fine. Let's finally break that dam. Let's get that damned excuse that's been floating around of no Western IVs. Let's dispense with that, and hopefully that will indeed dispense with that. I don't know. Just some thoughts I've been having reading through some news this morning. The other thing, and no, actually, maybe you're good to talk to this, but those RCH 155, the new replacement for the Panzer Haubitze that Ukraine has ordered 18 of, I believe, from Krauss-Maffei Wegmann. That's really just a long-term plan, right? This is Ukraine looking ahead beyond this war for its future defense needs. This isn't anything that's going to be affecting this war, probably. Is that right?
Yeah, that is generally true, albeit that we do not know how many vehicles are currently produced and available. Yes, there's at least 2 which have been used for demonstration last year. Actually, no, not last year. Yeah, last year in September and in July. So, and There may have been another two produced. Question is whether they'd be going somewhere. If those four were to go somewhere, whilst they wouldn't form a full battalion, they'd certainly be helpful.
And as we've seen as of recent, right, Ukraine often just uses, a Panzer howitzer here, two Panzer howitzers there. They are so very effective. They can lay down so much fire in such a short time that for a lot of missions they don't need a whole battalion, in anything like the same place at the same time.
Well, according to what we hear from the Ukrainian armed forces, and according to what friends of the German armed forces and the manufacturers have heard back from the Ukrainians, the Panzer Haubitze 2000 is evidently that piece of kit of which the Ukrainians would love to have more of.
And so this RCH 155, to my Blue Peter level understanding, is it basically the turret of a Panzer Haubitze put on the wheeled chassis of a Boxer IFV? Is that close enough to being correct?
It is a Boxer platform, yes.
And then is the turret?
The turret is a very much improved version of what was the previous howitzer. There's many mechanical and electronic improvements, as well as the deflector shield. The overall spacing is better. The thing is significantly more mobile. It turns faster. The frequency with which it shoots is better. It doesn't have the deficiencies the Panzerhaubitze, for example, had with its breech block. And all of that. So it is a significantly better piece of kit. I mean, this is essentially a full, it's a new piece of kit, but it's in terms of thinking and design, from what I'm told by people who've actually worked with it, in terms of the demonstrations, 3 generations onwards.
Well, what I was getting, I understand. It's a lot better than the Panzer Haubitze then, which is excellent to hear.
Of course.
But what I really want to...
It's a German product in 2021.
As opposed to 1994, or whatever the Panzer Haubitze was.
Take your 7 Series, BMW 7 Series from 1991. Great car even then, all right? Right before it migrated to an even better 7 Series. And then to another 7 Series at the beginning of the 2000s, and another and another and another. So that's how it goes. It is manufacturing prowess. So they're good at building shit.
Yes, things, but not necessarily governments, apparently. Actually, so my question here is...
Our construction of governments is really lackluster since the mid-1990s. I agree.
I think you need to put some of those German engineers to work there. Now, my question here is, do you happen to know how easy the transition for someone who's trained on an old Panzer Haubitze, existing Panzer Haubitze 2000, if that makes the transition to this turret much easier than for someone who isn't previously trained on it, because there's a lot of complementarity, similarity, much in a way that, say, someone trained on an Airbus A320 can relatively easily transition to an Airbus A330 as a pilot because it's a similar design? Or is it basically you need to start from scratch? So it doesn't matter if you train on a Panzer Haubitze 5000, go to an M109. Is there a lot of similarities, what I'm getting at, that might speed up training?
I don't know. I just don't know. The logic which you presented is correct. Of course, experienced personnel will make the transition faster. Battle-hardened personnel will be even more focused. The Ukrainians are in the best possible position to have people ready for whenever that thing comes into a theater. No question. And I think CJ would tell you the same. But I haven't sat inside one of them, and I'm not an artillery officer or an artillery operator, albeit that I dearly respect them.
Thank you, Axel. And for our resident unofficial Bofors representative, where are those archers?
Oh, don't put me there, Doman. I hope they are coming, but not before there's a new government in place. And that's another couple of weeks. So, yeah, that's where we are with that. But I have a question because I didn't hear all the conversation about this self-propelled howitzers. Are you talking about the ones, the 18 that was ordered by Ukraine for delivery in
Yes.
2025? Okay. So now question, because I read a little bit about them. That one feature is that they can actually shoot while on the move. Is that correct? You know, Axel or Dom? I mean, that's a feat, isn't it?
What I read is while moving slowly, and that's all it said. I don't know what that means.
I missed the chat you just said. Denjon, what was your question?
Yeah, I read about those howitzers that they can shoot while moving, which is quite.
Yes, it's a boxer. It's a boxer platform, and the setup of the howitzer is significantly better. It is essentially the same kind of development. Krauss-Maffei and Rheinmetall have invested in generating better tank platforms. I mean, if you look at the most recent version of the Leopard 2 and then the new main battle tank, which Rheinmetall recently showcased in Paris, you will find out that this thing beats the shit out of everything which is being currently built and developed in the world. There's no question. I mean, if you want to have a howitzer and if you want to have a tank, it's either, I mean, the howitzers, you would either want to have a Swedish or a German product. And if you want to have a tank, you want a German product. It's not even a question.
Yeah, no, I agree. And as you know, you were referring to BMW before. We have Volvo, which is not on the same level. So I guess
you mean you have a Chinese company which acquired Volvo, right?
Yeah. Don't start. Yeah. Unfortunately, yes. So now what I'm trying
which
to say
engine
is
did
that,
Volvo use? Which engine did Volvo use up until very recently?
Honestly, I'm not sure which one. I mean,
Bayerische Motorenwerke.
Yeah. Yes. But before that, they had an engine they used for like 50 years. That's why they were so reliable before.
Exactly, because they were still building their own, which was great. And I'm sorry, this is the thing. Engineering prowess starts with building your own engine. People who are serious about software build their own hardware. Who said it?
Apple, what's his name? Steve Jobs.
No, it was not Steve Jobs. He quoted that because a friend and a guiding light, a mentor of his said this. But there you go. Brad can tell you.
Sorry, I can tell you what.
I was making a quote, or say referring to a quote which Steve Jobs yet again made popular. People who are serious about software build their own hardware.
Oh, yeah, I would agree with that.
So who said it?
Did you just say Steve Jobs said it?
No, he quoted Kay. Alan Kay.
Oh, okay.
And it's a guiding light for everything which is an electronic manufactured product. If you give away the hardware, and if you give, therefore, so to say, the engine in the case of in the case of Volvo, then you're on a downward path, which is why Volvo's flagship D5 wouldn't have many more customers. And therefore, they were on a downward path in terms of development. And if you lack the innovation for the key aspect of your machine, then your machine loses its soul as perceived by the customer. That's just what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean,
and of course, it's competitive edge.
I mean, a bunch of you here who are in kind of management or business might be familiar with Clayton Christensen and his theory of disruption, disruptive innovation. He gives a very good example of this, and it's the takeover of Asus Computer of Dell's, basically Dell Computer's entire business. And ASUS ended up, because of their position within Dell's supply chain, they ended up being close. Engineers would call it being closer to the metal, right? If you're building software, for example.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So if you're in a better position to do things the closer you are to the metal. It's harder, right? And part of the reason that a lot of startups don't do it, or most startups don't do it, is just, there are already abstractions out there that you can build off of, like Java Virtual Machine, for example. But for somebody who really wants to innovate and wants to disrupt something, the closer to the metal you get, the more possibilities you have. And this is what happened when basically ASUS Computers, which was not a retail-facing business, essentially ate Dell computers alive. You don't really see a lot. Well, there are Dell computers around, but essentially by the time ASUS got done with Dell was basically a marketing business and no longer a computer business, with the exception of their big enterprise consulting practice. Anyway. Oh, by the way, can you guys hear me? Everybody went silent.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Okay. So one thing that's interesting about this Spain situation, and I posted this to the thread. The United States has a large military base in Rota, Spain, on the southwestern coast of Spain, and on July 7th, I was doing research here just a second ago to try and figure out how many F-16s they had there. We know that there are F-16s there. I posted, an aviation spotter spotted F-16s flying in and out. For all I know, they've been there forever. But what's also interesting was that in July, a new attack helicopter detachment was now positioned in Rota, Spain. And so when we think about, Ukrainians going to Spain, right? I don't know. It's interesting context to just have in the background there that the United States has a significant military presence in Spain, and including aviation assets that would be compelling should we ever decide to transfer aviation assets to Ukraine.
Now, between Spain and Italy, right? The presence of U.S. aviation in the Mediterranean is very significant indeed. I think that's never to be forgotten either, right?
Yeah, fun fact, I used to live like 15 minutes from Rota in a place called Chipiona. So great area, awesome place to visit in case you're looking.
Great place if you're into plane spotting, eh? Morning, Jim.
Morning, chaps. Brad, I used to live in Cadiz for 6 months, one of the nicest places in Europe.
Dude, it's awesome. That town's so cool.
And just opposite Rota, you can see the big naval ships going in and out. It's one of the US's largest military stations in Europe, I think.
That's right.
Any more info on what the Spanish just sent? Was it just ammunition or any guns?
Well, apparently they sent 5 loads of ammunition, 5 plane loads of ammunition. But beyond that, apparently they also said that they're also engaging now in training of Ukrainian troops on 1 air defense systems, and that's probably the Aspide, I believe, which is an Italian-designed anti-air system. A Greek told me it means a shield, but then I checked. And it does mean a shield in Greek, but it also means some sort of a viper or something in in Italian and seeing that it's an Italian system. I think that's probably what they're referring to. But I think that the snake has some sort of a shield-shaped head. So I guess the actual etymology comes from Greek initially, but it refers to a shield-shaped head of a snake in Italian, and that's what it's actually named after. So they're training them on that. They're also apparently going to be training them on something which Axel divined from the less precise Spanish term to probably almost certainly mean an IFV, which is very interesting in itself. Now, will it be just a very highly kitted out M113? That's the most likely situation. But hey, fingers crossed until the last day. Jim?
Yeah, that's good news. Cleopatra's asp. I do love a bit of classical education in the morning. Thank you.
Yes, asp. That's the word. Yes, that's the English one. Sorry about that. I'm not very good. I was never very good at the whole zoology, botany, naming things, and knowing what kind of plant or animal is what.
Classic
chemist,
education.
right?
Well,
Yeah,
exactly.
he's
I
a
look
chemist.
at lower level things, smaller things than what you can observe with the human eye.
I should be driving through Toulon later, another major naval station. Any news on the French and what they've sent? Anything new?
I don't think so. Not public anyway. But I think their own APCs, I forget what they're called, VAD or something like that. They've been seen quite a lot, and apparently those are doing pretty well. Ukraine really needs armored vehicles. In this last counteroffensive, what all did we see? Right, we saw SUVs, we saw pickup trucks, we saw vans, minibuses. We saw the Mad Max Peugeot 307, all used to move troops out to the front. This isn't right. This isn't appropriate. Ukraine needs more armored vehicles just to get troops around. They need more armored personnel carriers. They need IFVs, the armored personnel carriers with more armor and bigger cannons on them, and they need more tanks. It's really that simple. And people who don't see that, I really don't understand every politician to the west of Ukraine who doesn't realize that and thinks, yeah, no, but we might need them for something. What if Russia invades us? With what army? They've already depleted all these garrisons all along their western border, right? Not to mention the ones further east. Yle of Finland has today been reporting on how the air defense garrisons around St. Petersburg are getting depleted and being sent to Ukraine, right? Russia afraid of NATO? What? It's not. It's clearly not. What they're just wanting to destroy what they still can in Ukraine before they get kicked out. Yesterday we had Tim LG on, right, and Gunny talking about those HARM missiles. Really need Tim back more often on this, but those have been fantastically effective for Ukraine, being able to fit them out to MiG-29, apparently now some Sukhois as well. That's been decimating Russian air defenses. That's why they're moving more air defenses from up north from around St. Petersburg. Those are air defense batteries and air defense garrisons that were never supposed to go anywhere. Right? St. Petersburg's their second most important city. It's right on the border of Estonia and Finland, as you would know, Jim. What does it mean when they're moving those air defense garrisons? It means that they're completely unafraid of NATO. They're completely unafraid of Finland actually, attacking Russia, obviously, because unlike them, they're not, a bit cuckoo. And secondly, it means that those HARMs have been effective at taking out the batteries they initially moved to Ukraine, dozens of them. And those HARMs have made them blind and deaf. Jim, sorry, I kept going on about it, but I think this is the big news of the day.
Well, just real quick, I just need to verify something, Doman. It sounded there for a second that you were dissing the George Miller designed MMFVs. Is that correct?
The MMF. What's an MMFV? Sorry.
The Mad Max fighting vehicle.
Oh, I see. No, I wasn't dissing it. I was just saying, look, when Ukraine is using those, they're using those because they don't have Leopards and Madas and CV90s and Bradleys, right? That's what they're using them. If they had hundreds of Bradleys and hundreds of CV90s and hundreds of Madas, I think they wouldn't be putting their efforts into designing the Mad Max fighting vehicles, and instead would be using the purpose-built IAVs and tanks to do the job instead. Just my thoughts.
I disagree, but we can agree to disagree.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Cheers, Brad. Jim, sorry about that. I went on a little bit of a rant there.
So it's our
And
first
now,
difference of
Brad,
opinion.
Dolan, Jim, very clearly, okay? Brad, in this moment, was just shaking his head, looking back at his office, and there is this image of a Mad Max fighting vehicle, nicely framed.
Well, I invested in that company, okay? We bought a significant number of shares. It was a minority stake. I'm still a believer. That's all I'm
saying. Jim, please go.
Yeah, no, Brad, I was going to say it's the first difference of opinion we've had, but clearly you're, as an investor into these contraptions, I understand, but Doman is spot on, and it's one of the most upsetting aspects of the logistical effort, which the West has been carrying out. I have friends fighting on the front, and they are forced to drive there to the front, not just to the rear echelon, but to the front in their personal Peugeots and Vauxhalls. I mean, it's unacceptable. Hundreds, if not thousands, of casualties, dead, killed, mutilated soldiers and evacuated wounded have been killed because of the West's suspicious moral military argument that offensive weapons are distinct from defensive ones. I mean, what is a harm missile except something that kills Russians operating radar stations? No, nonetheless, as opposed to an APC, an armored personnel carrier, with or without guns on it, just send the damn things. There's a video which I thoroughly recommend you do not watch, which the Wagner Group sent out about a week ago, of a minibus carrying Ukrainian servicemen to the front around Bakhmut. They were ambushed, and all of them were killed. And if they'd had an armored personnel carrier, like the hundreds of M113s and Warriors sitting in dusty warehouses across Europe, not being used, then they would be alive today. And it's a major failing of Western policy, and it needs to be fixed immediately. Thanks.
Thank you, Jim. Do you want to comment on just how close St. Petersburg is to the Finnish and Estonian borders, and what it means that when they're removing their air defenses from around St. Petersburg?
Hi, mic check.
Loud and clear.
I think it's about 200 kilometers. I used to own a piece of land up in Narva, which is just Narva-Jõesuu, which is a beautiful old Tsarist era resort town. It's quite popular with Finns coming over on the boats, and it was, it was a stone's throw, literally a decent cricket ball arm to the river, the Narva River, which was the dividing line between Estonia and Russia. And from there, probably a 2.5 hour drive, because the roads are so bad. But from Narva to Tallinn, an hour and a half, probably 2. But nonetheless, it's so close, and there's no border to speak of. There's just a bunch of white picket posts. And yeah, to your point, Diamond, the decisive effect of HARM missiles, anti-radiation missiles, has been huge. The Russians, we know, have got lots of S-300 ammunition, but they haven't got so many platforms. The fact they're denuding St. Petersburg, and there's a British brigade of, there's that British armored brigade could drive to St. Petersburg right now, and there'd be nothing to stop them. It's not NATO, never was. It's the Russian Empire, no less.
Yeah, they've been complaining all this time because countries entering into NATO means that Russia is no longer able, and it knows this for a long time, that it won't no longer be able to integrate them back into the empire. That's why. That's as simple as that. Because how dare other countries not want to be a part of the great Russian Empire? How dare they? How dare they not want to be, commanded from the Kremlin anymore? It's absurd. Jim?
Exactly, and it went beyond that. It wasn't just bitterness and a backward-looking attitude that led to the invasion of Ukraine. It was very much a personal fear of losing power. It was clear. I mean, I believe, in fact, I know that salaries in Ukraine last year just pushed past average salaries across Russia. That's the whole of Russia, not just Moscow and St. Petersburg. So the average salary was only about $600, $700 a month, which is, of course, very little compared to the West, but that was higher than in Russia. So Putin, for very good reason, the psychopath that he is, couldn't tolerate that. He couldn't tolerate a successful Ukraine as a very powerful threat to his own czarist rule. The people in St. Petersburg and Moscow might not have asked questions, but people in Buryatia and Ingushetia might well have said, hang on, what the hell is going on here? We gave you our political rights in return for a full fridge, right? Food on the table, and that's not happening. The bloody Ukrainians who are free and can vote, 5 presidents since independence into power, have more money than us as well. That's unacceptable. Can we fix that, please, Vladimir? Vladimir, of course, would have had to have stamped down on rioting and looting and so forth. It was an existential threat to his rule as Tsar, and that's all it was. A petty personal fury combined with ambition.
In other news, there's one fewer hotel in occupied Luhansk Oblast, reports our dear friend Special Kherson Cat. Now, this is far away from Kherson, but there's a hotel in Svatovo, in Luhansk, in occupied Luhansk Oblast, which has been converted into nothing but rubble, but by what looks to be a HIMARS strike, according to images from Russian propaganda channels. And it looks like that Russians were using it as quarters, as in headquarters possibly, and Ukrainians have taken it out very, very thoroughly, which is good.
It's important that we see these things in the morning when we wake up after the horrific photographs coming out of Izium yesterday. It's very good for morale. HIMARS is psychologically powerful as a weapon, not just physically. I mean, the Russians are terrified of it. And it makes us, the allies, the Ukrainians, feel much better.
And it will take many such steps to be able to get there, because Ukraine has to get there. Ukraine has to kick the Russians out, and the more that they can take out this way, it's good. Now, apparently, okay, so let's see if carros de combate is being just loosely used by the Spanish media, because apparently carros de combate also is also the word that they use to refer to Leopard tanks in Spain. So I guess we can hope for the 7th time over for there to actually be Spanish Leopards being sent to Ukraine. I'm not going to get my hopes up, because I made that mistake the first 3 times, and then I didn't the last 3 times, and I didn't this year either. I won't this time either. But hey, it is how it is. Let's wait and see. 7 drones were taken out yesterday by Ukrainians. I think this is another thing that's quite important to note. In today's report, 7 drones were taken out yesterday. This probably means, I would suggest, that that Russians are trying to fly those Iranian things, but quite a few get taken out before they can be effective. And this is something that Yehuda touched upon earlier today. Right, those Iranian things are in a very good design. Russia got some. Yes, some get through. No, it's not going to make a big difference many don't get through in the first place, and they're probably not going to be very effective. Now, the reason why Russia has to ask Iran and North Korea, the two great economies and military powers of this world, for help, is because nobody else will help. Those are the only two that will, and it's that's just fine. What it also means is that Russia is suffering severely from sanctions, and if you want to know just how and why Russia is suffering severely from sanctions, I think you should listen to this space in 3 minutes' time and tell everyone that we'll have an expert panel on the effects of sanctions on Russia, on the real effects of sanctions on the Russian economy, not just the numbers, but the real life effects and the effects on industry. We're going to have Mikhail Rybkovsky back of UPenn and Yale. We're going to have our own Axel, our own finance, and our dear friend Alex Backus, all commenting on the same. Canberra's around for it as well. I hope so. Anyway, he was asking me earlier if it's still on. It is still on. It's in just a couple of minutes' time. I trust Brad and Jim will hang about for it as well, right, Jim?
I should be listening from I have a lunch date in Seneca, and if it won't be too noisy, I certainly shall. Love to hear Axel and finance and Alex talk about everything economic.
I will stick around as well.
See, isn't that grand? Jim, did you have another question?
Jim, you should give better attention to the beautiful lunch date of yours.
It's actually a chap, but he's parked his boat and is coming to see me, so I'm looking forward to seeing him.
Jim, did you have one more thing to note before we rearrange the deck chairs on this very, very, very stable ground-based, very ground-based arrangement here, and move on to Russian sanctions, Jim?
Yeah, no, you've given me great heart this morning. Thank you, Dan. Or at least Yehuda's report will have done. I was reading about the Shahad 136 kamikaze drone yesterday. It's a horrible thing. It's got a 2,500 kilometer range. I mean, if Wikipedia is to be believed, and Iranian engineering is to be trusted.
Iranians claim it has.
Exactly, and we know that a lot of these things have failed, dropped out of the air, haven't taken off, and Iranian engineering aside, the sanctions have hit Iran very, very seriously. So hopefully they're using chips from microwaves.
I think that's exactly the thing, and I think this is the perfect transition as we move on into discussing sanctions. But it's shocking, really, what's being done here. And whenever you start to rely on Iran and North Korea for anything, you know that you're probably not doing that well in the first place.
Yeah, and the Ukrainian military were complaining about this, so they're not wholly ineffective. But as you said, if Russia's unable to get any military supplies from any other country and it can't produce its own, then they're going to lose. It's just a question of how long.
I've just discovered a German speaker who's never heard of Ludwig Boltzmann before, and I am astounded. So I will go on to Stuart and stew in my own astoundment. Stuart. Stuart?
I'm sorry, I was muting myself.
That's right, carry on.
Morning all. I just wanted to pick up on that issue of the Iranian drones. I wouldn't say I'm a drone expert, but I certainly follow drone technology. But what I've seen of those 136s that the Iranians produce, they can't possibly be 2,000 kilometer range because they'd need satellite communications, and there's no ways they've got any kind of satellite receiver on them. So I think that's horse, to be honest. And secondly, the reversion in terms of guidance would then be to direct line of sight radio guidance. And I think the Iranians are pretty dodgy when it comes to that. So I think the hype over these things is a bit overblown, to be honest. That's really all I wanted to say.
Absolutely. I mean, it's exactly how it is. There is no point in persisting with the ideas that they're going to change, the outcome of the war somehow. As some people wanted to present itself, this as simply cannot happen. Jim.
Yeah, I think it's psychological, isn't it? We were talking about the psychological effect of HIMARS on both the Allied side. It cheers one up. We know we can hit the Russians, and on the Russian side, to be hit at any time behind the lines when expecting it. And the Russians wanted to respond with something. The Shahad 136 clearly has that ability. Perhaps not the 2,500 kilometers, but certainly 500 kilometers. That's still a hell of a long way. And when you can be hit by a 200-pound warhead, I think it might be pretty big. At any time, it's terrifying. So the Iranians need to be sanctioned into the dust even further than they already are. And it sounds like air defense is working. So we look forward to those NASAMS.
Oh, absolutely. Right. We have 3 out of our 4 up. Axel, Finance, Alex. We just need to find Michal, who's hopefully awake. One would hope. Michal, are you with us? If you are, please request.
I send Michal the invite. He has it. So please make sure that you keep the panel clean. It's all nice and fine for people, but we need to make sure that we,
have enough space. Absolutely. Right. Shall we get right into it, Axel?
Yes, so let's go for the second round of the McRinnock, the Mac Market. We're here today, yet again, in this wonderful space because we'd like to talk about all things economic, finance, commerce, Ukrainian, related industry sectors, developments, and the likes, and of course, the impact of sanctions on Russia and how Ukraine benefits from it. In that regard, I'm very glad and very happy that I've been joined by both our friendly representative of the Atcam cigarette brand and financial correspondent of MriyaReport Finance, and our friend from MriyaAid, Alex Backus, who has a significant background in managing the finances of software companies and the likes. Good afternoon, chaps.
Good afternoon, Axel.
Thank you for the welcome yet again. Super grateful to be on the panel.
So, and if we get lucky and have Michal coming up, I hope that Dolman will track this because I'm driving towards the office once we start this. But Dolman, can you just make sure that he has a second invite and has a note on his DM as Michal knows exactly what time it is. All righty, great. Now, finance, what happened in recent days in the markets for Ukraine? Is Ukraine still liquid?
Yes, more or less.
How has that liquidity been provided and how did it come about from the decisions 1 week before by the EU and then the support by our American friends? Can you talk about that?
Ukrainian can review after some standard European haggling. The Europeans have actually provided some significant loan facilities. I believe it was loans, not grants. Correct me if I'm wrong here, Axel, to Ukraine. But with the nice long payback, aka they don't have to worry about it while the war is going on. That will help cover their budget deficit, which, as discussed on the space regularly, is about $5 billion USD. Ukraine is officially in default. I don't know if they call it default. People are trying to claim something, but when you work out with all of your creditors, not to pay them back for a couple of years, you're in default by every normal technical definition of the word. But as discussed on the space over and over again, if your choice is default or not paying for needed things for your war effort or your humanitarian efforts due to being attacked in a war, you choose default. Fascinatingly, in the last week, and I'll be posting it very soon, the major market commentator, liberal economist Paul Krugman peeked into the Ukrainian economic situation because it's been hitting the news a little bit and has come to the exact same conclusions that basically we've been saying on this space, where he said that Ukraine's running, I think their last official tick is 24%, which actually came down from the 30s. And he said, wait, is that all? Like with a country that's been invaded by a foreign power that has to have massive temporary outlays for their military, it's actually surprising they've kept inflation to this level. And he, in fact, noted that Turkey, who we regularly bring up and laugh at for their economic malfeasance on this space, is running a nice 80% economic inflation, basically because they are managed as poorly as you can possibly manage an economy. So not only has Ukraine's economy sort of muddled through another week with a little bit extra help from outside, which should keep, hopefully, their inflation numbers around this level. If we're really lucky, they'll go a bit lower, but definitely should not lead to them exploding upwards, because whatever shortfall they can't make up, they're just going to run the printing presses to make up for. That's inflation. Why will they do that? Because it's better than not paying for things they need, like their military, like housing for internally displaced people, like medical supplies. They have cut to the bone pretty much things they can cut in their government. They are running it clean right now. So hopefully that will continue. And it's very nice to see that the major, normally I blast mainstream media for its coverage on Ukraine and Russia, but first, shocking change, mainstream media is covering one of the biggest, whether you like or absolutely hate him, depending on your politics, will depend on which that is. But it's actually a shocking, refreshing breath of fresh air that for a wild change, mainstream media is covering the Ukraine economy appropriately. So for that, I would like to give them a very rare round of applause.
That's a very good point. And by the way, we've been joined by the dark horse, the economist from Down Under, also Canberra. Good afternoon, or in your case, good evening.
Good evening, Axel. So just to remind you, my qualification is from the University of Woolloomooloo. So this is where...
Tell us, Bruce, how's the economy in Ukraine doing?
Well, look, it's obviously going to be a struggle when you're being invaded and a large section of your population is being massacred. But having said that, consumption adds to GDP. When we look at this Ukraine default issue, it really didn't matter whether they defaulted or not. The interest rate they were being charged was at a default rate if they were to issue a new bond. Now, at the moment, they haven't issued a new bond. So their bonds are available on international markets at, heavily discounted rates because they're in default. The most important thing is that when they have to borrow money, and you know where I'm heading, they must have loan guarantees from the US Treasury to ensure that they don't pay leg break rates for their economic redevelopment. That is the most practical solution to the situation they currently face. Grants are great as well. If they keep getting grants for economic development and to sustain their expenditure, that's great. But at some point, politically, that's going to start to look unacceptable. And the next most acceptable thing will be that will be legally achievable is loan guarantees to ensure that they can basically borrow at the rate that the US Treasury rate is. Thanks.
Very well said, and it's a very important issue also in regard to what happens with the reconstruction, is it not? The discussion we've had on this space is that as a result of the current sanctions regime and the seizure of assets, the freezing of assets so far, and the potential seizure of assets, those could be used to bolster a basket of loan guarantees to be issued by a host of nations. We should probably come back to that in a little while. Michal, dzień dobry, how are you doing?
Good, doing fine. It's 6 a.m. on the East Coast, but then again, to discuss these issues, it's always a pleasure.
Thank you very much. And of course, sleep, as you know, is for the wicked, especially in times of crisis. You're fully right. Now, Michal, tell us what in recent weeks since we last spoke. I understand that the discussion has been waging back and forth in the US, both economically in regard to the sanctions regime, which you and many colleagues at Yale and
your university are tracking. But has this fed now already into what will happen with both sanctioned and frozen assets, or is it still mostly a focus on who has been sanctioned, who could be controlled, and how could they stop actually investing in Russia?
Look, when it comes to the seizure of Russian assets, it's a relatively complicated matter. At the end of the day, you have to think also in terms of rule of law, and to seize Russian assets would create a precedent in both in the States and elsewhere. In the States, even more so, given the common law system and how precedents work here. So it's relatively complicated for both the U.S. government and legislators at large to legislate such an issue, because they have to bear in mind all the possible unintended consequences of seizing Russian assets, which in itself would be a right move to do and maybe much needed, given that the Paris Club, actually the Paris Club -1, because the Paris Club of lenders to Ukraine also would include Russia, so the Paris Club -1 here can only sustain Ukraine via grants only for so long, and as it has been already said, it may not be sustainable in the long term, especially following the midterm elections here in the States, to just simply send quote unquote free money to Ukraine. Then you have to also think about debt restructuring and all the other classical steps that IMF and Western lenders have been doing for years and decades when approaching developing countries. So that's one thing when it comes to the issue at hand. Other things that I would like to point out and that happened in recent weeks, or that actually confirm the general trend and the paradigm shift that we saw in the media regarding the Russian economy and how it's collapsing. It's the Bloomberg publication of the key findings of the secret report of the Russian economy ministry, and the bottom line of that is, well, Russian economy is crippled, and it will take years to bounce back, or actually Russia may never bounce back in the worst scenario predicted by let me underscore it, an internal report of the Russian themselves, which may not account for all the changes for a very good reason, because you cannot really say everything to your boss, especially if you're in Russia. But here, a 15% GDP drop, a 15% cumulative GDP drop in the coming year or two. That's one thing. The IMF also, as IMF always does, will have to revise its GDP predictions when it comes to Russia. And also, when you look at even the current IMF report and year-on-year drop from December 2021 to December 2022, it's also a 13 to 14% GDP drop annualized. So when we account for all the recent studies that have been published, apart from our Yale study and the media reports, the picture of the Russian economy is even more gloomy. But well, as we have spoken already, there is always the issue of Western creditors.
Very good point, and thank you for that. Now, Alexander Backers, as one of the bruises of the McGrinnog panel of Wally Malou here, Alex, in Canada,
the discussion of the seizure of assets has not really taken hold, has it? I mean, currently everybody is looking at the Federal Reserve, we're looking at what has been frozen, but how does the Canadian government, which tends to be rather creative when it comes to these measures and executing sanctions, how does Canada see this?
It's a great question. Sadly, I don't have a ton of expertise in this, so I'll just sort of talk through what I think, what I sort of have gleaned and what I think is going on in Canada. So, very much so in these decisions, Canada tends to follow United States, and even if it looks like Canada is leading, sometimes what happens is the Canadians will find out, or they will hear what the United States is about to do, and because we're a smaller scale and more nimble economy, we can sort of preempt that and basically follow, lead by following, as weird as that sounds. And I know, there was a story that there was an Antonov plane sanctioned in the Toronto airport, and it was collecting fees. It was like I think it was an Antonov Ruslan that belonged to the Russian airlines as a cargo jet. And for a while, there was talk about, what can we do, first of all, to extract the fees on those sanctions, and the second piece is what can we do to figure out a way to just sell the plane, or what do we do with it? And I don't think there's any good outcome of that, as far as I heard. I could be completely wrong on that. Maybe there was a resolution to this, or maybe it's just still sitting at the Toronto airport and collecting fees.
That's exactly the question I was looking for, because we've all been seeing that at some point in time, if I understand it correctly, in your jurisdiction, if fees collected on an asset such as this would lead to the asset being overburdened, and therefore you could actually convert the fees into taking possession of the asset.
Yeah, I think, honestly, I think as of July of this year, which is a few months ago, I think it's still being considered a big paperweight at the moment, and they're just standing there and racking up. I believe it was like $1,000 per day. So give it a couple more months, and it's going to completely cover its full cost on it. It's a strange situation because of what we already mentioned at the panel, which is the rule of common law and the contract law, right? And so this is a sort of a sacrificial cow or it's such a huge important tenet of our value system that we can't just YOLO, expropriate and take things away. And it has to go through its official sort of process and due process, right? And so what that means is it takes a whole bunch of time, and the problem gets worse and worse and worse until it gets so bad that the process sort of catches up to it. And that's usually the outcome of these things. Generally, Canada has been like leading in terms of sanctioning certain economic interests of certain actors, but again, it's not a very large recipient of foreign investment from Russia and from Russian oligarchs. And so there's not much that Canada itself, inside its very large borders, can seize and sort of block. But the things that they could have done are already done. So we're a fairly small scale economy in that regard.
Well, thank you for that, and highlighting the principle. And I like the fact that we do protect our principles and rights. And the good thing is there is an example, there is a precedent. Finance, we talked about this before, and we called it the Afghan example. Now, how does that impact the discussion as to how such set-offs could work?
So in the case of the Afghan example, there were U.S. legal judgments against the Taliban. So when the Taliban took over the country of Afghanistan, their central bank transferred to Taliban ownership as the government of Afghanistan, and the U.S. sort of came up with a random number and said, all right, half the money goes to the judgments, which were bigger than the total amount, and the rest we're just going to send back to Afghanistan as some sort of bizarre diplomatic compromise that was political and not either legal or economic. But that's what happened. Either way, I think it points to the fact that at the end of the day, these things are political in nature and not directly legal or economic, despite the fact that legal processes occurred when you start talking about international judgments and seizure of assets and money. And two, if you can't find a way to have your legal system give money from someone committing genocide to the people they are committing genocide and fighting it while it's happening, I don't really know what to say about that legal system. And I really can't explain when it is just to seize money, if not then and there.
That's a very good point, but that's the moral argument, which, I mean, apart from the fact that I fully subscribe to it, nevertheless, that just justifies as to how political will is formed and how we treat, of course, our legal system on the basis of that. Reverting back to the Afghan example in specific, would that not mean that actually Ukraine would have to file pretty much immediately its claims now that the state sponsor of terrorism debate has created a little, shall we say, conundrum within both the State Department and the White House vis-a-vis the Treasury, and the decisions as to these matters being moved forward are probably a long way far away in the future, as it seems at least. Now, if that's the case, Ukraine should actually pursue as many claims as possible, file them in the US so that a set-off could occur, correct?
Possibly, though they suffer from jurisdictional issues, though the money is there, so possibly they could claim it. The other side of this is that if a state sponsor of terror declaration occurs, then U.S. Ukrainian citizens who file successful judgments against Russia, which will be all too easy because of pretty much everything they've done, they would actually take precedence over any other claims of U.S. citizens filing against Russia. They wouldn't actually have to be U.S. Ukrainian citizens, just pretty much any U.S. citizens who have a claim against Russia, which could be pretty large because, well, Russia. So that would actually give them precedence over, I'm told by some lawyers, that would give them some legal precedence over any way of gifting the money to Ukraine. And assuming that whoever's trying to stop the flow of money is really, really on board and granular, which, while I don't know about the top of the administration is, but the functionaries underneath who really, really set and give advice on policy are, maybe that's some of their thinking, if I'm being optimistic. I don't know. I still think they could work it out. I would also note that while I didn't make the moral argument, the reason I stuck to a moral argument over a legal argument is, as I said, at the end of the day, if the American legal system stuck to its legal judgments by the letter of the law and, in fact, the spirit of the law, none of the money would have gone to Afghanistan, and all of the money would have gone to American legal claimants who had a perfectly valid claim against the Taliban for all of their legal risk due to being participants in 9/11. So, quite frankly, at the end of the day, these things are done at political and moral levels, not, in fact, at purely legal levels. Hence why I stuck with the moral argument in the first place, which is what, in fact, we should discuss. This is genocide. I don't know if we're going to get the war crime trials that Russian soldiers so richly deserve, but it would be really nice to at least have the money that could bail out Ukraine right now and help rebuild Ukraine in the future, at least go from Russia to Ukraine at the present time. They could also, if they wanted to do something a little bit sneakier, which is still totally legal under US law, just say move the custody of the assets. At which point they haven't seized them at all.
right? We could legally move the custody of the assets. So Congress could pass a law directing the Treasury to move the custody of the assets to Ukraine. At which point, well, the custody is in Ukraine, and we can leave it to the Ukrainian courts to deal with all these new 100 billion, actually 200 billion, I believe what's in the Federal Reserve, and assets that are now under their custody. That would stop the US government from having to seize anything. They would just have to transfer custody. No assets seized whatsoever. All we're doing is transferring the custody of these assets that we no longer wish to hold. They're going to go to Ukraine. That might be something we could do as well. That would be the way I would legally approach what I just suggested from the moral argument, because quite frankly, while it solves a little sneakily the US legal conundrum here, it also makes it quite obvious that the Ukrainian government and legal system will probably find no problem doing the appropriate thing with these assets, which is seizing them in all of about 2 days of legal discussion. Probably less. 2 days might be aggressive. It might only take them 2 hours.
I think having the Ukrainian National Bank named to be a sub-custodian in this case should be absolutely feasible.
Axel, I think finance brings a phenomenal point in this regard. It's a great idea. And I think it will largely depend on the continued winning and the continued excellent performance of the armed forces of Ukraine. And I'll be dead honest with you. The more Ukraine wins, the more I think the world and the world banking institutions and the international monetary institutions are going to be comfortable with the idea of releasing custody, right? And I think it's tied back to this idea of that the victory, the physical victory of Ukraine is very much going to be tied to the economic victory, and vice versa.
Canberra, what say you as to the custodial setup?
Well, it sounds problematic to me, but
Tell us why.
There's this thing called foreign sovereign immunity. Most nations have some sort of application of law in their legal systems where you can't direct the property of one state from another, and it's just a basic property right that is important for the functioning of free societies, that everybody has property rights and governments have sovereign immunity. You know, they don't have jurisdiction over each other's property. So in the US case, there's the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act. And so they would need to pass an act of Congress which would overcome that act, and they may do that. But I believe the problem would be that the Supreme Court in the US would strike that down if it was just a case of passing custody of an asset from one government to another. I think the more likely route, given all of the, and I'm not an expert, and we probably should assemble a panel of experts on this issue, because it's clearly something where, a group getting together can provide some creative input. But all of the previous case law revolves around money moving from seized assets into plaintiffs' hands. So that's individual plaintiffs in some sort of case law. So, and the one that's been going the longest, of course, was the Holocaust. All of the sorts of profit of the genocide of the Jewish people in Europe, those cases were resolved in the last 10 years, in some cases, and some of them still haven't been resolved. And, the issue about the US is that in those cases is that the Russian government is going to claim that the plaintiffs don't have standing in the US court system, which is always the bugbear, because the US doesn't make itself available to international court jurisdictions. So, you know, if custody could be transferred legally, well, that would be interesting of a trust asset. I mean, that sounds interesting, but not likely possible in any short period of time. That's one thing I'd say. It sounds like a very extended process. But the second thing is, you know, is the Supreme Court in the US, even if we can get an act of Congress passed to get around the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act in the US, even if that act was passed, would the US Supreme Court uphold it as it's currently constituted? So they're the complications I see. And as I say, those things will put money in the pocket of the affected people if a class action was taken. And I agree with you that those actions should be instituted right now. They should be starting to implement cases that call for reparations for individuals affected on a class basis. And of course, the class is the entire population of Ukraine, but it can't be the Ukraine government, as I see it. And so the Ukraine government...
Absolutely agreed. Absolutely agreed. Only individual population members can have standing.
Yes.
You need to collate those, and they need to sign a petition, and that petition could then be conveyed by the Ukrainian government to the US government.
Yeah,
and its
of course.
prosecutorial offices.
And those things would then redound to the Ukrainian population, but that would not, of course, solve the Ukrainian government's problems as it rebuilds, because they are issues for the Ukrainian government. So again, come back to solution A. I'll just add a couple of other points. Yeah, that's right. So just come back to another couple of points that we were talking about the Russian economy earlier, and you know you're unpacking the GDP statistics in Russia, and of course they were looking very good for the last year or so. The reason they were looking so good was because the crisis they were engineering was driving up commodity prices globally, in particular the commodities they had an interest in. Now those, to my mind, those commodity prices look like they have peaked. Now they might not have peaked, you know, so but they will peak eventually, and Russia will have to reckon with this. What is happening as they drive those commodity prices up, as they are encouraging competitors to their supply into the market, and the downhill run from this, all of the tailwinds they've been getting from these rising commodity prices as commodity prices have gone up, and they've been unpackaging more and more damage in their region to demand, will all start to fall like a house of cards. New competitors to their key commodities will come into the market, prices will start to plummet, and all the GDP points they've been accruing just by the inflationary effect of commodity prices will all start to unwind, and they will start to have negative prints on inflation, and they will still have quite a high burden from their own interest rates. Although they've declined, they're still very high. And they're, you know, the fact that their economy is heading for the toilet can be seen by the speed of which interest rates have had to decline in the last 6 months or so. Thanks very much.
Very well said. Thank you for that. Michal, you had your hand up.
Yes, so just to follow up on the commodity prices note, well, you have to consider two things when it comes to Russia and how they've been propping up commodity prices. So first, there is the oil price cap, and despite all of the challenges of implementation, the discount, it doesn't really matter whether all countries subscribe to it or not, given that the countries involved in the oil trade with Russia and in the far east, that is to say China, to an extent Indonesia, also India, they've been getting even bigger discounts as the news of an oil price cap came about. So given that Russia simply cannot stop producing its oil because it would kill its budget pretty much immediately if you think about it. And also they would have to close down the wells, which would also mean that they would incur some additional costs. So the bottom line is that Russia has to produce here. It's just a result of game theory if you think about it. If Russia is a rational actor, that's a completely another thing to consider. But then again, it's pretty certain that commodity prices and especially oil prices have peaked, and from now on it's a downhill slope for Russia, as historically speaking 40 to 60% of its budget came from oil. In the previous years it was less, given lower oil prices, especially in 2020. Now it's even more, given that it has been even more than the previous year or so, given higher oil prices and also the general collapse of the Russian manufacturing sector. Because, well, as we all know, higher oil prices, especially in a petrol state like Russia, and the artificial appreciation of ruble essentially mean that all the other sectors in the Russian economy are hit hard with Dutch disease, and money instead of going to manufacturing and all of those ludicrous schemes of import substitution, is just going to the oil and gas sector, and it's in the span of the coming months and years, it's pretty much dead. The
Mikhail,
gas sector, yeah.
Mikhail, I love every possible granular breakdown of Russian economic implosion you can bring. This is what I read, listen to, and do for fun. Unfortunately, while you do as well, our audience is not quite as dorky as we are. So can we and they may not be following every detail you just gave us. So can we summarize this in two major points? If I understand you correctly, you're saying that they've got to pump the oil because they need their budget, but they're struggling even there, and the rest of their economy, especially their industrial manufacturing economy, keeled over dead. Am I catching what you just said in 2 or 3 sentences correctly?
Yes. The bottom line, yes. The bottom line here is that first the Russian is that Russia has to pump oil because it relies heavily on it in terms of its budget revenue, and any sort of backroom deal in the West, establishing a cartel, buying at a price cap. Russia just has to comply with it because it has literally no other choice in terms of actually producing value for the global economy and having any sort of budget revenue whatsoever. And the other thing is that because of high commodity prices, also married with sanctions, business retreats, and lack of any technological experts to Russia, the Russian manufacturing sector is literally dead. So what is left is oil and gas.
Mikhail, how do you contrast that with, say, while unfortunately huge numbers of their factories were destroyed by a bunch of invading Russian peoples, how would you contrast the level of expertise and skills of Ukrainians with that? If, say, I wanted to go build a factory in a non-sanctioned Ukraine that Europe wants to trade with, America wants to trade with, how do you contrast the level of ability of Ukrainians to field managers, factory workers, educated peoples to staff that factory of, say, steel or ball bearings for trains, high-end, newfangled but old-fashioned prosaic industrial stuff? If I want to do that in Ukraine, what are your views, even if it's a little speculative, on my ability to just hire people who can do that?
I'm definitely no expert when it comes to Ukrainian economy, but to the extent that I'm aware of, and also looking historically at the economic history of the Soviet Union, pretty much all of the high-end industry was located either in the Baltics or in Ukraine. And given that there is legacy technical education system that was left from the time of the Soviet Union, and that was pretty much on par with the rest of the world, if of the with the west of the Western world, if not better in some respects. So there is that. Also, you have to consider that for the past 10 years, there was a great deal of integration between the EU and the Ukraine, especially when it comes to human capital. So you saw quite a lot of Ukrainians studying in the EU and then coming back to Ukraine. So there shouldn't be any human capital issue per se in establishing facilities, especially when it comes to industrial automatics. Now, obviously, there was, and it has to be considered, some great human outflow, or some great human capital outflow, and that's totally understandable given how many Ukrainian refugees are right now on the EU soil. But you always have to consider the other risks associated with doing business in a war-torn country, um, that may yield an investment in eastern Ukraine not necessarily lucrative as of now. It may not apply to investments in the western part of the country, especially on the border with Poland. And there are some companies and conglomerates, especially joint ventures with governments, at least plans to build facilities. There have been also in the Ukrainian media some ideas of creating, let's say, something along the lines of special economic zones, like in China on the EU border, or maybe on the EU side, and a deal could be made with Slovakia or Poland or potentially Romania to transfer some of the tax revenue from those special economic zones to the Ukrainian government, if it would be a joint venture between a Ukrainian company and an EU company. So there is always that, and I feel like going forward in the coming months, it would be the safest route to invest in Ukraine.
Thank you, Mikhail. Do appreciate that. Yeah. So for those of us in the audience who don't know our finance terms, human capital is just how good workers are and how many workers you have in your system. And for a brief aside, many of us here, me included, and the Ukrainians I talk to, see in a post-war world, many Ukrainians want to return to their country. However, we do see that when Russians do get education outside of Russia, and often when they get education in Russia's math and sciences universities that are still, some of them are still quite good, and they go work outside Russia, they do not want to go back to Russia because, well, they're not paid well in Russia. So I would point out that for all the Ukrainians making connections, getting education, trying to live their lives outside Ukraine right now, I think that there is a possibility in a nice regrowing Ukrainian economy that this could actually be a boon, as hopefully many of them will be able to return home once housing and jobs can be rebuilt, reprovided, and this will be, in fact, a multiplier effect for Ukraine. I know that's not your specialty, but thank you for your brief explanation in the Soviet history, and sort of also explains well why we see a huge divergence in sort of the workers and education, human capital. We've seen since 1990s of, say, where Poland and Ukraine and other countries have gone versus where the other guy has gone. Doma, do you know the order of hands? We have 4 people with hands up, and I have no clue who went first.
Finance, I'll go with Nina, who I think has a to-the-point question, and then to Brad, and then to Jim. Nina.
Hi, Domin, and thank you. Thank you all. Talking about the Russian economy and industry, which has been heavily relying on the Western components and parts, especially these chips, for example. I'm thinking about the future of Russia if they are continuing this and not the sanctions are not lifted, and also we in the Western world don't want to work with them. So how do you see like China being able to replace the Western world's capability to to provide Russia with these parts that their industry is lacking? And also, I think it's not only the car industry; there are many industries that are relying on the Western components. And as I understand, also the oil industry has something to do with those. So, thank you for if you can answer this question. Thank you.
Well, the Chinese production quality for those specialty components and high precision components generated in Western economies, and specifically a few countries having specialized on such machine tools, which then in turn create high precision components. The Chinese can't do it. That may sound strange to you, but they just can't. And they have proven that they can't. They've tried heavily. They tried even stealing things. And just like the Soviet-occupied zone called the GDR produced a lot of copies of certain products, they never managed to innovate. The Chinese do not innovate. Their quality management sucks. In say brief terms, I could elaborate on this and write a thesis about it if necessary. And there have been theses written about it. And there's many intelligence reports written about it, both public and most likely very non-public. However, the quality of their production capacity for these matters is abysmal by comparison. They may, in future, improve. They may not. It's highly unlikely that they will, because in an authoritarian system, such innovation is highly unlikely to grow by itself. Such dedication to quality management is highly unlikely to occur because they're not operating in a very competitive market where customers actually do guide them, but they're only selling on price competition and on monopolistic market segment competition matters. They try to occupy a market segment wherever they can, rather than actually improve the market and propel it forward. But those aspersions cast aside, the Chinese may, of course, as a consumer and as a buyer of natural resources, do replace the West. That's fair enough. And that may not be so bad. Don't forget, the Russians will have to pay reparations. And these reparations, by the way, and this is where I would like to steer it back briefly to conclude that segment, and I think this will appeal also to Canberra, those reparations cannot easily be paid by Russia if it doesn't generate anything. So if they generate, in some shape or form, a bit of natural resources to pay reparations, it will take them a long time to create those. At the same time, the US Treasury holds the foreign reserves. And they can hold them as collateral until such reparations as determined after the war will be paid. And if Russia fails to pay reparations, they will be additionally penalized, i.e. taxed. And this basket of reserves can serve also as collateral for loan guarantees at very amenable terms, in addition to further grants by international institutions as well as governments to Ukraine in order to help it dig itself out by growing after the war has ended and they reconstitute themselves. There is a pot of money, it can act as collateral, and it will never have to be given to Russia unless Russia pays reparations in the appropriate amount. There you close the loop, and you don't have to demand additional collateral. You can provide collateral. You have collateral. How about that?
How about that? Yes, good.
That's for Canberra. Sorry, Nina, it's for Canberra. Sorry.
Okay. Just a very quick follow-up.
Nina, can we go to your follow-up in just a second? Canberra, please.
Well, I guess the issue would be whether a court would allow that security to be used for loan guarantees, because that is support for a government, not, you know, I absolutely agree they can freeze that money forever, waiting for reparations cases to go through the court system. You know, provided the claims are lodged, that money will stay frozen forever and out of Russian hands, you know, possibly for 100 years. But I don't believe that it can be used as collateral for loan guarantees, because that would be a benefit to another sovereign government, and I believe that would be a breach of the SIA.
How about an international say conference afterwards?
Yeah. Well,
a donor conference which then says, by the way, we hereby lay claim to this.
Yes. So that would
take
require
50 nations. Take
absolutely.
50 nations.
Yep.
They claim to it.
Absolutely. So an international court jurisdiction which says, and I absolutely believe this is the route that has to be taken. There has to be some sort of international court process that's established that calls Russia out for these crimes, and all of the evidence has to be laid bare, and that court needs to basically put a caveat over those assets, and then they have to, of course, the problem is that the instrument we're currently dealing with is a very blunt instrument. It's the blunt instrument of the US Treasury, who has secured these assets and taken them out of the possession of the Russian government to deal with. And they have done it on essentially a presidential order, which is quite a tenuous instrument. So what we need is something in place by an international court jurisdiction straight away to put a caveat on those assets, so that should, you know, there be some political upheaval in the US, that money doesn't recourse automatically back to the Russian government in the meantime while these matters are being sorted out. I've got more to say, a little bit more to say about sanctions and commodity prices, but I'll leave that response so that other people can have their say about other matters. Thanks.
Yeah, I will say, Canberra, that part of why I regularly push things that move custody to Ukraine now, doesn't even have to be the entire amount. If their level of deficit is about 5 billion USD a month, and clearly moving 50 or 60 billion USD US dollars worth of currency would cover them for about a year or 10 months to a year. So that would be highly useful. Moving 100 billion would let them pay off a bunch of their debt and cover them for almost a year, aka possibly, hopefully, till the end of the war. And then there would still be $100 billion to work at. But the other reason I suggest moving custody is in financial law, custody is 90% of the law, and it gets you around all of the very, very significant and well-founded worries of what happens in a political upheaval scenario, in a legal argument scenario where if custody temporarily reverts to the Russians, all it takes to move custody is a couple guys on their computer hitting, one guy hits 3 keystrokes, one guy approves it with another couple keystrokes, and billions of dollars can move like that, right? And you know, the way to do that is, you know, if Congress passes the law, billions of dollars move, then fine. The Russians can fight it out in U.S. court for the next 2 years, but the money's moved. The game's been played. Like, there's not much they can do at that point of the argument. So, which is why I suggest things that actually move the custody quickly and succinctly. And given that our Congress is behind declaring Russia a terrorist state, I don't think will be a big lift to get our Congress to suggest this sort of action either, because as we've said regularly, in a bizarre moment of bipartisanship here, not here, I'm not in the US right now, but in my home country, the US, the US is bipartisan on Ukraine. We'll take it. It's the only thing the US appears to be bipartisan on right now, but if they're going to be bipartisan on anything, fighting genocide and supporting Ukraine in this war, that's about as good as it gets. So that's why I like the custody
Yeah,
types
we need to get onto the US Congress very quickly about moving such an act, and work out, because of course the wheels of US Congress move very, very slowly. So, to get an act through both houses of US Congress, you'd want to be doing that like right now, so that
we actually are working with a couple of people who do appear on this space, are doing what they can to try to move stuff along, but it is what it is. Sadly, all of US Congress does not sound like Representative Kinzinger, who would basically be handing our entire ATACMS arsenal to Ukraine right now if we could.
I'd vote for Vice President Kinzinger.
I would vote for him too. That said, I believe we've got a couple other hands waiting. Let's go to Brad, then Jim, then Mikhail, our panelist.
Okay, so this idea of taking Russian assets, central bank assets, and transferring them to Ukraine, I think is a really bad idea. Obviously, we want Ukraine to be supported. We're committed financially as a country and as an alliance of countries to supporting them. But one of the reasons that we can do that is because we do a lot of deficit spending. And why can we do deficit spending? Well, it's because we have the world's reserve currency, right? How many countries have their central bank assets deposited in the United States? It's a lot, right? To the extent that all of a sudden it becomes known, and you can imagine the type of propaganda that would come out from Russia and China about this. It's like, oh, if you deposit your central bank assets in the United States, you know that they can seize them, right? They've done it before. And so why don't you come to China and do a yuan denominated issuance, for your sovereign debt, which, has been happening. And, as we look at the Chinese bond markets, they're nothing to scoff at. They're not nearly as liquid and they're not nearly as large as the US dollar bond market, but they've been growing significantly. And so the last thing that we want to do in the face of an emerging China is give, especially countries in Africa, an excuse like, maybe we can do a bond deal in China. I actually posted to the Nest Russian corporates, with the US and Euro bond markets essentially closed to Russian corporates. They're turning to the Chinese yuan as a place where they can issue corporate bonds. And so I think that that's deeply problematic. Next comment is on why Russia has to keep pumping. Yes, they need revenue, but also they can't stop because so many of their wells are in permafrost. And as many of you may know, when you pump oil and gas, there's also a significant amount of water that comes out of the ground. And to the extent that you let a borehole freeze, that thing's going to be a mess for a long time. And essentially you would need Western technology. You need to get a big company to come, Schlumberger or whoever, to come in and help you work that stuff out. The last time this happened, to my knowledge, when Russia had wells freeze, and I'm trying to remember, I think it was during the Russian debt crisis in the late 90s, they had some wells that were stopped up and frozen for like 20 years. So they have to keep pumping. The next thing is I've got two questions for Michal. Am I pronouncing that right, Michal?
Yes, you nailed it.
Okay, perfect. So, so you mentioned on the price caps that we were already starting to see essentially the discount between Russian oil and Brent crude prices get deeper. Is that correct?
Yes, that's very much correct.
Okay, so I disagree with that. Based upon the data that I have now, granted, my data is only through like maybe the third week of August, and I'm having a difficult time getting more updated data. It's the Ural Brent crude discount, right? Right after Russia invaded Ukraine, the discount was like $35. So for every barrel of oil that the rest of the world was, selling at $100, Russia was having to take a $35 discount and sell it at $65. And what we've seen recently was that price discount went to like $35, but more recently it's been dropping. So the most recent stuff that I've seen is that discount is now like $18.50, which if you take Russia's production price of an average, well, it's $44 for offshore, $42 for onshore. Let's just call it $43. And let's round up the 18.5 to 19. That means that their break-even cost is $62. So any price above $62 still makes money for them. But as we saw several years ago, oil prices can drop below 50 at times. So, there we may reach a point where it's no longer profitable for them. But given the volatility in the market, it's doubtful that that will occur anytime soon. So my question is, do you have more updated data on the Ural discount rate that would essentially corroborate your point? Next question is, what do you think about yuan denominated debt? And do you have any thoughts on Russia potentially doing sovereign bond issuance in yuan, which in my opinion just sounds like propaganda to me. But if it's the real deal and you have data on that or on other corporate bond issuance within China, that'd be very interesting to me.
Okay, so on the oil price cap note, actually, it would be surprising to see a steep discount increase in August, given that in August, well, the whole thing was still in the works. Right now, it's still in the
I
works.
have the data in the thread. You can go through and see my post there.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that afterwards. But here, the bottom line is that yes, the discount has decreased till August. It really depends on contract to contract. You have to consider that Indians who have been buying Russian oil in bulk have been negotiating bigger discounts, $25 to $30 throughout. Well, when it comes to spot prices, well, yes,
That's actually not entirely true. There were some recent Indian contracts that were essentially bought at market rates. I have the data on that too.
Okay, sure. But then again, after the announcement of the oil price cap, the Indonesians have managed to get a comparable discount to the ones that they've been getting at the very beginning of the war. That is to say, around $30. That's one thing. The other thing is that, well, the Russians, as you have said, will have to pump the oil, and as oil price cap is implemented, the buyers will have, especially the buyers in the Far East, who have not subscribed to the cap, and the Russians have already announced that they won't sell any oil to the countries that are actually subscribed to the oil price cap, will have then greater leverage, and as they get greater leverage on the buyer's side, it's way more likely that the discount will increase, and we in oil futures we already see the effect of oil price cap as the prices of oil futures drop to around 80 82 in the contracts for the coming months. So that's one thing. I would also like to circle back on a very short note to the issue of the semiconductors. Well, the Russian chip industry is pretty much dead. The production dropped 95%. All the major chip producers, like Angstrom T, are essentially bankrupt at this point. The Russian processors were either produced domestically with Western equipment, and as Western companies such as ASML, which produce chip lithography, which is then used to actually design and manufacture chips, have withdrawn from Russia, there is literally no chance for Russia to recover from this chip crisis. Well, you see the reports of Russian using dishwasher chips in military equipment and so forth. Well, these are very anecdotal examples, but they are telling insofar as Russian chip industry is pretty much dead, especially as they manufactured most of their high-end processors not domestically but in Taiwan, and Taiwan also refuses to trade with them as of now. Also, the dependencies. It's an issue for a completely different thread, but the dependencies also include metal machine parts, and here China just cannot possibly substitute for Germany. China has about 10% share in metal machine parts. Germany has 25. Italy has 10. When it comes to ball bearings, China is below 8% in the trade share with Russia. Same goes for combustion engines. China is below 14%, and so forth. I could go on and on, but here, given all the logistical constraints of actually transporting all of that equipment from the Asian part of Russia, from the Far East to the European side, where most of the value is created, also the problems with containers that Russia has. Russia has a great container shortage, which means that the shipping rates from Vladivostok to Shanghai increased sixfold since the beginning of the war. You have all of those issues that Russia right now has, both logistical and related to sanctions and business withdrawals, that create a very gloomy picture for Russia when it comes to both chips, industrial automatics, in general high-end parts that they cannot produce at home. And as the inventories deplete, you will see, because it's pretty much inevitable, a great decline in Russian manufacturing, and in some ways we've already seen that when it comes to car manufacturing, which is one of the more complex processes when it comes to supplying all of those parts along the supply chain. And just returning to the issue of corporate bonds. Well, I think that in this very case, well, China's yuan is still not global reserve currency and probably won't be, and it's highly unlikely that CPC's currency will be recognized as a meaningful store of value, especially given that I'm taking aside the corporate bonds issue, but talking in general, especially of Russia's reserves in China, to withdraw that about $100 billion that they have in yuan, they have to seek the agreement with China's government. And in a time of crisis, well, it's not necessarily certain that China will grant that agreement to withdraw some of that money to Russia, and it gives them some great bargaining power to actually leverage on Russia to get, well, then again, better commodity deals or potentially some political influence in the country.
Thank you. I agree with that. I think, though, that tighter relationship, and I would say more exploitative, abusive relationship between China and Russia is all but inevitable. So anyway, it's interesting.
Thank you, Brad.
All right, let's go to Jim and then to Canberra. Jim.
Yeah, thanks, guys. We've been talking about sanctions. We've been talking about forcing Russia to make reparations. And yeah, forcing Russia to do anything is not easy. I mean, they are a signatory to one act that I think could make a big difference, but it will require huge political will. Brad and Alex and Canberra have all spoken very well about the importance of protecting property rights. The whole of the Enlightenment, the whole of our way of life is based around John Locke's principle. You can't, if you own something, It cannot be taken away from you. And of course, a dictator like Russia's society is able to use that power of the West against it, right? That in Russia they would just force it through. In the West, we need courts to decide it. Dermot, is there anyone else on the panel, by the way, who is an international lawyer? Because this is the question. Dermot, I think you are, aren't you? You sound like
I'm not a lawyer in the slightest.
Okay, well, there is.
I may be able to help, Jim.
Yeah, the convention I'm referring to that Russia has ratified is the 99 United Nations Charter on the financing of terrorism, right? And that has mechanisms within it to via the International Court of Justice, also United Nations Court, to force through reparations, confiscations, but only if Russia is made to be or assigned to be a terrorist state. Now, I suspect that Joe Biden is holding that back as the final sanction, right? If you go over the red line, and I think we all know what those are without having to bring them up again, Russian talking points, then he will take that step, because what it will mean is that any British court, US court, French court is able to look at a court of justice, the Hague ruling on confiscation of property as a terrorist financier. So I think that's the only way I think it can happen with with sufficient speed to actually get the money to Ukraine. Would you agree?
My comment on that would be with speed and legitimacy. I do agree with Canberra's comment on the need for an international court that has legitimacy, such that this reputational issue does not arise. And I know that sounds mean, but the reputation of the U.S. dollar, the confidence in the U.S. dollar, is something to consider here. But
Yeah, I was about to hit the same spot yet again, and that is that this has to be. I don't think that we will end up with the International Court of Justice. I don't think this is this specific version of dealing with a genocidal regime cannot be dealt with by the current institutions, unfortunately. It requires a conference, and that's a conference for the reconstruction of Ukraine and the assessment of the genocidal crimes of a regime which unfortunately is part of the UN Security Council and therefore cannot be defeated in the institutional buildup, because they've followed their old Bolshevik model by means of integrating themselves just enough in order to block everything. And for that, a coalition which is large enough and has, say, 50 plus countries, nation states amongst them, many of whom are participants in the most important international organizations and have an absolute overweighting influence therein, as well as represent the vast majority of the GDP created on the planet, still, despite China. Such coalition would be able to have such legitimacy because it is the coalition of the free world. And this is how this has to be dealt with. This has to be a classic George C. Marshall, organized and with Churchillian gusto and communication skill advertised conference. This is where the White House, Ms. von der Leyen, and a few politicians who by then I hope are in charge will have to stand up and deliver a clear message, which is where you want to see the leaders of Japan, South Korea, the Anzacs, to weigh in and say, no more, this is it. And that's where the G7, by the way, plays a role. And the question is, what will China wish to play? Do they want to be oblivious? Then they will have to be excluded. And that's a decision the free world has to make. This decision is about freedom, legitimacy, and the future of this planet.
Thank you, Axel. Let's go to Alexander Bacchus, our panelist, who has his hand up.
Thanks, Finance. I think, actually, you bring up a great point, and I want to sort of anchor our conversation a little bit further, right? As paradoxical as it sounds, if we look, we're constantly, discussing here in our group here. We're discussing, we're sort of grokking towards, and we're trying to look for precedent or some kind of legal framework or legally currently existing situation to ameliorate this war and to ameliorate the kinds of unresolved issues we have with reparations to Ukraine. But I want to remind the audience here that this is a brand new type of event. And the way it's being carried out is also brand new. So while we don't have an exact precedent, we don't have an exact pattern to follow today, we have a pattern framework from the past. So if we look at post-World War II sort of events, right? None of the things like United Nations and the way the world organized itself and the way the Federal Reserve played their large role in the rebuilding of the world post-World War II, those things also did not exist, right? We are now jumping off points and saying, okay, well, what's the current situation? What's the current legal framework? There's no good answer. There's no clear-cut answer. We're going to rely on Congress and all this other stuff. All of that is true, right? But notwithstanding all of the stuff that happened after World War II, it was brand new. We developed this, right? And so the same thing is going to happen with the situation if, as Ukraine wins territories and wins back things, the decisions that we make, the new laws that we create, the new frameworks that are going to appear, they're going to be net new, right? That's the pattern that we should be looking at and not finding, which specific sort of nerdy legal venue is going to be the first to break the camel's back. There's going to be lots of these little venues that are going to be the firsts, right? And it's all going to compound in a brand new way of thinking about, punishing a major state actor when it tries to commit a genocide, right, on its own. And I think that's we have to sort of let go of trying to maneuver only in the current existing framework and sort of imagine as to how is it going to look like? How is the post-war security and financial world, including inflation, including paying back reparations, how is that going to look for? And start build on those ideas. And so that's just my sort of quick comment on the last little bit that we've been talking about.
I think that's an excellent question. I think Mr. Fraser, who is a businessman in Ukraine himself, might have a couple ideas. So, Jim, I'd actually like to pull you in.
Can I jump to Canberra first, Finance? Sorry.
Sure.
Is that right? Canberra.
I just want to address a couple of issues that Brad raised. The first one is the issue of sovereign risk, which I don't believe is an issue in this case. So he talked about, the risk is that the US government makes some crazy decision and everybody then stops using the US dollar as a reserve currency. The fact is that sovereign nations have to make a choice between other nations to act as the reserve currency. And at the moment, they vote with their feet. The amount of foreign currency reserves that are held in yuan as of April 2022, after all these sanctions have been introduced against China, against Russia, and all the threats of secondary sanctions and all that sort of thing, they'd risen to the absolute peak they'd ever been, and that was 2.79% of global reserves, right? So that's central banks, the money they keep in yuan, 2.79% globally. So there's not some wall of money heading for the Reserve Bank of China. Now, and when you want to make a choice as a government, one of the things you're weighing up is are there checks and balances? And one of the things I've been talking about, the main barrier I see to this strategy of change of custody is actually the US Supreme Court. And of course, that's why everybody, holds their reserve currency in US dollars, because there are these checks and balances, and they are quite, despite the imperfections of them, they are quite independent of each other and often in conflict. And if you want to find a government, if you want to see an example of the sort of risks you take with parking your financial leverage with a nation like China, you just need to ask the people of Sri Lanka how they feel about the infrastructure, the Belt and Road deal they've done, and the debt deals they've done with China. We would just want to park that argument, because that is, a secondary argument. It's not going to be material. I just want to come to this other issue that, Michelle was really accurately explained. There was a lot of discussion about sanctions and about, whether they're really having an effect, or whether Russia's getting around them. That's the implication of the question about the narrowing of the gap between the actual price paid by nations and the benchmark oil price. So sanctions do not stop trade, right? People will always get around sanctions. What sanctions do is they levy a cost on the nation that is sanctioned. Now, Russia would like to make out that cost is actually being levied on Europe because of higher fuel and oil prices. So I just want to give you an example. So the spot gas price went up 5 times its level in about the space of 3 or 4 months. It went up from something like $200 a tetric foot, or up to 1,000. I can't remember the exact unit of measure, but it went up 5 times. Now, all of this angst in Germany about increased energy prices going into winter, just recently the German regulatory body came down with the approved price increases for German energy providers. And the amount was about €500 a year, right, for each consumer, which is about €10 a week. So for all of the angst about the increased cost of energy, the actual increased cost paid bore nothing in relation to the spot price movement. And so this leads on to this issue about, why is this? And the answer is because the actual supply to the globe of energy hasn't really decreased. And the oil market is a really good example. So when you're saying, these nations are, that the gap is narrowing between the spot price and what Russia received, what that really means is all of Russia's oil is still getting onto the global market. And the only thing that's changing is the price Russia receives. And that is why the oil and gas prices are heading down, because most of that energy is getting onto the global market. And it is that, to the extent that prices are increasing, it's encouraging new suppliers into the market. But what it is not doing, right, is providing Russia with the full value of those price increases, because those price increases are being passed on to intermediaries like India, and we heard previously about the Lithuanian benchmark or whatever. So Lithuania was getting a cut. It's being passed on to various corrupt officials who are arranging these deals on the black market. But what is not occurring is it's not going at 100% freight into the production of tanks and armaments for the Russian Federation. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Canberra. And as you noted, we will now park it. We will go on to Jim, and we will focus on the reconstruction of Ukraine. Right, Finance? Jim.
Yeah, fascinating discussion, and thanks, Canberra, for bringing that up. I mean, clearly, the yuan is not going to become the world's reserve currency, because the people want a safe place. They want a safe haven for their cash, and you can only get that in a place where there is the rule of law. And it goes back to our previous discussion. There is not in China, and anyone who's traded currencies knows that sterling, Swissies, and the US dollar are safe havens. So going to the point about sanctions that Canberra also raised, that Russia's ability, Russia's pricing itself out of the market, right? And that Schlumberger won't get the oil out of the ground. They have to take a deep discount on their exports. And even more than that, Ukraine is inflicting a deep discount on their second major export market, which is defense, right? That Ukraine has proven, as have US weapons, that Russia's defense export revenue stream is defunct. It's broken, if not destroyed. Who's going to buy Russian weapons now? And go back to the rule of law briefly on the previous conversation. Ukraine has challenged Russia on reparations in 2017 using that same United Nations Treaty on the financing of terrorism in 2017 for the invasion of Crimea and the invasion of Donbass. So there is a legal framework, and I'm a believer in precedent. I think all people who follow the Enlightenment are. I don't think we need a new system of justice. We have one. Just make Russia a state sponsor of terrorism. We can use that ratified act. It's ratified by everyone except 8 countries: Burundi, Chad, Iran. Russia signed it. They are party to it, and then it's a question of enforcement. And we'll come on to the redevelopment of Ukraine in a sec. Thanks, guys.
Well, just jump in. I don't want to just poo-poo China's the UN as an international currency. Yet there is an international board game association that could possibly replace the monopoly money with UN. That might be a more appropriate use for it. I'm not sure. I'm not an economist. That maybe finance some use for it.
We missed you, Yehuda.
Well, I missed you guys too. I will be heading back home today, so that will be nice.
Nice to have you back, Yehuda. I actually think Alex Bacchus might be an interesting man to hear from regarding what Jim just said, and for discussing the rebuilding of Ukraine. Might have some thoughts, Alex.
The land of opportunity, Alexander.
I'm trying to fix my audio issues. Am I still being heard?
You're good, Alex.
Good.
Yeah.
Alex, while you do that, let me give food for thought, because there's an interesting article that someone sent me. Supposedly it was like a gotcha article. It was by some strange person, Rubenstein, I think, calls himself the Mexican journalist, the real Rubenstein. He's attacking our friend Oz Chatterjee, who is a big supporter of Ukraine, a British journalist on the left, who calls out stuff when he sees it, and this is, he's consistent. Sorry, your mic's hot, Alex. So he posted an article that was rather funny. He called Ukraine is the new big Israel, and all of this talk of rebuilding after a war. And he was actually writing it. The article that was quoted was kind of making fun of Ukraine, as if rebuilding yourself after being facing annihilation is a bad thing. And this guy is a total. Everything he writes is right from the Kremlin, whether he's paid for them or not. Just a useful idiot. But it's one of those strange things that we're talking about rebuilding, talking about role models and maps. Ukraine has demonstrated itself on a much bigger scale than, say, for example, even Israel, for fighting against all odds to win. And now, regardless of internal politics, I'm not going to get into the Middle East debate. I'm just talking about the simple fact that several militaries tried to destroy one country. In this case, one very big military tried to destroy Ukraine, and Ukraine is on the cusp of it's going to win its land back, and when it's going to rebuild, it'll rebuild back bigger than ever and better, and it'll mitigate any future Russian dreams and sick fantasies of expansionism. So on that note, I'll pass to our good friend Alex.
Yeah, I think there's the classic debate on useful idiots and things like that, and I think that's a interesting sort of analogy and metaphor that stems from the Soviet Union. And I think there's some critiques that the space has received and things like that for inviting voices that are not only Ukrainian. And I think I think there's a thing to be said overall that there's no good Russians, but there's sometimes useful Russians. And in that space, I think Rubinstein is trying to be a useful idiot for Russia for whatever reason, right? I'm not familiar with what he's saying about Oz, but looking at his Twitter thread, it just looks like a copy paste from all the other things that the Kremlin wants to say, right? So I think it's if we go back and sort of center about two things. One thing is, the first comment was, if I understand it correctly, that hey, we don't need to develop any new frameworks. There's already one there, and even Russia signed on to it, which is the state-sponsored terrorism. I think that could be, in fact, I think if I understood you correctly there, I think that could actually be that first step, that first straw that will break the camel's back. It could be the jumping off point. It could be the foundational stone where we start. But we will. It's a non-negotiable. We will develop as the 21st century goes. Ukraine is fighting a new type of war, right? And everyone's talking about it. It's a trench war, but drones and electronic warfare and information warfare, like past history, does not apply, right? We see patterns. They tend to sort of rhyme, but they do not exactly repeat, right? And so, my point there is, yes, we will use existing frameworks as jumping off points, but take heed, and everyone that wants to move this milestone forward, we have to focus, and we have to focus on what are we going to do, and how are we going to define the 21st century, and how are we going to build this new framework to prohibit even further, right? Because just going again, I think I posted this yesterday or the day before. There's this phenomenal Twitter account, for the Auschwitz Memorial, right? And every day they post stories about, please go and follow them, right? You'll find out all these stories about how the people were affected, and individual stories about whether somebody made it out or perished in the concentration camps, and the types of suffering that they were brought to, right? And juxtapose that reality of the sort of memorial is posting these stories, and here we have live the same shit happening again, right? And so we have this memorial in order to remind us to never again, and yet again is very much alive and happening, right? And so we must move this forward. Like, this cannot be just another slogan that we talk about, lest we forget, or never again. Like, those have just turned into platitudes, right? And so we must transform Ukraine into the land of opportunity, right? We must show this as this is the new foundational, like Timothy Snyder says, that Ukraine is so central to world development that it frequently is missed for that reason, and we fail to pay attention. And so now we need to sort of concentrate and underline that, yes, Ukraine will be central to 21st century. Her success will be central to 21st century, and her rebuilding will define how the 21st century is going to go, and how we're going to sort of use that as a platform for better governance for all, right? And whether democracy and the rule of law and commerce, investment, and growth and progress is something that we want to pursue more of, versus autocracy, dictatorship, and all this other bullshit. So I think that's I think I know we want to talk about redevelopment, and I think there's all kinds of nerdy stuff that we can discuss about the needs and I would love to move the conversation there, but that's my shtick for now.
I
Alex,
think
I'll
that's
even
exactly
say
where we
that.
need to go.
I'll even say this: for every Russian neo-Nazi who trolls the Auschwitz Memorial Twitter page, for every Russian neo-Nazi who laughs and makes a joke about it, if they think, or if those stories and those black and white photos of Holocaust survivors, either in a concentration camp or those strange one-off black and whites that show them before the Holocaust began, if that bothers them, wait till they see what the world does with the Ukrainian genocide. Wait till they see that there won't be black and white photos that look obscure and old. There will be pictures of people's kids playing today. There'll be videos, and then the follow-up story about how the Russians murdered them. If they thought that the video documentary evidence and the photographic documentary evidence of Jewish victims of the Holocaust, if that bothers them because it highlights the inhumanity of the dictator and the tyrant and those that support them, wait till they see what the world brings down on them now, because we will make sure there will be not just the existing frameworks used, there will be all sorts of organizations and all sorts of frameworks and international treaties that go after Russia for reparations, for memorializing the murdered Ukrainians and mass graves. We said this 4 or 5 months ago. This isn't the end of it. It's just the beginning. You're going to find more and more mass graves once the Russians get kicked out, and lo and behold, it's exactly what we found. More and more mass graves. The Russians can't hide from truth. They can hide from Putin, but they can't hide from the truth. And it's going to come out, and you're going to see it. And it's going to be painful. And, it's the fault of humanity writ large for letting never again be again, because that's what it is. And we need to show and we need to demonstrate just as forcefully after the destruction of the Nazis that there is no dividend that you can glean from from uh, from committing genocide. There were many Nazis that escaped and helped build other countries. That won't happen this time. I suspect everyone involved, everyone who profiteered from this genocide, will be hunted down to their very last days, and they'll have the help of the whole world this time. Obviously, minus the usual suspects, North Korea, Iran, and the relevant countries. But it's gonna. You'll see a major shift because people have access to the internet. People have access to what's going on. You can't avoid it. You can't turn on social media without seeing it. And everyone has social media these days. This isn't 1946 where not everyone read the newspaper or didn't care. Now everyone, it permeates our lives, and that'll have an effect that Russia has never ever expected. They are international pariahs, and they will be for generations to come. Just wanted to add that on to Alex. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Huda. That's the correct insight to be having here. Jim.
Oh, you're exactly right. When Russia collapses, as it will, where will they run? There'll be no boys in Brazil. Do they really want to go and live in North Korea or Iran, which won't last very long when Russia's gone anyway? They certainly don't. So to Alex's point, I agree. We've been talking about the negative or the limitations of the negative power of the West, right? Around the rule of law, reparations, the hundreds of billions of dollars frozen around the world of Russian money. But I agree. Let's talk about the positive power of the West, which is the power to rebuild Ukraine, which is unlimited, right? And it's something that Russia and any other dictatorship cannot compete with. The power of the market, the power of every individual to work hard, in enabling Ukraine to reach its full potential, not just as a sort of a slightly derogatory breadbasket of Europe that's always been regarded as, but as an economic powerhouse, as an IT machine, which it already is. So I agree. We don't necessarily need a new legal framework. We have the United Nations, but a new Marshall Plan. We can call it the General Austin Plan, Axel, to rebuild Ukraine. Just like I think the US put $1 trillion into Afghanistan. It won't take half that to rebuild Ukraine as a powerhouse, and where people want to go live, where people want to create businesses, and it can happen. It can happen very quickly.
And it won't even just be it'll be a combined effort from all across Europe as well. Europeans benefit the most from a reinvigorated, powerful Ukraine for many reasons, not just economic, but militarily, politically, a bevy of reasons. Brad.
Brad, you might have some interesting ideas on especially in rebuilding, given what you do. Love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah. So when Alexander says that reconstruction of Ukraine is essentially a pivot point in the history of the next 100 years for the world, it sounds hyperbolic, right? That said, I think he could be onto something from the standpoint of, we are at a autocracy/democracy crossroads, and the forces of autocracy have been making, to me they're not compelling arguments, but some people find them compelling. So to see, just from a model standpoint, to see how the West deals with an autocratic imperialistic threat, how they help a nation defend itself, and then how they transform that nation afterwards from a backwater former communist, early stage democratic state into the next Germany. That is a story that changes the world, for the next 100 years. And so the question that I have is, is that the right analogy? Could Ukraine be that next Germany? Why or why not? I don't have good answers to this because I don't have enough data. But if it were me involved, I would want to think about it from, okay, we need to. I love the idea of let's focus on the positive power. I think that's absolutely right. How are we going to transform Ukraine into just something that nobody could have expected 20 years ago? That's my question.
Hey, I'll take the first whack at that. I would love to hear Jim and anyone else who wants to as well. I would say that, on the one hand, pre-war Ukraine's population was, I want to say, a little over 45 million. Obviously, with so many displaced people, et cetera, that's dropped since then. But, if we say that Ukraine's population is something over 40 million, Germany's population is 85 million. So obviously, the total economic size hitting Germany would be really difficult because they would need GDP per capita to be twice Germany's, or they would need to have a baby boom of the world's most epic proportions in the modern world, which, if it happens, God bless. Certainly, Ukraine is a big enough country to hold that many people, but I can't predict that. But we could say very accurately that Ukraine might have a nice economic boom that would pull their GDP per capita, that's how much money their economy makes per person, closer to what Germany makes per person. Ukraine, pre-war, made at their best since the 2010s about 4,000 USD per person. Germany is at 45,000 per person. So, even getting to, so they could literally increase the size of their economy by a factor of 10. And they would still be 10% under the productivity of Ukraine. The United States is 63,000 USD per person, but even more unequal. So it gets a little iffy there when you start looking at output per person. But I think increasing the size of the Ukrainian economy by 10 is in fact a legitimate possibility if Ukraine modernizes to the point of a Western European to American, British level of economic activity. And a lot of that doesn't have to be foreign exports. Let's face it, in the case of America, much of our growth, for 70 years of post-war history occurred when we were a slight importer of foreign goods. So while Ukraine actually will have a strong export base because of their huge agricultural sector, which isn't going anywhere, that beautiful Ukrainian black soil will hopefully and as soon as possible be producing food for the world from now until kingdom come. And hopefully the Russian invaders will get off it and they will be able to demine it as efficiently as possible with as few lives lost as possible. Clearly, that's going to be a problem. But that Ukrainian black soil is going to keep producing way more food than Ukrainians can eat, which means lots of the rest of the world will be able to eat it, and that will help underlie their economic growth for everything else. And I do think that suggesting that this could be a pivot point where Ukraine goes from being an economic afterthought to a economy half the size of Germany's, sitting on the border of Russia with a military per capita something closer to Finland or even Israel. That's not an impossible outcome in the future, and I think that absolutely changes the way economically and geopolitically people think about the region for generations to come. And I think you're really onto something there. Let's go with Jim, whose hand up was first.
Just real quick, if I might respond to that. In addition to GDP growth, the major thing that I would be looking at is labor productivity growth, right? The other thing that I was thinking was, democracy is supposed to be pluralistic, and I just don't. If I were in charge of Ukraine, after this war is over, I would start thinking seriously about how do we fill Ukraine with more people? What is their population topped out at about 52 million, right? And now we're down to about 40.
So two things. One, actually, Yehuda, you've actually brilliant to speak on this.
I was going to say that I definitely suspect that, as in most post-war societies, especially ones on the Victoria side, you will see a huge baby boom in Ukraine. That won't matter for 20 years, but there would be no reason why that wouldn't happen. So I definitely would suspect a population explosion, a disproportionate increase by 2040 for sure. As is with most post-war societies do that in general, but especially ones who end up on top, as we knew this is Ukraine's World War III, right? This is Ukraine's where it's their coming of age for the ages rather. So I don't know. I think we have to not look at traditional models and mechanisms. I think we need to look at the as we say, force multiplier in the military, because when we look at things that aren't one for one, one of the force multipliers for productivity multipliers will be service-based, IT-based, all sorts of technological advancements that can be worked on, types of factories resettled in Ukraine from somewhere else or wherever, maybe even Russia, things that was looked at to be received from Russia could be gotten from Ukraine. I'm not an economist, but I suspect that since the smart people who know what's going on over in the economy world there will realize that they can't make up people overnight, but they certainly can help Ukraine to be more productive with what they have in the interim. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, thank you, Huda. Look, I think that this isn't a purely economics problem, and I think your history on baby booms is absolutely right. And I think Alex Bacchus wants to say something about this before we go to our other hands. Alex.
Yeah, I think a couple of points that I wanted to summarize. The sort of the apt comparisons as to post-World War II Germany. I think it's a really good analogy. I think a slightly better analogy might be post-World War II Britain. Majorly destroyed infrastructure, but then quickly rebuilt and lots of baby boom. If we don't consider the sort of export of industry of Britain towards the late 20th century, the middle pack of Britain doing really well post World War II. So I think that may be a more apt comparison in terms of the potential for Ukraine. The other part is, let's talk concrete details, right? Finance, you mentioned the black soil. This is something that Ukraine is sort of famous for. And one of the speakers sort of mentioned that the breadbasket is used in a derogatory way. I can tell you that Ukrainians do not perceive this in a derogatory way. We are very proud of our roots in terms of growing wheat and our culture of making bread. So that this is not at all an insult to us, just sort of sharing contextual, sort of cultural context there. And something that I think is necessary to understand as to the value and actually equity building in Ukraine, right? So currently, the way the current situation that's sort of what Ukraine does is they're really good at producing raw materials and raw goods, right? And until the war, it was a very strong industry for steel, you know, and you know, the coal mining industry was very strong, right? And all of those things are sort of left over from the Soviet Union. And were being exploited right now with Azov Steel and all the major other steel plants being essentially destroyed. There's no way for that to get rebuilt, right? And so Ukraine, as in the post-war effort, or you know, as it's inching towards victory, will need to have a brand new sort of approach, and that herein lies the sort of the devil is in the details. So I mentioned, and finance sort of alluded to this, that the production of raw materials and raw goods, right? And Ukraine is also a place that does final assembly. So a lot of the European Union business sort of comes to Ukraine because there's high technical skilled worker sets, relatively cheaper sort of costs for labor, and they do final assembly. But we, you know, anybody that's sort of in the finance and economy side of things, everybody knows that the real money is made in the processing. It's in the middle. It's taking that raw good, processing it, and then coming up with the final product, right? And so assembly can be done also in Ukraine because they're really good at that. They're really good at the raw material stuff, right? So the future success of post-war Ukraine needs to focus on that production capability, on the industry-wide, you know, taking of those raw resources from the black soil and other areas, combining it with the technology sector, with the IT strengths, and the high value placed in high education, taking that sort of knowledge and capital that we have from a talent and people perspective, and marrying that with the processing of those goods that we produce that are raw, in order to come up with a sort of more finished product, right? And that finished product needs to go on the export markets, right? So we're probably never going to, you know, in the next 40 or so years, there's going to be massive hesitation to trade with Russia on anything, right? So that consumption market has to go towards Europe. And the beautiful thing is, Europe's what, like 500 million or so people, far larger than Russia, right? So as long as businesses, as long as industry comes into Ukraine and doesn't want to sort of abuse it for just growing, you know, raw materials and exporting and doing the industrial work of processing it on the territories outside of Ukraine, if we can figure out a framework that allows for processing happen on Ukrainian soil, I think that's where the actual success can be had.
Another industry I think we're forgetting here, when no one's mentioned it, an enormous industry that will take root in a post-war Ukraine, which will lead the world, or not lead the world, but it'll be very high up in it, and it'll have a dual purpose. One, it'll provide jobs and increase GDP, but it'll also ensure Ukraine's continued survival. And that is a military industry, a weapons industry. Let's not make there's no bone, you can't make bones about it. You're going to see the people who've operated the weapons the best around the world. They're going to be getting factories to build those weapons to make sure that Russia doesn't do this again. Only looking to Israel, you can see it took Israel a certain amount of time to build it up, but Israel's a powerhouse in producing weaponry and sophisticated weaponry. I suspect Ukrainians have that in their future as well, and that's a big deal.
Yeah, and I think along with that, it's not just Europe that you can export to, right? There's a lot of people who used to buy a lot of different kinds of products, including raw materials from that country to the north of Ukraine, who has industrial destruction right now, and a lot of people aren't going to want to work with. And they're not just in Europe. So you're looking at Egypt, North Africa, the Middle East. And while they might not be everybody's favorite people, and they might even stay friendly to that country north of Ukraine, they're going to want better weapons, and they're going to want better raw materials. And they're going to want to buy from somebody, and they have money. And you know who they're going to have to buy from? Ukraine's going to be the kind of person they're going to want to buy stuff from. Even if you want to buy a nice, simple AK-47 platform, that might come from Ukraine now, and that will be a nice export. If you're selling them that, you can sell them finished products of other stuff, right?
France, 100%. I got to run right now, but I will say this: ATACMS, HIMARS, all these long-range systems, Bayraktars. I suspect the Ukrainians who've used them, understand them, will eventually produce their own types of weapons. And there you go. There's your answer. I'll be back later. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Yehuda. Mikhail, let's go to you, and then we'll go to the politics crone who has been waiting forever.
So, following up on the discussion of rebuilding Ukraine, well, I would like to just underscore one thing, looking at the past 3 decades of growth and sort of winning of Russian influence in Eastern Europe, and the general developmental frameworks, and the stories of how some countries which emerged from the Soviet Union succeeded, say Estonia or Latvia or Poland. Poland was never part of Soviet Union, but then again it wasn't communist bloc, and some countries sort of stagnated, like Ukraine. And there is one thing, obviously a lot of factors play into the current state of affairs, and how well, that's a matter of fact that Ukraine's GDP stagnated over the past 2 decades, also because of the war in Donbass. But one thing that Ukraine will have to do to bring over all of those Western investors, and sort of looking at the 1990s, 2000s, and 2010s in say Poland, all of those manufacturing companies who will set up high-end assembly lines and generate a lot of value added for the Ukrainian economy, is to have a right institutional arrangement, rule of law, law corruption, and dismantling the power of oligarchs. And all of these things, well, they will not be easy. But then again, in a post-war aftermath, when the central authority in Ukraine is reform-oriented and has the legitimacy to implement those reforms, and no Ukrainian government in the past 3 decades actually had the extent of legitimacy that the current government has, if all of those changes are implemented, then yes, Ukraine will indeed become an economic powerhouse, for a very simple fact that we are essentially taking off Russia of the equation, and you have all of those commodities in Ukraine, but also, well, Russia was pretty much an assembly line for all of those Western companies, and for that middle step between a middle step between becoming a high-end value-producing country, which will still take time, for that middle step of developing domestic industry with Western capital, Ukraine will be a perfect spot to do so. So I just wanted to underscore institutional arrangements and inclusive institutions, and I will also have to head off. So thanks for having me, guys. It was a pleasure to discuss it with you.
Thank you very much, Michał. Want to have you here as often as you can.
All right. The politics crone has been waiting forever, so let's go to them.
Hi, guys. Thank you. Really, really interesting discussion. I spent 20 years as a community development worker doing regeneration projects with quite all sorts of communities in the area. So although I kind of understand some of the high level finance stuff, I guess I come at it from a more grassroots up thoughts. So there's two things really that strike me that there's potential. One is about obviously harnessing as the communities come together to think, what kind of Ukraine do we want to live in? What does that look like? And obviously so many of Ukrainians, we've already talked about the tech industry, are so very, very adaptable. So there's two bits in that. One is around Ukraine, sort of the physicality of rebuilding, and the potential as we look at moving away from fossil fuels, and about kind of that sort of green energy, public transport, all the things that could be done and often are not done in, or it's proving to be very difficult to do, certainly when I think about in the UK, because just our infrastructure and in some ways, because so much has been destroyed, it's almost not quite a blank piece of paper, but not far off. So therefore, there's the potential of what the Ukrainian tech industry that could harness with the industrial, that could rethink and look at and build a kind of greener, renewable country that then harnesses its natural resources. Look at all the water. You've got water-based hydrogen electricity. There's a company in Italy that are doing some really amazing, innovative work. So there's all sorts of things in that, but then also within the community and that element of reunification, that for 8 years the Donbass has been under the cosh of Russia, and was already, although it was industrial, was in some ways poorer than Western Ukraine. If I've got that right, I think, I'm not sure.
No,
So what does that look like?
That's actually backwards. I'm sorry. If you look at the
Am I
regional GDP per capita,
Okay.
if you look at regional GDP per capita, those highly industrialized areas are actually running ahead of much of Western Ukraine for a long time, and that has only rebalanced in very recent years because of the occupation. There was a strong industrial decline in the area. A lot of people left. The Guardian actually posted an article about 8 months ago saying that something like half the population, maybe more than half the population, occupied areas departed during the past 8 years during occupation. And during this time, there was actually a strong renaissance, and Alex Backes can really speak to this, of areas in central and western Ukraine with this tech sector blossoming. And what we heard from Pavel on Friday, who's another tech entrepreneur in the area, he was saying, look, at this point, our employees' take-home salary is higher than that in Poland, is competitive with that in the Netherlands. That's not adjusted to cost of living. That's just how higher take-home salaries are now in the IT sector in central and western Ukraine. So they've really blossomed in recent years. But if you look at historical data, that was really historically you have it backwards and unexpected. I know, but the numbers are numbers.
I don't think I was doing it so much historically, but just in terms of when I compare a little bit to UK in terms of the kind of older heavy industry that has begun to decline, So it's about, so you've got blossoming in one area, another area because of just what has happened. And it's about that. So it's around having that conversation as much with kind of the people of Ukraine and outside. So there is a plan, because so that blossoming can grow into a great big lovely economic tree, but then equally there is a massive opportunity, I think, within Ukraine that's about what does Ukraine look like, both economically and politically and all the other bits that we need, that could absolutely change and pivot the way that Eastern Europe is perceived. And certainly Ukraine is perceived, and about in terms of that wider relationship within Europe. So there's so many opportunities, and I think that I think it will be, and I think the analogy to post-war Britain is quite close, and what that then looked like. And there was a huge push, a huge investment for that rebuilding, and in particular, what we call over here the Windrush generation that haven't always been treated very well. But in terms of from the Caribbean and India, those communities helped rebuild Britain when it was not able to rebuild for itself. And therefore, as Ukraine is a very large country, there is an opportunity to say, actually, if you can help us rebuild, then there are opportunities potentially once obviously houses and jobs, etc., are created. That's my thought.
All right, thank you very much, Politics Friend. Alex, would you like to respond to any of that? Since you are from Ukraine, you understand what people are thinking, where people might want to be going, and just how important the tech sector is, and reconstruction and modernization of Ukraine. Because of course, in these in areas that were hardest hit by the war, they're not going to be putting up the same steel mills as were there before, right? There's going to be massive change. So it's not just reconstruction, but it's modernization at the same time.
Yeah, it's a great point, Doman. And I think we can't, I'm going to be slightly contrarian to this, because this is a story, it's a narrative that we keep hanging all of our hats onto. Right, this sort of IT sector, tech sector, Ukraine, and how strong it is, and how amazing the opportunity is. And this is largely true, because it's easy to think about it, because we've seen amazing places like Estonia, for example, where I am right now. So to take the post Soviet Union occupation moment, realize, oh, we don't have a ton of industry, we don't have a ton of natural resources. What's the best thing we can do? Okay, let's focus on the technology sector and build some of the best possible environments for that. And I think this is a cool story and an amazing result that Estonia has been able to achieve. And I don't think it's so simple as a copy paste into Ukraine. First of all, the land mass is just way much bigger, way more population, way greater diversity of needs as well, right? And Ukraine does actually have some resources, right? So it can't be a one-trick pony, sadly, and it can't just all rely on the tech sector, right? The tech sector is this easy sort of allegory that you can sort of say, because it's just bits, right? And they're very easy to copy paste, and it's very scalable, and it is very it has a very low cost of distribution, right? But as it was rightly pointed out on the panel that we referred to a little earlier, it really, the demand for IT and demand for the tech sector, it's really defined by the United States, right? And a lot of the work that Ukrainians in the tech sector do is still focused on the United States. And quite frankly, I think Estonia benefits from this just as much, right? A lot of the stuff that gets exported from a tech perspective, from a tech talent perspective, ends up landing, for the benefit of the United States. And I think that's going to remain to be true, right? But again, we can't, feed a 40 million population by forcing everyone to become an engineer. It's not feasible, right? And even if we just focus on areas that are hard hit and the industry has been largely sort of affected because of physical destruction and rockets, again, you won't be able to make 40-year-old or 50-year-old folks that worked in the steel mills. We won't be able to transform them to computer and software engineers. It's just not going to happen, right? I'm not playing ageism here. There's going to be outlier stories. There's going to be great examples. There's going to be some people in their mid-30s and their mid-40s who are going to benefit from these phenomenal UX, UI education seminars, and they're going to build a successful career. But these are going to be anecdotes. They're going to be outliers. This is not going to be the main story of Ukraine. The main story of Ukraine has to be still the incorporation of the IT tech sector as a way to allow to decrease the transaction cost, as a way to allow to decrease the pain of starting new businesses, to decrease the pain of corrupt courts, to decrease the pain of all the industrial things that can happen, and make it really easy to do business with Ukraine, to make it really easy to export stuff from Ukraine and really easy to manufacture stuff in Ukraine. So instead of like thinking about the tech sector as a way of mining gold, right? The proverbial sort of gold, think of it as the sort of underlying platform. Think of it as the picks and shovel, right? That are going to be used in order for people to come to Ukraine, use the technology platforms, use the ease of use of interacting with things in that are technology, and then build real stuff, build atoms, not just bits, right? We're not just talking about software stuff. We're talking about real stuff, hardware stuff, right? So think of the tech sector in that capacity. Think of it as a picks and shovels rather than the actual digging for gold.
Thank you, Alex. And can you just back me up on the the numbers that we can all see, obviously, but that Western Ukraine for a very long time was actually lower in GDP per capita than the old industrial central and eastern areas.
Actually, this is true all across the history of the Soviet Union Ukraine as well. And so the more eastern Ukraine you go, the more industrial Ukraine you go, they didn't have food shortages. They did not have problems with not having items on shelves, even in central planning, right? And the more western you go, the more people suffered. The more there were queues, the more there were things that were missing from the from consumption, the more there was actual pain of centralized planning, because nobody gave a shit about the Western Ukraine, right? There was no industry there. So that story sort of repeats itself, and even post like there's only a slight sort of deviation to that pattern in post Soviet Ukraine, was when the borders opened up and the local people began to transact and quickly take advantage of the arbitrage opportunities. And this is just, very low level arbitrage opportunities, as in, there's some stuff in the Soviet Union that is missing, or like, independent Ukraine, early independent Ukraine, that's missing in Poland, and it's missing in Slovakia, and it's missing in Hungary, and it's missing in Romania. So people would fill up their cars with plastic egg cartons or some other bullshit like that, and drive it over the border, exchange it for leather jackets, and then take the leather jackets and sell them for dollars in Ukraine. And so you had this arbitrage opportunities where people started to finally bring over goods and consumption of those goods between sort of western borders of Ukraine. But generally, right, on a large, like the story about the GDP doesn't reflect the day-to-day life, right? The day-to-day quality of life in Western Ukraine improves, but the major money is still being made in the east, because the industrial mills, the industrial plants, all the major hard industry now owned by the oligarchs is still in the east, and people in the east are still working for them and still making the majority of the export money. So Domen, you're absolutely right.
Thank you very much, Alex. All right, we have Jim, then Joanna, then Brad, then Chris, then Rebecca, then lunchtime. Who was it? Jim, please.
Yeah, well said, Alex. Ukraine needs to continue doing what it's doing, right? We don't need to transition to a IT economy. Ukraine has a fantastic manufacturing base, has, as you quite rightly say, a hugely powerful and effective agricultural base. And we should stop looking at Ukraine as a place, for cheap products. We should, a place to exploit. We should be looking at Ukraine as a value add economy, where the best rocket engines, the finest IT products, the Estonian unicorns. And you're quite right to point out Estonia as a Michael Friedman economic model, of a blank sheet of paper. Low or flat taxes, limited government intervention in the economy, and that is happening. And of course, the rule of law. And ultimately, it does come back to the rule of law, right? I mean, MHP is listed on the London Stock Exchange, despite being in a Ukrainian agricultural business. A lot of, Lucas, the hedge fund chap who came on the other week, talked about how he didn't see Poland as sufficiently strong on the rule of law for him to invest. So, but Ukraine is going down that road. The recent appointment of two civil society activists to the High Council of Judges in Ukraine. One of them was an Automaidan lawyer, I think, both very respected. That's an important step where companies want to be incorporated in Ukraine. They want to pay tax in Ukraine. People don't want to move away. They want to do business in Ukraine. I think that is the future for existing industries. For moving Volkswagen's assembly plants just over the border from southeast Poland into the Lviv Oblast. Thanks, guys.
Cheers, Jim. Joanna.
Yes, hello. I had a few ideas to share with you, and some of them were already tackled by Alexander and Jim and politics, I think. The idea is that the reconstruction of Ukraine should be tailored, should be adapted to what Ukraine is and what Ukraine has, and the Ukrainians know better what they should do and what they need. They should base themselves upon the resources they have, the natural resources, the human resources, and the expertise they have. And I think if an agreement like a Marshall Plan will be achieved by the international community, this could benefit Ukraine, of course, but all the other parties will benefit from it, as in Marshall Plan, because Ukraine is an enormous market, and, for example, they will need a lot of products for reconstruction, so it will be beneficial for the West as well as for Ukraine. And then other few thoughts about this. For example, Ukraine had this label of corruption until a few years ago, and even before the war. They should ensure that there is transparency and no suspicion of corruption. They should ensure that there are good conditions for investors. They should create industrial parks and things like this, but I'm sure they think about it. And from the West, there are things that could be done, like, for example, exemption from the patent payments for a few years, franchising, investing a lot, building factories in Ukraine and so on. And for example, as of Stal, you said that it's impossible. Somebody said that it's impossible to reconstruct it. I bet Ukrainians want to reconstruct it. It was their pride. It was the steel from Azovstal was used to build a shard, for example, or the docks in New York, or the bridge that collapsed in Italy. So it is a plant that is important for Ukrainian identity in a way. So they will build it better, and they should do this. And also they should. I think a good idea is to, as politics said, to concentrate on new technology, on green technology, on renewables, on solar, wind, everything like this, and not just import, for example, the solar panels, but build them, construct them in Ukraine. So if there is an agreement with international partners, and if there is a well-tailored plan in Ukraine, I totally think that Ukraine will build back better, and it will be probably a new Germany. So it has the potential, it has everything it needs. They only need the war to stop, and I bet Ukraine will be amazing in a few years. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Absolutely. Finance, if
Thank
you
you
want to
very
jump
much.
in, and then I'll expand a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually have to run with Mr. Alex Bacchus actually in person, so I'm going to say bye for both of us. But thank you very much, Leona. Obviously every economy is a little bit different, but I do agree that similar to Germany, with a great set of human capital, which is say educated workers with lots of engineers and high-end industrial workers, IT and manufacturing, that we could hope to see a very vibrant, economically powerful Ukraine in the future, and that every kind of business that Ukraine can do profitably, whether that's domestically grown, whether that's foreign distribution, whether, all of which, right now is good. In the future, it will be good, and I hope to see more of that. I'd like to say hello to Slava on my way out. Slava Ukraini to all of you, and I hope that everybody has an excellent weekend.
Hello, I'm Slava. With that, I want to expand a little bit more on what Finance touched upon a little bit. Getting ever closer to the European Union is going to be a big deal for Ukraine. That has already led to a lot of improvements in Ukraine on all the various things that you touched on, Joanna, right? So that's, I think, that is very much being worked on. If you remember the note that Ursula von der Leyen made when she announced that Ukraine will now be a candidate for the European Union, she noted that something like 70% of the work has already been done, and it is being done. The Ukrainian parliament and government are making big changes and big additions as time goes on, while being in wartime. On all manner of things, like what you mentioned earlier. When next time that we have Akash Maharaj with us, he actually helped and advised the Ukrainian parliament back in, I think, 2015 to make big reforms at the time, when it came to tackling corruption, when it came to improving the legal status of the country, the conditions in the country as well. And this work continues. Even during wartime, this work continues. And I think it's very impressive to see just how they're doing it and everything that they're doing in this respect. So that plus the admission of Ukraine to candidate status for the European Union that happened in June, and where this is going forward. Because of that, I mean, all of that together, that's going to have massive positive impact on Ukraine. Economic impact as well, right? As the customs regulations become harmonized, as it becomes easier to transit between Poland and Ukraine, Romania and Ukraine, and Slovakia and Ukraine, that's going to make huge differences as well. Moldova being a part of this process is going to help immensely. Likewise, if you just look at the new 10T, that is the Trans-European Transport Network, plans that were released in June, and the new lines that are being set up because of that, the new transport corridors that are being optimized for that, that's going to massively help Ukraine. It's also massively going to help places like Eastern Romania. If you look at Romania and Moldavia, up from Bucharest towards Iași and Suceava, right? That's an area, and Joanna, you will know this well. That is an area where transport has been heavily underinvested in for a very long time. Why? Because it led out of the European Union. That's why, that's part of the reason why transport network there is fundamentally underdeveloped. Same goes for southeastern Poland. Why? Because it didn't really go, anywhere. Well, it went to Ukraine, but it didn't go anywhere within the same customs area. The 10T now includes a connection from Bucharest to Iași to Suceava, across to Chernivtsi, through Western Ukraine, past Ternopil, past Ivano-Frankivsk, past Lviv, into southeastern Poland. That corridor, and then onto Lublin and onto Warsaw, and then north to the Baltics, of course. But that corridor is now a part of the European Union long-term transport network investment plan. That's going to be making a difference. That is going to be making Ukraine a whole lot better connected to the rest of Europe, to European Union, and then eventually the rest of the European Union once Ukraine manages to work through everything and makes the accession. So that's an excellent development, right? But it's also going to help these edges of the European Union, like Eastern Romania, northeastern Romania, like southeastern Poland. It's going to help all of those areas as well. And this is what the European Union is all about. This is what sensible economic investment is all about. It's about growing the pie. It isn't about getting a larger chunk of the pie. It's about growing the pie for all the participants, for Poland, for Romania, and for Ukraine altogether. Moldova being a part of the same process at the same time, it will help them as well, right? Because Moldova really is a large chunk of what of the area between southwestern Ukraine and eastern Romania as well. And they already have. Look at everything that they've done during the course of the war. And Joanna, you know this well, right? Look at the new section of railway being opened between what's the name? Basarabeasca and Berezine, right? Basarabeasca in the south of Moldova, Berezine in the north of Pivdena Bessarabia, southern Bessarabia, part of Odessa Oblast. They've opened that 20-kilometer stretch during wartime. A stretch that was there, it was dismantled decades ago. It's been reopened. It's running trains on now. This way, trains can run from western Ukraine across Mohyl-Podilsky, down the length of Moldova, back into southern Ukraine, and to the port of Izmail, which otherwise can't be reached by rail because the Zatoka bridge between Odessa and Izmail has been bombed. Additionally, on the Romanian side, the broad gauge railway into the port of Galați has been reopened, and it's now running rail from western Ukraine down the length of Moldova through Giurgiulești and into Galați, not just from Giurgiulești into Reni and back in Ukraine, but into Galați as well. And that is increasing, export capacity for Ukrainian grain. But that investment is going to help the port of Galați in the long run. That investment is going to make the port of Galați more interesting in the long run. Port of Galați has been effectively revitalized during this period, and this is where all of these economic strengths and all of this economic integration of Ukraine together with the European Union, that is going to have long-term benefits, and that is only going to ramp up once Ukraine is liberated and once Ukraine enters the stage of reconstruction. So I could gush about this forever, but Joanna, if you want to quickly note something, and I've spoken too long already.
No, it's amazing. You are right. I just wanted to add something fundamental. The fundamental difference between how Russia views the world and how Europe views the world. Russia thinks everything is a zero-sum game, but Europe wants everybody to benefit, and Ukraine's reconstruction will benefit all of us. So that's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Yes, exactly. This is the point, right? The European family of nations work together for everybody's betterment. Yes, there's arguments, there's problems often, and there's some family members who might cause trouble on occasion. But fundamentally, the main idea is about growing the pie for everyone together. And the understanding is that as one improves, it's better for everyone together. Yes, it's not always perfect. Fine, but the fundamental tenet of this maintains and remains and is true, and this is what really genuinely matters. Right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Joanna. Brad.
Howdy. Just one more layer to what you just said. I would say that nihilism is inherently zero sum by definition. Okay, so reconstruction. As we think about reconstruction, the way that I look at it is that there are 4 jobs to be done. I would call them jobs to be done. In other words, things that the reconstruction has to accomplish, problems it needs to solve. And you're going to do that with a finite set of fiscal stimulus and finite amount of fiscal stimulus. And those 4 jobs to be done are: 1, the reconstruction needs to rebuild infrastructure. 2, it needs to rebuild the economy. 3, it needs to defend Ukraine or make possible the defense of Ukraine. And 4, as was mentioned before, reform will be critical
in order to make it possible for foreign direct investment to occur, for foreign capital to have confidence on an ongoing basis in Ukraine and want to put their money there. One way to think about this is never waste a good crisis, especially on the reform side, because here's an opportunity to set the stage for growth that's going to happen for the next 40, 50 years. Now, in terms of when we think of rebuilding infrastructure, the economy, defending Ukraine, and that reform, the question is, where do we put that money? It was just mentioned here a second ago that, tech is the new picks and shovels of the Ukrainian economy. Well, I actually beg to disagree with that. I actually think that picks and shovels are the picks and shovels of the Ukrainian economy. It's about heavy industry. So if you're going to do fiscal stimulus, and I think we've talked about this before on this space, if you're going to do fiscal stimulus, you need to put it into industries that scale and that provide good multipliers in terms of, we put in this amount of fiscal stimulus and we get back out this amount of GDP or productivity growth or whatever your metric is that you're trying to achieve. And so the thing that's nice about certain heavy industries is, they have good multipliers in terms of the amount of economic growth that they produce, and you can put a whole bunch of money into them. And especially when you're, as somebody said previously, you're moving atoms around, things that are inherently heavy, like minerals, right? You can just put more capital to work, and it tends to be less risky than investing in tech. I view tech as, it's like the icing on the industrial cake. It makes a whole bunch of things possible, but you have to have the cake first before you have the icing. So heavy industry is a low risk job creator from a fiscal stimulus standpoint. Bread, agriculture, we'll just call it bread. Bread is still a bread and butter industry for Ukraine, right? That's not going anywhere. It's not going to require tons of fiscal stimulus to keep that going. It's producing right now. But we have some other sectors. As we think about what Ukraine has done with their military, here's how I would sum it up. Ukraine is Sparta, right? Ukraine is Sparta. And if you think about the type of innovation that has occurred there, also their domestic defense industry, all the different weapon systems they've been exposed to. One of the things that's probably been difficult is dealing with all these different weapon systems from all these different countries, and they're all different, and learning how they can be used and what's unique about each one. All of a sudden you have this huge knowledge set of all these different systems from all these different countries, and you have an industrial capacity to start to build some really amazing systems. I think that is a very interesting industry to put a whole bunch of money into. Here in the United States, because of how taxes work, when we worry about the fact that the United States spends over $800 billion a year on defense, well, the fact is that for every $1 billion that they put into that industry, they probably get $1.2 billion in growth out of it, because, and also it doesn't cost them hardly anything because they tax the companies, they tax the income of the people, the employees spend money, and then people are making money elsewhere and they tax that. So it ends up being this virtuous cycle that ends up killing a lot of people, but that's neither here nor there. Let's call it defend a lot of people. But, an industry like defense is one that has a great multiplier, and I think Ukraine could do very well. Another one that they have to do is infrastructure, right? They'll be able to put a ton of money into infrastructure in terms of fiscal stimulus. Here's another one. So somebody was mentioning solar and renewables and wind. Well, unfortunately, Ukraine, there's no place in Ukraine where you're going to be able to do solar or wind. I actually put a map in the, if you go into the thread, which is the bottom right-hand corner where it says comments, and you scroll down that, you'll see I posted something about rare earths minerals. And then after that, I posted a picture of all the different places in the world where you have the potential to do either wind or solar based upon the amount of sunshine, the amount of wind they're getting, etc. Ukraine can't do either. It's just not efficient to do any of that in Ukraine. However, what Ukraine does have going for is they have very large rare earths mineral deposits. And if anything's going to be the constraining factor in the deployment of renewables across the world, and as well as electric vehicles, it's going to be the availability of rare earths minerals, which is part of the reason why this war with Russia is problematic, because Russia has, a healthy percentage of the world's deposits in this area. But Ukraine also has deposits. And so that's another heavy industry that you can put a lot of money into. Let's see if I have any other comments.
Lithium
here.
as well, I think, is a good one to note.
Say that one more time.
Lithium as well is a good one to note. Lithium deposits.
Oh, yes, I'm including lithium in there.
Just sorry, because it's as a when you say rare earth metals as a chemist, that means something, and lithium isn't among them. That's why.
Fair enough. I use that as kind of a generic term, and what I mean by it is are the minerals that would go into things like batteries and wires and electric engines and solar panel, any type of electronics, solar panels, all that stuff. I need to come up with a better term that kind of encapsulates all of that. Renewables minerals, I don't know. Anyway, but I posted a story of that in that thread as well that you can look at. But anyway, I think that to sum up, we need to rebuild its infrastructure, its economy. Having a strong defense industry puts them in a better position to defend themselves. They can become the new armory of Europe as they develop new weapon systems and produce them at scale, right? They'll never be in this situation where they have to beg the West again to send weapon systems because they don't have any. So it's in their interest to do that. And frankly, the world would buy their systems because we look at them and they're like, gosh, these guys are scrappy but really tough, and they just kicked Russia's ass. And excuse the French. And these guys are Sparta. Who wouldn't, if you're in the ancient world, who wouldn't want to buy the weapon systems and training of Sparta? Nobody, right? So anyway, but the tech side of things, they're very good. It becomes an enabling, it's not the core of the industry, it's an enabling factor that will enhance every one of these things. And frankly, it'll end up back in agriculture because they'll be rolling out robotic farming before anybody else. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Brad. Defense industry, absolutely right. And this is the sort of thing when you say tech, it isn't just coding. It's much bigger than that. There's substantial natural resources, of course. There is amazing potential in farming. Ukraine is a country of just unrealized potential, top to bottom, and with a change in how it's going to be perceived internationally, with stark improvements and changes. And this is what I meant. I didn't mean Azovstal isn't going to be rebuilt. I didn't mean that. What I meant is old factories that have been destroyed in the war, they're not going to be rebuilt to the same. They're going to be built anew. And there's a big difference when your production facilities are operating on the same basis as they were 50 years ago. Fundamentally, there's a big difference in that and having a new factory that is built to spec anew. That makes a whole lot of a difference. That's a comment to an earlier point from Jana, and she's right, of course. Right, I think we have. Give me a second. I need to step back to my little piece of paper. We have Chris, and then we have Rebecca. Chris.
Thank you. Great timing, and I'm here and ready to go.
And Malamud by your side, yes.
Yes. Well, I have 5 Malamutes. I have one by my side sleeping. The reason that you heard them is because they shout to one another every now and then. Anyway, so that was Brad just speaking, was it, Dermot?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so I mean, I absolutely loved what Brad was saying there. I loved that about Sparta and defense and let me just, if I may, just briefly tell you some of the things I'm up to. So I'm actually actively working with Ukraine. In particular, I am working specifically in the cybersecurity industry in Ukraine, and I'm also working in the IT and defense industry. Okay, so I obviously I would not like to, or try and argue against that there needs to be broad investment and that there are many opportunities in Ukraine, right? That's obviously definitely true, right? It's just that my focus over the last 30 years has been since I left the Navy, has been information technology, fiber optic infrastructure, and the last 10 years cybersecurity. And the specialist area of cybersecurity that I'm involved in is basically SME, home and remote working cybersecurity. And I was in a thing over here called the GCHQ NCSC Cyber Accelerator. Excellent. Working on that subject. Yep. And I've also worked with the police specifically on SME cybersecurity.
Okay.
So
now we have all your credentials. Let's get straight into it.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to just set the scene. So I'm actually working to write some guidance for SME cybersecurity this week. So I definitely totally agree. Well, I think first of all we have to understand, for anybody that hasn't yet understood it, how quickly Ukrainians, and you've said it a number of times, right? How quickly Ukrainians, right, have developed. How quickly they've adopted technology. How quickly, for example, they put fiber optic infrastructure in all the major cities in Ukraine. How Ukrainians are actually behind some of the biggest American startups and unicorns that exist. And you, as you were quite rightly saying, it's a fact, that Ukrainians are being paid basically American salaries, and that whole IT and software development industry in Ukraine has grown, dramatically over the last 10, 15 years, whatever you want to call it, right? So I think that's really important. That my bit really is to say, okay, I mean, I love the Sparta thing, right? Okay, there's going to be loads of opportunities here because Ukraine is pioneering, being Spartans in the defense industry, and then you can subdivide, the areas that they are that they are pioneering in, and we all know them, here, right? So that's my point, if it is a point, right, is to say, absolutely, Ukraine has, opportunities across the board. For me, the particular area of opportunity that it has are in cybersecurity and the defense area and in infrastructure. Also, of course, I think hydroelectric energy and, of course, nuclear energy, and, of course, the gas and oil. And coal, if that's still relevant, stores, supplies. So sorry, that's all I want to say for that.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, I concur. There's a lot of energy capacity there, as well as all these other things that you listed off. Thank you very much, Chris. Rebecca, good morning.
Good morning. I'm going to come at this as an economist and an economic historian, and I'm afraid I'm going to be quite contrarian, which I think is how I usually participate. I want to start out with saying, while I think there are a lot of really interesting insights and facts and knowledge about the Ukrainian economy that have been in this conversation, I am made incredibly nervous by the fact that there is a lot of emphasis on outcomes and very, very little emphasis on institutions. That the Estonian miracle happens not because they decided to invest in high tech, but because they structured the economy in a way that people made choices that made sense for them and made sense for the Estonian economy, and they made the Estonian economy very transparent and very efficient. And if you dump a pile of money onto a country, it doesn't always go that way. There's a real risk, I think, and so I think as we're thinking about what we're going to do with this pile of money that's coming, you really want to think, well, how do we want to have institutions that allow Ukrainians, individual Ukrainians, not the Ukrainian government or some set of bureaucrats, but individual Ukrainians to look around and make appropriate choices. I think there's a real danger for corruption when you dump a big pile of money on top of a country, and that goes for any country. I also think there's a very serious danger, and I can hear it here, and I hear it in the general discussion about this, where there was a lot of utopianism, a lot of Ukraine is a blank slate where we can recreate or we can create the future, and everyone has their own favorite pet. I'm gonna solar energy or wind energy, or I hear a lot of different things, and some of them may be perfect for Ukraine, but many won't be. And again, an outside vision being imposed on the country will waste money, it will waste resources, and it will invite corruption. So institutions, get the institutions straight. So it's inexpensive to open a new business. So there's minimal regulation on getting set up as a corporation. So the taxes are transparent. So it just as few veto players in the stack as possible to use the sort of technical term for how you think about institutions. You don't want to have stacked veto players, because each one can then impose their own costs, whether they're imposing them in terms of corruption or in terms of some utopian ideal that they think should happen. I do think, I listen, I loved Brad's insights into where he thinks the Ukrainian economy is going to go, but he shouldn't be talking to the government. He should be talking to private investors. So one of the things governments are very bad at is balancing that marginal dollar. And one of the challenges that Ukraine faces is it's a large and diverse country, and it's not going to end up as a high-tech country or an industrial country, or it's going to end up trying to find the correct balance.
As all of them, right?
Because in some sense, it's a sort of a miniature version of the United States in terms of its physical structure, with a good deal of mineral wealth, highly educated population, big central river that helps you with making and selling bulk products, and access to a wide range of markets. And the trick is finding how to direct the marginal dollar, and that's just something the private sector is better at than the government. There's a reason it's called capitalism, because it's private decisions of where to invest to build the means of production, rather than centralized decisions of where to invest to build the means of production. It's actually not about what happens at the supermarket. So I really like to redirect the discussion into thinking about what are the challenges if you're trying to set up a business in Ukraine, because my anecdotal sense is it's not easy, and it's not easy because many of the people who make it not easy are trying to do the right thing, but it's not easy. So I think there are dangers in dumping a pile of money and trying to express some utopian ideal. I'm gonna say I hate the Sparta analogy, and that's because, again, economist, historian. The big military giant that stood astride ancient Greece was not Sparta. Sparta
It was Athens.
And the vast majority of its military capacity was spent at home suppressing its own people, which makes it sound not like Ukraine, but like Russia. The military giant was Athens. And the reason Athens gets destroyed in the Peloponnesian Wars is not because Sparta beats Athens, but because Sparta puts together a coalition. Because Athens is so strong, it terrifies everybody. So if you're looking for how to build a powerful military, don't look to Sparta. Look to Athens, because Athens, by developing its own internal civil society, produced a society that could project force outwards. So just have to say on Sparta, that's a general rant. I do that rant all the time. So I also want to loop back and talk about the post-World War II experience. Britain is not.
Rebecca,
yes.
Can we? Sorry, I think there's something really important that you and I have to talk about before we go to the post-World War experience. Is that okay? Because I think you raised some really important stuff, and I really agree with you about the institutions. I want to say two things real quick. Then I want your commentary on them, so we don't forget where we are. The first one is, did you actually? Quick question: did you listen to when we had Pavel Kravchenko on a couple of days ago?
I did not, unfortunately.
Okay, that's a shame. I think it'll be on Spotify soon. I think you should really listen to that, because he's a tech entrepreneur in Ukraine, right? So he knows a whole lot about all these things that you said, how hard it is to establish a business, veto powers, layers of that. And I completely agree with you on that. But I just want to say that over the last 5-6 years, a lot of that has already been implemented, right? So that's really good. And the reason why I think a lot of us are very confident that it will keep improving as time goes on is that Ukraine has shown at a very high level a lot of willingness to make changes very quickly and to make changes in the right direction. And also when you highlight, Estonia worked because they set up strong institutions, but also institutions that allowed people to make sensible choices, good choices for themselves that ended up being good for everyone together. Relatively low taxation, etc. That's another thing that Ukraine has also done, and I think this is very, very worthwhile remembering. A lot of people who work in this big tech sector now that we talk about a lot, and we talk about it because it's kind of like a canary in the coal mine, but in a good sense. I forget what a sensible analogy is for that. White swan instead of a black sheep equivalent. So the reason why is because the income rate for people who work as entrepreneurs is 5%. That is income tax rate is 5%, which is ridiculously low, especially by European standards. That's just considered absurdly low. But basically, what I want to highlight with that example is Ukraine has already decided to take that path that you're describing. The second one, and I think even much more important, when you say, "Oh, you need strong institutions," I agree. You need sensible institutions. Completely agree. You need fewer sets of people with veto power. Completely agree. But one thing that I think is being that maybe you're not fully taking on board, and I don't blame you for it, because it's a very different geographical and cultural environment from what I'm guessing you're probably used to, is that the accession process for joining the European Union, for which Ukraine is now a candidate, is going to make a huge difference for Ukraine. And that's because that's the one thing that the European Union is good at. Establishing transparency and establishing strong institutions. And by strong institutions, I don't mean overbearing institutions. I mean institutions that have a reasonable setup, a good design, and then the power to change things for the better as time goes on. And this is especially as regards issues of corruption and issues of transparency. Now, are they perfect? No. But the big deal here is that what we've learned from other countries during the process of accession, and I'm not talking about like Austria, Sweden, Finland that joined in 1995. They already had strong institutions themselves. I'm talking about the ones that exceeded in 2004, exceeded in 2007, in Croatia in 2013. Most of these countries had to substantially improve their institutions, liberalize sectors of the economy, and all of this was done, which would normally be very difficult politically to achieve because you need to spend a lot of political capital on it. Because there was this big prize at the end of not the rainbow, at the end of the cobblestone path, which was joining the European Union, joining this giant customs area, trade area, and all of the other benefits that you get from it, as well as very directly access to cohesion funds. Right, that's a big deal for a lot of countries that are, let's say, economically below the EU average. So because of all of that, this is part of the reason, and one of the big reasons why so many of us are so optimistic, because all of the things that you highlighted very correctly, obviously, because you know what you're talking about, but all of the things that you highlighted about institutions, about setting up an environment where private money chooses the right thing, all of those are going to be so very helped and are almost assured because of this accession process that's going to be as a part of the reconstruction process as well. Now, what do you think about it? Am I just massively overestimating that, or is there really something there?
No, I don't think you're overestimating. And I like everything I heard, and I think you are probably correct in terms of the improving institutions. I mean, I have to say, overall, I've been, as an economic historian, been incredibly impressed by how well Eastern and Central Eastern Europe has adopted and cleaned up institutions. It's extremely impressive. The performance of the last 30 years is extremely impressive, and I don't see any reason why Ukraine can't also follow suit. I was particularly worried about the fact that there's going to be large amounts of money sort of coming in from outside, and there may be players who want to do things with that money and don't particularly care about improving institutions, but they have a utopian vision for, oh, we have a settlement. We've been able to get $500 million. I mean, or maybe a couple of $1 billion, however much money that I don't know where quite this Marshall Plan, and I don't know what the scope of it would be or where the money would come from. I think you are correct. If the European Union has been relatively good at how it administers and transfers funds from country to country, although there is a tendency to bloat agriculture in some places. Overall, I think you're correct. They've actually been quite good at that. But it's more the sort of tone of utopianism that I hear when people talk about it. This is finally we have a clean slate where we can impose a green economy, which I mean, that didn't work in Germany, and don't think.
No, that I agree with you on completely, Rebecca. The most sensible green thing that's here is the jacket in your avatar.
That was more my response to this particular conversation. I actually have a set of notes here, so I'm just going to take a quick second to make sure that there's no important other points I wanted to make. Don't let Ukrainian development be captured by utopian ideals was one of them. Again, I made my point about margins. My point that Ukraine is too big for one plan. We're going to, and that's why margins are so important, because it is such a diverse economy, and it should be a diverse economy. Oh, yes. The last point is on rebuilding industry. And this is where I'm not telling the government what to do, but I would tell investors. I think that Ukraine can actually be a manufacturing powerhouse similar to Germany. I think, in fact, German industry may be a little worried about this. I hate to say that German industry is hoping Ukraine fails because they're terrified of Ukrainian competition, but it's got to be in the back of the mind, because Ukraine has so many advantages that it shares with Germany in terms of being a manufacturing powerhouse, and it also has raw materials, which Germany doesn't have, and it has energy, which Germany doesn't have. But the manufacturing that regrows on the ground of the Azovstal plant, if you rebuilt a steel mill right there in Azovstal, it would employ 10% of what was employed there in 2021. The descriptions of the Azovstal steel plant as it existed before it was destroyed are the steel plants of my grandfather worked for US Steel. And that's, their 1950s era. They had open hearth furnaces. They had vast uses for labor. And that dropping out of that, decreasing of the requirements for labor in industry is something that's been going on for the last 70, 80 years. And when you rebuild Ukraine, you're going to have a lot of industry, but you're not going to have a lot of industrial employment. And I think that is going to be a challenge. So that's where I'm going to end.
Thank you, Rebecca. No, I think you're right. We talk about energy and efficiency in that respect as well. But I really think that the main underlying thing here will be the strengthening of institutions, because for once, and every European country basically got that escaped communism, right, in the early 1990s, got kind of one attempt at really fixing up the institutions, and that was the accession process to the European Union. Now, some did it better than others during that time. Many are still, improving despite already have gotten in. But that's because there's one period of time when there is political will to do this stuff right and to set up these things right. Because of this, prize at the end of the cobblestone road. And I say cobblestone road because it kind of hurts to walk on it. But because of that big prize at the end of it, there gets to be will in the process. That's one thing. And that's incredibly important to underline. Now, you're right, the European Union somewhat overvalues agriculture sometimes. What I would note, however, is that there's reason to it that isn't dissimilar fundamentally from the reason from what we kind of bash a number of European countries over when it came to energy independence, right? And specifically when it comes to high levels of energy dependence on Russia. Energy, like food, is kind of a basic thing, and you need to make sure that you are somewhat self-sufficient, or at least that you're not overly dependent on one other actor for it, right? And part of the reason for the agricultural policy the way it is, and it's a reason that often isn't stated, because maybe some people could say, actually, the real reason is because French farmers have tractors and they like to use them to protest. But there's a very good underlying reason for it, and that very good underlying reason for it is food security. Because regardless of kind of what happens, Europe makes enough food for itself. And that is an important reason why the agriculture is kind of put above other things. At the same time, what it also does is, and this is why I'm kind of frustrated with it sometimes, is it actually reduces certain agricultural sectors very frustratingly and very centralistically, and I actually don't very much appreciate that. And that went for the butter mountain and the olive oil lake and the wine lake. No, I don't think that was very wisely done or very wisely approached, because I mean, specifically with the wine one, and I could go on talking about this forever. There were serious, let's say, optimizations that were ignored in favor of just ripping out vines, and where actually more value could have been extracted. But it's going to make a big difference. And actually, I think we've let's see if this happens. We've managed to actually entice Victoria, who used to be a member of parliament in Ukraine, to hop on and join us briefly, and maybe to add a few notes to this. Victoria, I don't know how much of the conversation you've heard.
Hi, I've heard about like 20 minutes of this great conversation.
Okay, excellent.
And
So
thank you so much for
Rebecca and I, at the very least.
Yeah, I see lots of people actually raising their hands, wanting to make comments. So I'll be brief and short, but the comments that I will make, they're more like an open-end questions than the statements. One of the challenge of the reconstruction, or I would say building a new Ukraine, and words matter, as you know, in this world. We don't want to rebuild old electricity power stations, right? We want to have, as was mentioned by Rebecca, efficient and modern steel mill on the place where Azovstal was, etc., etc. All of that will be done from funding that will be in the form of loans, grants, or any other ways, but mostly provided by international partners like international financial institutions, European Union institutions, and other countries, whatever. But the most crucial part of the story, what will be the future of those assets that will be constructed, that will be built, will be reconstructed? Who is going to own those assets? When we talk about 500, 700 billions of dollars that Ukraine needs to go through this reconstruction process or rebuilding, just imagine if all of those assets will be state owned. It will be will represent an enormous part of the Ukrainian economy. And it might actually bring us back more to like Soviet times, where everything around us was just belonged to the state. And this is the very tricky situation. Unless we set up the rules that would envision a road, like a path, a strategy for those assets that will belong to either municipalities or state owned, that they will have to be privatized. We want to achieve in each and every sector, in each and every segment, competitive market. Unless we set all of those rules straight before any reconstruction happens, before even we talk about making all the money coming into Ukraine, subject to implementing reforms, fulfilling all the requirements for the accession plan. I'm afraid we might end up with overburdened by state-owned assets in our economy. And this is the situation we definitely want to avoid. One of the major source of corruption in Ukraine in the past were, and a little bit still are, state-owned enterprises. And we definitely want to avoid repeating the history and increasing the percentage of the state in the economy, as it might impose some additional pressure in form of possible inefficiencies that would come with it. That's the only comment that like a major one that we need to really bear in mind before we jump into this boat and start roaring together.
Thank you, Victoria. You're right, naturally. And I think there's a couple of factors here, right? Again, EU accession, the European Union doesn't generally like excess state involvement in certain things, in certain sectors. Certain sectors fine, other sectors less so. And I think this will be a safeguard in part against exactly the thing you warned of. The other part is, I think that the way that non-private funds for reconstruction, I think there will be plenty of private funds for reconstruction, actually. But I think a lot of the non-private funds for reconstruction are going to be, well, you know that funders conference in Lugano a few months ago. I think that model is quite likely to end up being adopted. So a lot of the things that kind of are in the public domain, things like infrastructure, roads, railways, etc., that is likely going to be done area by area and done by partner countries, right? So we've had these proposals for individual cities to be helped with reconstruction, individual oblasts being helped with reconstruction by specific countries. But that also means that there's a lot more, what should we call it responsibility, right? And a lot more specific responsibility for a specific area. Because, say the Danish government helps out with the reconstruction of, I forget which one, but I think it was Mykolaiv, was Denmark. Maybe it wasn't, but it doesn't really matter. Let's say hypothetically, Denmark is the one helping out with the reconstruction of Mykolaiv. Denmark is a country where corruption is really frowned upon, like really super frowned upon. The last thing they will want to happen is for there to be accusations of any sort of corruption going forward in anything that they were involved in. And that's where they will take extra super care and caution with how they're going to do whatever it is they're going to be helping with. And the same goes in another area around Kharkiv, I think. Was it around Kharkiv or was it around Mariupol that the UK said they would be kind of responsible with, at least provisionally for now, right? Again, same thing applies. And the same kind of goes for every bit of Ukraine. If this is indeed the alternative for the Marshall Plan, let's say, is going to be adopted, I think this very specific responsibility, geographically based, I think that's going to be very helpful. The other things, when again, construction, anything that's more infrastructure based, roads, railways, bridges, etc., that's more likely to be, money brought in, likely by governments, likely by public institutions, and then actually spent just for rebuilding that. And when it comes to factories and the like, I really doubt that's going to end up being public money from wherever. I'm quite confident that that's the most likely, that's with the highest likelihood going to be more private money than anything else. And then, again, these problems are largely avoided. But what's really important, right, is that people are clearly well aware of exactly this, right? And people who, at the very least, have connections with power, like yourself, Victoria, right? You being so critically aware of all of this is going to help things along as well, because it's the first step to doing things right, is to be aware of what could go wrong. I'm sure there's a saying that says it a lot better than I just did, but I think everybody kind of gets where I'm getting with that. So yeah, Rebecca, that was the last bit that I forgot to mention earlier, right? When it's a country-by-country responsibility for separate, smaller geographical areas, the degree of control is likely to be a lot better and a lot higher, and that should help as well. Rebecca, final comments, go ahead, and then we go to lunchtime, QCAN, and so on.
Not surprisingly, I am loving where this conversation has gone, and I love the fact that institutions are being considered by people who have input into how they're going to be constructed. And the final thing is, this is the first time I've actually thought of an upside to the European Union generosity to agriculture. And I think Europe is not being held hostage by the war in terms of food. And that turns out to be worth it. So go French farmers with tractors.
Love to hear it. Thank you, Rebecca. If you ever want to talk about the European Union with me, I'm here all the time. And then after Ukraine has kicked Russia out of Ukraine, I'll have a lot more time for that. But there are certain, there are problems with it, of course, as there with any big system. But there's a lot of positive coming out of that as well. Thank you, Rebecca. Lunchtime. Let's get us out of Brussels and back to Ukraine.
Oh, hi. Thanks, Dorman. How are you doing today?
I'm all right. Get straight to it because I have like 7 people waiting after you.
Right. Okay. So your guest speaker, previous to Victoria, did kind of a classic thing of saying, "I'm not ageist," before then saying people above 30 working in tech would be mere anecdotes and footnotes. I just want to say that's absolutely not true. It's a complete myth. That tech is
Who
solely.
said that? Sorry, Lunchtime. Who said that?
I think he was called Alexander or something. The guy.
Okay. Well,
The guy
Alex
that had
is
to go off.
yeah. Alex is a tech guy from Ukraine, and I think he was
Yeah.
reporting on what the status within the Ukrainian IT industry is, as a matter of fact, as opposed to making an opinion.
Well, it doesn't represent the reality elsewhere.
He wasn't talking about
perhaps-
elsewhere. He was talking about Ukraine.
I mean, perhaps in the games industry, but is that
Okay,
where he comes from?
No, but again, you can take it up with him, not me. But I
All
would
right,
trust Alex over most people on what the situation in Ukraine specifically is.
Okay, well, following on anyway, he also went on to say that there's a preference for focusing on atoms rather than bits. Again, primary industry requires like ramp up and building factories and so on. Tech sector doesn't need that and has the capability to generate huge amounts of wealth in a much more agile way. For example, like the Ukrainian tech sector, the startup scene is right now really highly regarded, even though Ukraine is at war. And the reason for that is, well, it's much less derailed than something like manufacturing, because you can't really bomb a bunch of developers working on a project, right? They can work entirely remotely, and they can start up. You need a laptop, and you can work from anywhere. You know what I mean?
All true.
It's kind of bonkers to say, oh yeah, you should really focus on atoms. It just doesn't make sense to me. And also for the other speakers, like said stuff like tech is the icing on a cake, which needs to be comprised of primary industry manufacturing. And so, I mean, this is not true. I live in London. In London, we have a flourishing financial sector. We don't have.
Ukraine is not London. Okay, I need to put my foot down here. Earlier we were listening about the black country in England. No, but look, you need to, at some point you need to be realistic, and it's not always good to project experience from one's other different country to exactly how it's going to look in Ukraine. It's very difficult to do so.
You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying it's possible for non-manufacturing based tertiary industry to exist entirely independently of other sectors. It is not a requirement. That's a complete, I don't know where that idea comes from. Another speaker said that tech salaries in Ukraine are the same as the US, and that is not true, because Silicon Valley outsources to Ukraine. And if
nobody said that either.
No, they did.
I was the one who said it. I said that on Friday we had Pavel Kravchenko on.
You didn't say it.
No, I know I didn't say that.
I took note. So yeah, I took notes, and you weren't.
Let me say this against lunchtime, and I don't know what's up today. But what I said is that on Friday we had Pavel Kravchenko on, who's another Ukrainian tech entrepreneur, and has a company of some 100 people in Ukraine, and he's from Ukraine, and he is in Ukraine, and he said
I heard
that
him
at
speak.
this point, because of the tax situation in Ukraine, the take and the whatever the market situation in Ukraine, the take home salary, so that is after tax salaries because of low taxation rates of the developers in Ukraine rivaled those of the Netherlands, the take-home salary specifically. That was the quote from him. And again, take it up with him. I don't know who said anything about America. It doesn't really matter.
I heard him speak, and that's not what I was taking issue to. I don't know why you're being combative when I'm just talking about what previous speakers are casually saying. And to me, it's the sort of woolliness. What's frustrating to me is that there's a sort of woolliness when it comes to tech from people that poorly understand it, that repeat stereotypes and little else. It's not helpful to conversation or to understanding how the tech sector could massively benefit Ukraine. That's all I have to say, as you're clearly taking issue with everything I'm saying.
I'm taking issue because you're taking issue with Alex Backus, who is a tech IT guy from Ukraine, reporting on how Ukraine is.
And therefore he can't ever be wrong.
No, of course he can be wrong. The point is
Right.
that he probably
Exactly. I think
understands the
that's enough
specific
said.
situation in Ukraine a whole lot better than any learnings or any experiences from London can be applied to Ukraine on the basis of an assumption. That is the bit I'm taking
What does
issue
London
with.
have to do with it?
Well, exactly.
Yeah, so that's not what I'm saying. It's not London based. You're not listening to what I'm saying. Anyway, all right, cheers, Dorman. I'll see you later. Yeah.
Very well. Right, we had lunchtime, QCAN, UKR, and then Castelli. QCAN? Quebec, Canadian, Quebecois, Canadian, Ukrainian?
Coming, sorry. I usually get called Patricia. I'm sorry, I got to fix that. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, guys, you know, the ones on the panel don't always have to answer everything that the commenters say, I guess, or I would hope. And that takes up the time. So I wanted to ask about, I really liked hearing Rebecca. I liked all of your speakers. I liked listening to the last guy, was that poor old lunchtime. I wanted to talk about what I call the missing middle. You know, when I worked in, if you look at finance aspects, and in Ukraine, so I was the only during 2014 in the summer and in the fall, spring, and so I saw in the Kharkiv end of things the big agribusiness, and but over in the west, where my people are from, Ternopil. It was visiting with in-laws of in-laws kind of thing. And there people are on smaller farms. There's you know, the homes and the wagons are just like my grandparents with, and they're having a fabulous lunch with the family whom I didn't know before, but where every single thing on the table was produced by this farm, and it's bigger than a family farm because of course they also sold wheat, but everything on the table from the flour to make the dough to make the pyrrhia. And you'll know I'm from Ternopil because we say pyrrhia. But and the cheeses and the meat, sausage meat, etc., all came from that farm. But on that farm, which is an impressive scale to me, but not compared to Saskatchewan farmers or to Kharkiv, to Eastern Chernozem farmers, that in addition, the man worked as a firefighter in the first responders, and Madame worked as a nurse full time. So, and then when I tried to talk about issues of scale, and I cannot remember the scale of this farm, but I mean, it's small. There, we talked about the issue of growing more, and they explained to me that there is no incentive to grow more because everything they so they grow a lot of fruits and vegetables and so on, some market crops. So everything must be sold to the député, to the MP. And I began to understand there was quite a generalized phenomenon. And I'm so glad Victoria is here because the reforms in agriculture, as well as issues of corruption and pot de vin, or at any rate, that are enjoyed by rent-seeking, you know, persons in power, such as some MPs and some old ways. I think this is very much in the from the Yanukovych era, which we were still barely post. So, and what I call the missing middle, and where, of course, I worked with developing countries a lot, and big finance finds its way in all the ways that you have all discussed, and you get all sorts of civil society NGOs working on microfinance, but it is these people who are at a mid-scale. He was wishing to build a diner. He had a project to get tourist traffic in his area, but it was very slow going. But, so this kind of scale, you would know what I mean. I think, Victoria, people trying to get by, working at so many different things and employing all the capital they can, finding it impossible to get finance to raise the scale, but also these ties to local persons in positions of power. And so there was no choice in marketing. It was as bad as people in Tajikistan who could only sell to the only middleman who came round to buy their potatoes. So, my question, and it's probably Victoria, but others from Ukraine might know how reforms have gone in this aspect, in this scale of agriculture.
Well, thank you for putting it all so in details and picturing this picture, like having a vivid picture of what was going on in the past. And still, there are lots of challenges now, but with the land reform that was adopted just a couple of years ago and became effective like a year ago, now people have the right to put the use of their own agricultural land in the most effective way and efficient way. They can go and pledge their agricultural land with a bank and get a loan and get an access to long-term financing in this regard. We had unfortunately just started seeing the benefits of that reform, and the 24th of February happened. I'm sure that we are on the right path. Getting rid of local, we call them oligarchs, feudals influence is really very important. The decentralization reform that was also adopted, and the one that brought the rights and responsibilities and financial instruments and resources to local communities is beneficial as well. And I think our partners, when we win this war, their priorities should be to provide as much of a support, should it be financial, should it be technical, educational, just the whole spectrum, to those private entrepreneurs who really are eager to develop their own businesses. The SME, small medium enterprises loan program should be put in place, including for those who work with the land, who are interested in using their own land to grow, then produce whatever they envision. All of those people, it should definitely be one of the top priorities, because we do need a strong middle class to be a strong country. We need a strong middle class, and the strong middle class will come, but it will come only if and when those people who are eager to develop their own private businesses, when they have access to long-term financial instruments to be able to compete with big players, with those who used to and still dominate certain parts of our economy. I hope I've answered your question.
I think so. And I know how tragic February 24 in the sense of all those wonderful reforms that were taking off. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Patricia. Thank you very much, Victoria. Alex Caftelli.
Thank you. Yeah, I was listening with a lot of interest to this conversation. It's very exciting to speak about future after the war. after Ukrainian victory. I mean, I think we need to have more sort of advertising for EU accession, because I do realize that as a prize, it's very appealing. But like those who have already joined, it's probably, the problem is the bad news get into news really quickly, while the good news, they are hard to find. And looking from outside, EU is often being perceived as German red tape times Hungarian corruption. That's not. I'm sure there is a better outcome of EU accession. So I definitely support EU accession for all the countries. It's just, yeah, like I said, it's bad news get into media very fast, while good news somewhere lost in the translation. I spent some time in Bermuda for 3 years. It's an island. There was absolutely nothing to do there except for doing some fishing. It was a very poor island. These days, it's one of the richest places in the world. What they are doing, and this is a bridge to, I know Ukraine is not London, but the financial sector of London, they do not do all the accounting or even there are industries that require very little startup costs. And to do the work, all you need really is computer. Accounting is one of them. All those hedge fund accountings for London are being done in Channel Islands. Same with insurance industry. They sit back and compute, and you don't have to have heavy machinery to work on your computer. And these sectors can be very wealthy, can bring a lot of wealth. At least for the local community, it can be really a bonanza. And I'm speaking, I mean, even when you go to a hospital in America and do an MRI, those pictures are then being translated. You know where they send them for translation? To to India, in many cases, or Philippines. Like I said, there are lots of jobs that do not require physical presence. And speaking of heavy industry, I mean, Volkswagen, I do not know to what extent it's a good example. I don't think Volkswagen will open any new plants in Ukraine or anywhere else for that matter, because the company needs to be growing. And the only sector within auto industry that is growing right now is electric cars. And I do not know to what extent Volkswagen is, up to the task. Tesla might be a different story, but again, this is, speculations. They are very hungry for battery production, which requires a lot of lithium, and world needs 10 times, 100 times more batteries, lithium-ion batteries. But most of the production and especially refining capacity currently is in China. So, I mean, it's hard to say that there is one, silver bullet that will solve all the problems. But indeed, it's just help the startups. They know what they're doing in many cases, in most of them. Do not try to. Yes, Ukraine was heavy industry, but most of that industry was where? Donbass, Mariupol, Kharkiv. Kryvyi Rih, like bulk of it has already been destroyed or stolen by Russia. And the remainder, they are like targeting with rockets. I do not know how much investment will be required to kind of create them from ashes and then, scale up production, because there is competition. It can be quite fierce. All those jobs these days are in China. Like, I think some creative approach will have to be taken. Like,
Alex, I think here we come to Rebecca and Victoria's points, right? It's
Yes.
not going. It can't be decided ahead of time. Oh yes, we're gonna have this. We're gonna have that. No. It has to be done, with private money more than anything else on what actually makes economic sense. And it's not on a central planning base that is going to be determined what makes sense.
I absolutely agree. And a lot of things can be leveraged, like closeness to Europe. I know that Germans are among German tourists are probably number one in the world in terms of traveling, and from tourist perspective or infrastructure, there is a lot of potential, again, with very little investment. And the list goes on. Wineries, which is kind of part of tourism. So there will be a lot. But in terms of heavy industry, any industry that requires a lot of heavy investment, there are not many areas that still require there are very heavy upfront costs. And by the way, for solar, again, most of these panels are being made in China, but electricity can be made anywhere, really. All you need is a roof on top of your house. And all those old sites where coal was made, there are some successful cases where all those infrastructure was used for industrial solar power production. So anyway, just covering different aspects. But private initiative, I think, is the way to go. And I was thrilled to know that it's just 5%. The tax on entrepreneurs. By the way, in Bermuda, where I lived, it is called no tax zone, but actually there is tax, and the tax is 5% on personal income. So, that's my comment.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you very much. This is what's important, right? It's how you go about it, and we've already covered all of those points already. Okay, we have Chris, then Nina, then Shaggy, then Danny, and then I think we'll have a bit of a military update. Chris.
Hi, sorry, just trying to get through on the phone there. So I'm just going to be very brief then. Just to say, I mean, I think one of the things that you don't have a problem with, lots of other people don't have a problem with in here, is the fact that Ukrainians, the impossible they do at once and miracles just take slightly longer, and that I think that applies not just to their ability to fight, but to their ability to to build businesses and industries rapidly. And I was just going to say, that when we talk about the sorts of salaries that IT people are getting in Ukraine, we're generalizing. Somebody was being rather picky on that earlier on. And obviously I think it's definitely the approach here, and certainly the approach that I've used, that you don't go into Ukraine and say, well, this is how we do it in the UK and this is how we do it in the USA, and that's how you should do it in Ukraine. You go into Ukraine and you say, okay, well, here's what we're doing in the UK or the USA. might this be useful in Ukraine? You know, that's like how I'm doing what I'm doing anyway. So I just think we have to have more trust and more faith in their ability. And to me, you know, Ukraine is more like, you know, it's a startup accelerator country. So it's, you know, it's like California, it's like New York, it's like Boston, it's like Israel, it's like Wales, it's like Scotland, it's like, you know, London, you know, and, you know, startup areas like that will do what they do, and they shouldn't be, you know, held back. And, you know, I do think there is an element of people are just jealous, including Putin, you know, just jealous of their ability to just get on with stuff and get it done. That's it.
Thank you, Chris. And we don't allow for such jealousy around here. Nina.
Hi, thank you, Domen. What I kind of woke up to this discussion when Rebecca said something that Germany might be like, I don't know if she used the word jealous, but about that Ukraine has a lot of natural resources. And I looked up what the resources actually that Ukraine has. And it has like, the country has abundant reserves of coal, iron ore, natural gas, manganese, salt, oil, graphite, sulfur, kaolin, titanium, nickel, magnesium, timber, and mercury. And when I read that, Domen, say if I'm paranoid or going like really in like a strange direction, but could this be one cause, one reason why Scholz was counting on Putin so much? Because actually, I think that all these Nazi talks and Ukraine genocide and stuff, this might be, yes, this is true, but also there was an underlying reason for Russia to try to take Ukraine because no,
people were making up post hoc reasons as to why Russia might want to take Ukraine, with it being economics, etc., etc. No.
Okay.
Putin told us why. It's because he has a perverted view of history and because he wants to commit genocide. He wrote it in an essay last year. Take the man at his word when he says he's in it for reasons of genocide.
I have another question
or
a comment, because I will then take myself down. You were talking about IT things and the people who knows IT in Ukraine. Domen, you might know a company called Remedy. It's a Finnish game company. It's worldwide. They started to make, I think in 2019 or no 2020, they started to make a new game called Control, and they actually hired Sergei Mohov, who is Ukrainian from Kyiv, to come and be, I will tell you what he is here, and he's still here, and I have met him. He is the lead gameplay designer in Remedy Entertainment. And so what I wanted to say that I have met those Ukrainians I have met. They are really well educated and they have high IT skills. So if you have any kind of understanding of what you need to do to be the lead gameplay leader, I have this view that Ukraine has a lot of IT skills in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. Yeah, I agree with that. the thing that some people are trying to raise, such as Alex Bacchus, is that that's the one place where Ukraine has already fulfilled much more of its potential than other sectors, and obviously different people will have had different sets of skills, and of course those who do, excellent, but they're already probably very much involved in it, and there isn't this additional growth potential. Okay, we have Shaggy, we have Danny, have then John, and then we have a military update from our actual John. So Shaggy.
If you can let one person go before me, I'm home in 2 minutes.
Okay, Danny. Danny.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry about that. Just trouble getting off mute. And I have two comments to make. One is I've been working for the past decade with all sorts of nations for all sorts of IT companies and not only IT companies. So essentially, I've worked with a lot of people that outsource work for other, mainly US-based companies. And I've had terrible experiences with some people and excellent experiences with others. But judging by what I've learned about Ukrainians so far, I'm excited to maybe get the chance to work with some Ukrainians in the field of work that I do, or in with the companies that I work with, because I have been disappointed in some centers that outsource for U.S. companies, just in terms of what type of skills they could offer, or the culture, the work culture. But what I've learned so far from listening on the space to Ukrainian voices and hearing about how things are done over there, even in the toughest of situations, I'm actually hopeful that I'll get the chance to work with some Ukrainians in the future. So I think it's an excellent time for us to open up all sorts of businesses to tap into the talent there. That's my first comment. And my second comment is I've been on this space for the past 7 months, I think, very frequently. And I've heard a lot of people join the space, and in good faith, of course, bring up the issue of corruption and how concerned they are for corruption in Ukraine. But I've never heard anyone come up to the space and say how concerned they are about corruption in countries such as mine, Romania, or Hungary, or Italy, or Spain, or France, or Germany. I've never heard about anyone come on the space and say that they're concerned about that, and they're really looking to see what's going to happen next in these countries in terms of corruption. I've never heard anyone ever come on the space and say that they've been fighting against having people like Schroeder on the boards of very clear anti-European companies that are now producing videos to taunt Europe. Stuff like that, you know what I mean? So I'd encourage people to be more critical about their immediate environment and try to stomp out corruption next to them, because I think that's where they have the most chance to influence something positively. So please focus on corruption locally. I know we have a huge problem with corruption here, even after 30 plus years of democracy. So it's not easy to get rid of. That's kind of my comment, but yeah.
Thank you, Danny. I agree with both of your comments. I especially agree with the latter one. Because often, not everyone, but many people make these comments for wrong reasons. Right, we have Victoria and Rebecca. I really don't want to keep us spinning in circles. Can you please distill your thoughts in about 30 seconds each? Victoria first, then Rebecca, and then I really want to hear what actually happened in Ukraine the last few hours, because John knows and I don't, and I want to know.
Thank you, Domin. One comment regarding Ukraine accession to EU. I really encourage you to think about putting together arguments and having discussions within EU countries why EU needs Ukraine, why Ukraine needs EU, and why Ukraine wants to come back to its European family. It's obvious for all Ukrainians. I think what we miss is the public discussion and public arguments why EU needs Ukraine. So I hope that at some point on this space, at least, we will have such a discussion. Thank you, Domin.
Oh, completely agree. And I think there's so much to be gained, both NATO and EU, from Ukraine's membership. Rebecca?
Yeah, I want to second the comment on corruption. Corruption is a crime. No country gets rid of it entirely. You keep trying. There are reasons to discuss it or be more concerned with it when a country is rebuilding. But I completely agree. Corruption doesn't prevent growth, and it's everywhere. And second, I want to say that high tech does require infrastructure. It requires access to the internet. It requires lots of stable electricity. This idea that it's you and your laptop and you're not plugged into anything is wrong.
Thank you, Rebecca. Excellent. Shaggy?
Yeah, I'd just like to say I really enjoyed what Rebecca and Victoria both said. Not so much whatever his name was, lunchtime. He was a bit of a Karen. We had a Linda this morning that was a bit of a Karen. Regarding one of my worries regarding reconstruction is not so much, I understand the state-owned thing, but more the foreign-owned thing. I don't really want foreign companies going in. I want foreign investment. Well, I'd like, it's all to do, I mean, obviously Ukrainians make their own decisions, but one of my worries would be foreign companies going into Ukraine and then making loads of profits and siphoning those profits out. So it's a balancing act of getting foreign investment in and keeping that investment in Ukraine for Ukrainians. After all, Ukrainians doing all the fighting. So I would really like Ukraine to gain most from it. So it's all about kind of balanced regeneration. In the UK, we've got this thing that's supposed to be happening called levelling up, i.e. London and the southeast have got all the money and the north of England hasn't. So I'd really love to see, and I think it will happen because Ukrainians are Ukrainians. So, and they can, I don't like the Spartan analogy either, because Spartans didn't look after they're not perfect people, should we say, and there's going to be a lot of people who are damaged from this war. Everyone needs to be leveled up together. Everyone needs to ride the regeneration train in Ukraine at the same time. And from what I've heard from Ukrainians themselves, not people outside Ukraine, they've got the skills to do it. They've got the motivation to do it. So I'm kind of sitting back with a bag of popcorn and just like with the Ukrainian military at the moment, kicking ass. The Ukrainian civil society is going to kick ass. I do worry a little bit about neighboring countries maybe being a little bit jealous. So I like the idea of the European analogy about making the pie bigger, but I don't like the idea about moving a factory from the Polish border in Poland to Ukraine.
No, Shaggy, that's not the discussion. I'm sorry, and that's not what was being discussed. It wasn't about moving factories. It wasn't about. Yeah, it's different. It's complicated. Okay. I sorry. I really want to get to John and situation on the.
Okay, I'll drop down.
Yeah, okay. We'll go into a 30-minute Econ 101 lesson another time. Because that's seemingly important, but not just now. Sorry about that. But it's not. There's not going to be factories being moved from the Polish border into Ukraine. That's not how it's going to work.
Okay,
I can assure you of that bit. Yeah, don't worry about that one.
Okay, good. I'm kind of done then. I'm okay.
Yeah, no, I swear it's going to be a lot better than what you fear might happen.
I agree with you actually on the point. You did mention the Netherlands, not USA, and you did refer to Poland as well. I do remember that. So that lunchtime guy was wrong. He misheard. I remember you saying the Netherlands and Poland regarding IT salaries. So yeah. Anyway.
Yes, that I did. That I did say regarding IT salaries. That is absolutely true.
Yeah. Okay. All right then. I'll drop down and listen. I'll drop down and listen then.
Thank you very much, Aggie. Then John.
Yeah, thanks, Thomas. I know you want to go into the middle there, but quick question. And there's a risk I'm kicking in open doors here. But have you discussed that the EU is going to withhold the 65% of their funding to Hungary?
No, we haven't. But here, there you go. There's an example of what Danny wanted to hear about earlier, about rules being upheld and etc. Right? And this is what happens when you don't follow the rules, and this is what happens when you have issues in your country and economy.
Yeah. Okay.
See, thank you, John. See, this is a good example of a rule-based society and union, and this is part of building institutions. All right, we have Anda who will kindly close us out on this, and then we should go to John.
Hi. First of all, I wanted to thank Victoria for coming up and giving her insights on Ukraine, and I wanted also to add that the improvement on how Ukraine is seen across the globe is noted also by foreign institutions, and we had on the space a friend of the space who his name is Akash Maharaj. He is an ambassador at the Global Organization of Parliamentaries Against Corruption, and asked a similar question about corruption in Ukraine. He stated very clearly that big improvements have been made and they are noted. And I don't think that his opinion or other opinions, similar opinions, should be disregarded. Also, we should have faith, because from what I've seen so far, Ukraine has had a very good approach on every other subject. So I think better days are coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Anda. You're completely correct. And Victoria, you might actually remember Akash, possibly, because I know that he worked with the Verkhovna Rada in around 2015, 2016 for a while, advising on corruption. You might...
Yes, I do indeed. Thank you, Domin.
Oh, excellent! See how people come together. But obviously Akash isn't here with us right now, but he does drop in usually, however, during the European nighttime, because he's in North America, and his evening is the middle of the night in Europe. But I think we should maybe have a discussion with him, a bigger discussion with him, exactly about the degrees of improvement, because he has a lot of context for it, because he's been working on similar things in many countries around the world, and he can actually contextualize degrees of improvement very well, because while most people will only have experiences of how things went in their own country or maybe neighboring countries, actually has a wealth of experience from around the world, and maybe that's a good idea for a future segment, perhaps, if we can get him to find the time. Fantastic, thank you, Anda. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, Alex Captelli. Thank you, John. Thank you, everybody else who was up earlier. And now it's almost the top of the hour, and we shall turn our attention to John Reg.
Thank you very much, Domin. Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, evening, good night, depending on what time zone you are in. As for a brief situational update, I myself just woke up about an hour ago, so I'm still getting caught up, but I'll go ahead and go through the major points that have come across my feed and the various different sources I usually consult. So in terms of liberated settlements, there has been progress made in the Kharkiv front. If you look on a map and look in the area of the city of Slovyansk in Donbass, and you look to the north of there, and you look near the Oskil Reservoir, there is a small town called Yatskiva. It is just down the road from the town of Oskil, which is directly on the Oskil River, just a little bit to the east of Oskil. That town has been reportedly liberated by Ukrainian forces, and I'm assuming that the town of Rupsi, which is contiguous with Yatskiva, is likely either contested as we speak or being liberated as we speak. And that is the extent of territorial changes in territorial control that I've seen so far this morning. A number of strikes were carried out against targets in Kherson City and I believe in Chernobyivka. So that continues with the trend that we've seen there for the past 2 weeks or so, since Ukraine began large-scale offensive operations in the south. In terms of an update on some very interesting numbers regarding Russian casualties, according to the Ukrainian General Staff, 2 units that were stationed in Kharkiv, specifically the 11th Army Corps of the Baltic Fleet, so this is a Russian Navy coastal troops formation, and the 64th Separate Motorized Rifle Brigade of the Eastern Military District have both suffered enormous casualties. The 11th Army Corps apparently lost 50% of its personnel and more than 200 vehicles, while the 64th has lost 90% of its personnel and has been disbanded.
Is that a large proportion, John?
Yes, 90% is a very, very large proportion. A unit is generally considered to be combat ineffective once it loses 30% of its personnel, be it either KIA, wounded, missing, or POW.
And so they're basically, these units don't really exist anymore. They might exist still on paper, but beyond that, there are not much really, right?
Correct, yes. So moving beyond that to some more strategic events, it would appear that a number of S-300 launchers, TELs, transporter erector launchers, radar units, missiles, and transporter vehicles have been removed from the vicinity of St. Petersburg and are likely being redeployed to support Russian efforts in theater in Ukraine. I suspect that these S-300s, as with a lot of the S-300s that we've seen so far, will be used heavily in a surface-to-surface role, in addition to their normal surface-to-air defense role. Having, facing massive shortages of long-range precision fires, be it air, ground, or sea-launched cruise missiles, as well as ballistic missiles. The Russians have increasingly resorted to using S-300 surface-to-air missile complexes in a surface-to-surface role for questionable effectiveness. Their accuracy is known to be quite poor for a number of different reasons.
So John, do we have an estimate of what number of these launchers and systems was taken out of areas around St. Petersburg?
I'd have to go pull up the satellite imagery. Give me one moment. I'll have to do some beam counting once I find the imagery. In any case, I will circle back around to that once I actually find the satellite images. But another interesting development related to Russian long-range fires. I'm not sure who remembers this, but I've spoken about a Russian nuclear-powered cruise missile called Burevestnik that has been in development for a while now. By nuclear powered, what I mean is that it's powered by a nuclear thermal rocket, which means it has quite literally an onboard nuclear reactor, and which provides a source of heat, and the fuel is then passed over the reactor. The reactor heats the fuel expands, and this is then expanded out the back of a engine, which provides thrust and enables powered flight. In other words. This whole idea is generally insane. The U.S. gave up on this concept in the 50s because it's just horrifically unsafe due to the risk of a radiological incident if it crashes. But it would appear that the Russians are expanding the facilities used to test this missile up in northern Russia on Yuzhny Island. So perhaps this is likely indicative of perhaps intensified testing of the platform. They've already had one in-flight failure that resulted in a major radiological incident, and I believe multiple Russian missile scientists died as a result of acute radiation syndrome as a result. So hopefully the Russians will find another way to crash this incredibly dangerous missile. In terms of
So where is this? What location is this, John?
Yuzhny Island.
Where is this?
That is a very good question. I think it is up in the Arctic Ocean. I believe
Is it close to like Novaya Zemlya?
Yes, that's it. That's the name of the place. That's the specific location.
As that's that big island that's I don't know, it's 800 kilometers to the east of the Kola Peninsula, basically, right?
Yes, that's where the Russians have done a lot of their atmospheric and subterranean nuclear testing over the years. Given its remote location.
Absolutely. So that area is currently off limits for flights and naval activity nearby. Is that right?
Well, I believe, accessing the island itself, it's been closed off to visitors since the 50s. But I don't know if any NOTAMs are currently up regarding the airspace and the surrounding waters. This is just from satellite imagery showing that there has been construction of new facilities to support testing the missile at the site.
Right. And is this meaningful, really, or is this possibly more of a propaganda tactic, right? Giving material for Kremlin propaganda to possibly go and often scare people elsewhere.
I think it's probably a bit of both. They've been very secretive with the development of Burevestnik. It's not going to play a role in this conflict. It's just not going to. They're still at the stage where they are, crashing it and creating radiological incidents on their own territory. So it's not going to be a factor in this war. I'm honestly a little bit surprised that they're continuing development of this program, considering that literally everything else about their military and military industrial complex is on fire, in some cases literally. So the fact they're continuing to work on this is a little bit surprising to me. I would have thought surely they have more important and relevant things to work on.
Yeah, I mean, similarly, people thought they had more important things to work on than do the Vostok and the Tank Olympics and right. Do you want to talk about tank numbers a little bit? Or did you not see the? Did you? Oh, you didn't see the thing yet. Give me a second. I need to send you this. This is excellent.
This is what happens, Doman, when you ask me to do a military update, literally right after I finish making coffee and breakfast.
Yeah, but the thing is, you're usually far more up to date than I am because you had the chance to read stuff over breakfast instead of talk about Ukrainian reconstruction. But it should be in the usual place now. It's very interesting indeed. Obviously, they I'll read these out loud. How about that? So these are numbers from Ragnar Gudmundsson, who does some data analysis, basically on some statistical analysis on what's available still for Russia and Ukraine and so on. We basically had a look at what military balance in 2021, which is a report, an annual report of how much active military what country has. And so he just looked at tanks and he said, okay, in 2021, Russia had about 360 T-90s, 450 T-80s, and 2,030 T-72s, plus some number of T-62s and T-64s available. That's 2,480 tanks. According to Ukrainian Ministry of Defense reports, Russia thus far in the past 7 months has lost 2,210 tanks, or 89% of how many they had in what we could perhaps term active service. I don't know if that's the most optimal term, but I think most people will understand it. In 2021, 89% destroyed. Now, it's important to note here that, of course, Russia has activated a lot more tanks that they previously had in storage, on top of the 2,480 that they had, in active service in 2021. But what it means is that, of those that were deemed, really relatively good, a very large proportion has already been destroyed. And that is very significant. Now, it doesn't mean that Russia is going to run out of tanks anytime soon, but it means that while Russia has maybe 10,000 tanks in storage, a very large proportion of those are just too rusted or too dilapidated to be able to be reconstructed. Certainly without the access to various bits of tech and components that Russia isn't allowed to be purchasing on the open market. Right? And it means that we might be getting to the point where the absolute number of tanks that Russia has available for the pursuit of its war in Ukraine is going to start dropping, and then dropping steeply, because there simply won't be an ability for them to supplement them with any ones that they recover from stocks. Then, John, does that make sense?
Absolutely, Domen. And is there a risk that Schultz will start supplying them with tanks instead?
Oh my! That this is why I'm saying when the new Swedish government takes their oaths of office, I really hope that they supplement the Ukrainian side additionally here, because that would actually make a difference.
I had a question and a comment as well, Domen.
Go for it.
So the comment is that, okay, from what John was saying, the Marines or whatever, the Baltic Marines or Navy battalion, whatever,
naval infantry,
they're gone. Meaning now Gotland is safe. So even more incentive now to send CV90s and Stridsvagn 122 or modified Leopard 2. Okay, so that was my comment.
Okay, sorry. So, John, Stridsvagn.
Stridsvagn? Yeah.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Stridsvagn. Okay, good.
That means,
combat vehicle.
Yeah. Okay, and then question for John. This missile they were talking about, nuclear powered. Does that mean it's a dirty bomb, basically? It must be, right?
Yeah, more or less, yes. It's the whole idea is that if you have a nuclear thermal rocket acting as the propulsion system, you effectively get unlimited range. If you launch it from one point on Earth, it can reach any other point on Earth. Given that nuclear thermal rockets tend to have extremely high fuel economy, vastly above anything achievable with a chemical rocket engine or a chemical jet engine. So that enables extremely long range. The United States developed one back in the 50s prior to the development of ICBMs as a platform for the global delivery of nuclear warheads. However, we recognize immediately that ICBMs render that technology effectively obsolete.
Yeah. Because I mean, if it's carrying a nuclear warhead, then doesn't matter. But if it's carrying a conventional warhead, then it's basically a dirty bomb. Ridiculous.
Thank you, John. Nina.
Thank you, Domen. First a comment and then a question. The very short comment is that when Russia now are moving the tanks away from St. Petersburg, this is how scared they are of Finland and NATO. And the question for John, have you seen more of those like mass, what is the word, when Russians are giving up, like
surrender?
Yes, surrenders, mass surrenders, or fleeing in those areas, what you told. Thank you.
So I have not seen any reports indicating, additional mass Russian surrenders in new areas since the surrenders that occurred in the vicinity of Izium and other areas that Ukrainian forces advanced to during the earlier part of the Kharkiv offensive. I haven't seen anything new since then in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Danny.
Thanks. I just wanted to comment that the fact that they've lost so many tanks, upwards of 80%, even if we don't really know their numbers, the fact that so many of the ones that were committed to battle have been taken out of battle just goes to show that they really don't know how to fight with tanks. Just no infantry support, no air support. They've just wasted tanks. Doesn't mean that tanks aren't important on the battlefield. It's just that it's clear their doctrine does not cover tank fighting the way we thought it did. Yeah, that's it.
Well, really, the fundamental issue there, and multiple people vastly more qualified to speak to this issue, such as Yehuda, Colonel Spencer, Major Giroux, have all spoken to this point, and the consensus seems to be that it's Russian formations. They lack mass, and what I mean by that is they lack infantry. They're armor and vehicle heavy and short on infantry, and as a result, they lack the manpower to be able to provide effective screening and observation for their armored and other, mechanized vehicles. And so as a result, they're very, very vulnerable to being targeted and destroyed at long range by, light mobile Ukrainian units armed with ATGMs as a result.
So, John, I have Ian very kindly sent me a 2022 list, or maybe 2021 list, whatever it was, 1 year newer list, and apparently they recovered another 500 into active from that one, and I would be, 85%. And then also, there was 10,000 in storage, and the real question is, of the 10,000 storage, how many could be recovered or are recoverable still, right? Obviously, they took a lot out of there, but the ones that are left, the vast majority of those that are still left in storage, however many that is, are the ones that simply cannot be made useful again, and that's the crucial bit. They simply do not have a stock beyond that, and that's not actually 10,000. The number never was 10,000. The number was maybe 2,000, maybe 3,000, whatever it was. But basically, that is probably now more likely than not out.
So that squares more or less with the numbers I've been tracking. So the number on paper isn't 10,000. That's just the T-72s and the T-80s. The number on paper is actually 22,000 to 25,000. I don't remember which.
With all the 62s in it, and
because of the T-64s, the T-62s, and the T-55s, they still have like 5,000 T-55s in storage for some godforsaken reason. I think that the DNR and the LNR were actually using T-55s back in 2014, 2015. But my understanding is that with the T-64s, according to Petr Makela, he was reporting that they had some very serious spare parts issues with the T-64s, and so that's why we've seen fewer of them reactivated.
John, where were T-64s made?
Oh, yes, Kharkiv.
Ding, ding,
Formerly
ding.
the largest tank factory in the world. Kharkiv machine plant, I believe that's what it's called now.
Something like that, yeah. Excellent. Well, see, that's what it is. That's why you see very few Russian T-64s around. Why they went straight for the T-62s and skipped the 64s. Alex Kaftelli. Kaftelli?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I had a question about Liman, if you heard anything about Liman, and there was a guy talking about strategic importance of Liman, but I don't think I fully understood what he was talking about. Can you expand a little bit why Liman is important from, like, I understand Kupiansk was their logistic hub.
Rail hub,
but it looks like Liman is of strategic importance too. And if there are any news about Liman and what is the importance of that point?
Sure. So the situation in Liman is still a little bit unclear. The sources that I follow have indicated that fighting over the city still continues. It's unclear, what the current status there is generally, other than that fighting is continuing. Ukrainian forces have been making definitive gains to the south and to the east and west of the city. I believe fighting is also occurring in Yampil, which is another city or another town, I should say, to the southeast of Lyman, much closer to the Seversky Donets River. So the importance of Lyman is that it's the largest population center in that area. To the north of the Seversky Donets, to the north of Sloviansk, etc. It's the largest population center in the area. It sits on some important road junctions, and if Ukrainian forces want to advance north parallel to the Oskil River, Lyman will need to be secured, and it also opens up the potential of advancing from Lyman further to the east towards Kreminna to the P-66, and then from there into Rubizhna and Severodonetsk. Does that answer your question, Alex?
Thank you. So it's also giving access to back to Severodonetsk and Lysychansk, right?
Yes, in combination with Kreminna. There's a road that runs from Lyman to Kreminna, so it runs through Lyman, then through Zarichny and Torsky, and then finally to Kreminna, and then from Kreminna you have the P-66 highway, which comes down from the north and runs through Rubizhna and into Severodonetsk, and then forks off east and west, with the west fork going back across the river to Lysychansk. So yes, Lyman, of those, I believe that would be the largest city, and so they need to secure that to be able to properly exploit those road junctions to move further to the east. Move through Zarichna and Torsky, and then finally to Kreminna, and also to link up with their bridgehead to the north of Bilohorivka.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Nina?
I read about the news. I don't know if this is the right time to ask about Biden saying that no to ATACMS. Is it like how much more difficult is it for the Ukrainians to win the war without them?
So I'm afraid I don't have a good answer to that question. Part of it depends on, it's still the whole situation is very murky. There has been a massive amount of smoke and mirrors from the U.S. government on this. I believe there was a recent piece talking about ATACMS, and that was referring to, Biden's thinking on this or that. And I read it, and that does not seem like Biden's thinking at all. That sounds like exactly like Jake Sullivan, the national security advisors. The phraseology sounds directly like words from his mouth. So, yeah, the situation is unclear. There are some indications that Ukraine has already received ATACMS, and this whole thing is just a smoke and mirror show from the U.S. government. We're trying to dig into that to try and figure out what is actually going on as best we can. The question may become somewhat irrelevant, as we've discussed the past 2 days, given continued Ukrainian development of their domestic Sapsin and Trim system, which is the domestic ballistic missile complex, which has a variable range depending if you're referring to the domestic version, which is Sapsin, or the export version, which is Trim 2, 280 kilometer for the export version, 500 kilometer range for the domestic version. Those in and of themselves, depending on their accuracy, the guidance system is still a little bit of a black box. I was able to learn some stuff about it, but it's still information scarce. depending on the availability of those systems, if they've been able to, establish production of them to a significant extent, because new information indicates that they have finally completed R&D of it, that could replace ATACMS, in the role that ATACMS is supposed to fill. Sapson would fill that niche. The question is really availability. Either way, regardless of whether or not they're producing their own or if they're being provided ATACMS or some other ballistic missile complex by, allied countries, availability is going to be limited, as, the production run of ATACMS is, only about 3,000 units, I believe, with a couple hundred of them expended, over the years, and, the Gulf War, the Iraq War, et cetera. So yeah, it's something that they need a weapon system that can fulfill that niche. It doesn't have to be attacking specifically, but in terms of systems that we in NATO, in the coalition in the West, can send, that would be attacking. But again, it might be a moot point to some extent if Ukraine is able to successfully put Sapson and Rim 2 into production.
Thank you. Just a short follow-up. Is it that the Ukrainians have the need for these long-range missiles because they need them to take back Crimea?
So as it currently stands, there are some areas within occupied Ukraine, such as those particularly to the eastern end of Luhansk Oblast and the eastern end of Donetsk Oblast, that are currently difficult to access for current Ukrainian systems, given the range involved. ATACMS or any of these other ballistic missile systems, all of them at a minimum have the range to be able to enable Ukrainian strikes anywhere within occupied Ukrainian territory. So that, again, it covers those eastern reaches of Luhansk and those eastern portions of the Donetsk Oblast, and also opens the doors to additional strikes further south in Crimea.
And my question here, John, is what kind of we were discussing was yesterday around this time about the Krim, right, or the Sapsan, because it has fundamentally the same properties in broad strokes, at the very least, to ATACMS. Why then? What is the point of the US denying ATACMS?
That's a very good point. It's difficult to assess, again, whether or not their ATACMS haven't actually been provided, and there's genuine opposition within the White House and the National Security Council, or if this is, again, just some smoke and mirrors show, information warfare op from the White House and the Pentagon for some reason, to obscure the the delivery of the systems. It's also possible to arrange the delivery of ATACMS from other countries besides the U.S., countries that have been already, countries that we've already exported ATACMS to. We could potentially, authorize the re-export of them, and then say we have no idea what's happened to them, no idea what's been done with them. So that way, if the Russian government gets pissy about it, we can just deny all knowledge of it. That's another possibility. There seems to be maybe a conservative faction within the NSC that is escalation averse, or averse to the potential of escalation. I get the sense that Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, may be one of its members. His comments at various national security events and forums have always struck me as very concerning. I get a bad vibe from the guy, just to be full disclosure. But then again, it's not the National Security Advisor that determines policy. It's the President of the United States, not Jake Sullivan. It's Joe Biden, not Jake Sullivan. So we'll have to see. I mean, it really, to answer your question more directly, Doman, I'll say simply, the argument that I suspect you would hear from those opposed to sending ATACMS would be risk of escalation from Russia. That being said, I don't find that argument particularly cogent, especially if you're willing to say, okay, we'll give these weapon systems to Ukraine with the rules of engagement being that they can't use them to strike targets in Russia. If we were to do that, I just can't imagine that being a cogent argument. And even without that, it's still not a very cogent argument in my opinion.
No, I think it's it's the sort of argument that looks for excuses more than anything else, because you're not giving Ukraine any additional capability, obviously. What you're giving them is additional ability in terms of volume. You wouldn't be giving them a capability on a case-by-case basis that they don't already possess. And at that point, I would suggest that it's much more of an excuse than an actual argument. That's just my thoughts on it, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the other options, is if there is a way to be conservative about this and still, deliver Ukraine the systems that it needs. And those two options would be to either get them ATACMS from some other country that has ATACMS. And again, like I said, authorize the re-export from, really it would have to be Romania or potentially South Korea. South Korea has licensed production of ATACMS, but I think it's only for the older versions of ATACMS with the DPICM, the dual purposed enhanced cluster munitions, or excuse me, dual purpose improved cluster munitions. That's not what was used at Saki in any case. We still aren't 100% sure what was used, but definitely wasn't that, because that is a cluster munition warhead. Saki was a unitary warhead in any case. So there are some options.
Can you dig into this a bit more? Sorry. So South Korea has licensed production of ATACMS, but not of the ones with unitary warheads. Isn't that basically the simplest thing to make?
So okay, so this is really, really interesting, and I'm really love this topic. So actually, no. So you have to kind of dig into the history here, and specifically the history of avionics and guidance systems. So a lot of older munitions, and this isn't just true for the United States, this is true for weapon systems across the board globally. Historically, for systems like this, cluster munitions and various other types of submunition-based warheads have been preferred due to limitations in the guidance systems and thus limits to the accuracy of the weapon system. So, for example, I believe the accuracy of older variants of ATACMS used to be on the order of 10 to 50 meters, whereas with the new versions, it's like less than 5 meters. And so the problem is with historically speaking, with some of these older avionics and guidance packages, you could not achieve the level of accuracy needed to effectively destroy the target with a unitary warhead. You had to use cluster munitions to disperse a number of smaller submunitions over a larger area to actually, increase the likelihood of actually destroying the target. And so as a result, for example, if you look at the original MLRS, and I don't mean the M270, I mean the actual rockets themselves. So nowadays we use GMLRS, guided multiple launch rocket systems, that come in M30, which was originally a DPICM cluster munition warhead, the M31, which is a unitary warhead. Originally, we had the MLRS rocket, also known as the M26, and that only came in one variety that had a cluster munition warhead because it was unguided. And that's how we came up with, that's how we compensated for the fact that it was an unguided munition. It's the exact same reason why Russian MRLs use primarily cluster munition warheads. It's because they're unguided, and you need those cluster munition warheads to be able to compensate for the lack of accuracy. And so I'd have to dig a little bit more into the technical details, but I think the older version might have somewhat more limited range in addition to that more limited accuracy. The South Koreans, I believe they wanted to license production of the newest version of ATACMS, but I think that they were having trouble securing the export, the sale and export of the relevant U.S. GPS guidance systems to actually complete that. U.S. government has been very, very cagey about selling our most modern guidance packages to other countries. So yeah, that's kind of the reason why they're still working while they have license production of this older variant specifically. Now, they are developing, I believe, a domestic system that actually, from the exterior, it looks nearly identical to ATACMS. It's called the KT-SSM, Korea Tactical Surface-to-Surface Missile. I believe it's supposed to be inspired by ATACMS. They wanted to use a bunch of U.S. components in its construction. It's supposed to be a fully domestic system, although it does originally slated to have a lot of U.S. components, I believe 300 separate U.S. supplied components. And they ran into the same issue with the U.S. government being very, very cagey and reluctant to export the GPS guide, our latest GPS guidance and inertial navigation units, or inertial navigation systems, excuse me, to enable, an accurate, a 300-kilometer range with, a high degree of accuracy. And so it looks like they're still pressing forward with that program in any case. So it's possible they may have developed their own, INS and GPS systems, which wouldn't be surprising. I mean, the South Koreans, they are institutionally extremely tech savvy. So this certainly should be within their the space of their capabilities. But the point that I was trying to get to is that the two options here, broadly speaking, are, like I've already mentioned, authorizing the re-export of ATACMS to Ukraine from countries that already have them. Romania has them, Greece has them, Turkey has them, South Korea has them, and I believe there's a couple Middle Eastern states that have them, Bahrain, UAE, and I think there might be one other, but in any case, there's potential sources for them. The second option, and there's two ways that you could go about this, and this is a little bit more speculative. It's also possible that the United States government could be directly supporting the development of SAPS and Krim 2 by sending the Ukrainians, essentially our guidance systems that we could be sending them, our GPS guidance packages, our, laser ring gyroscopes, our, cutting edge accelerometers for the inertial measurement unit for the INS, the inertial navigation system, to enable, a highly sophisticated and accurate Ukrainian domestic missile complex. That's definitely a possibility. I've always considered that a little bit less likely than directly provisioning ATACMS, just because of the fact that, like I said, we've always been extremely cagey about, actually giving the underlying technology to other countries, given how advanced and sensitive it is. We won't even give this stuff to the South Koreans, for God's sake. And it's also always possible that if South Korean efforts were successful to develop their own domestic, high precision military grade, GPS guidance packages or, domestic IMUs, it's always possible they could have, sold or donated those systems to Ukraine as well to enable this. They wouldn't be strictly necessary in principle, but I mention it because the accuracy of SAPS and Krim 2 is a bit of an unknown quantity, because as originally designed, it did not have GNSS, Global Navigation Satellite-based guidance. From what I've read in Ukrainian language sources, it had a baseline of INS, inertial navigation system, for its baseline guidance. And what was it? 4 possible seeker heads. They had an infrared seeker head, a optical contrast seeker head, an active radar seeker head, and a combined active radar and optical contrast seeker head. And you would pick one of those seeker heads, and it would be on top of the INS guidance. I'm not sure what kind of CEP, circular error probable, that would get you in terms of accuracy. So I don't know if the export of these components, of these specific components, would even be necessary. But the point was that the U.S. could, through the provision of various equipment, either for the missiles themselves or to set up assembly, manufacturing lines for them, we could totally do that. We could definitely, materially support the development and manufacturing of a Ukrainian domestic system, and that would kind of sidestep the escalation nonsense. So that would be a more conservative way to approach the problem, while still genuinely approaching it, not, just completely ignoring it entirely.
So, John, really, this is about the guidance system more than anything else, right? It's not about the unitary warhead at all. or the cluster munitions at all. The reason why South Korea only makes only has the license and runs with the cluster munitions is because of the inferior guidance systems in the older types from decades back.
Yes, and because we licensed attack production to South Korea quite a while ago, so I suspect they probably got the best, attack version that we had
at the time.
Yes.
Actually, see, now this makes a whole lot more sense. Thank you, John. I think everybody learned something here, except for John, who already knew this. Then John.
Yeah, thanks, Domin. And John, it's always good to have a rocket scientist in the team. But regarding the number of tanks still available within Russia, yesterday, I don't know who were there last night, European time, but there was one guy, I can't remember his name, who I don't know if it was a theory or facts or what, but the reason for Russia starting to deploy T-65 were two. One is that they don't have the autoloader system, the rotating autoloader system, meaning they don't cook off as the T-72 and more recent ones. And the second one was that on the T-65 they can elevate the cannon higher to a higher angle, meaning better for urban conditions. So yeah, just wanted to share this because I don't know who was online last night or early morning.
So you're saying the survivability in the 64 is better by default because of the lack of the carousel?
Yes.
John, is that right? I just want a second confirmation of it, because it makes sense to me, but I thought that the T-64 was the first one with this sort of carousel.
So the T-62 does not have an autoloader, period. The T-64 was the first Soviet pattern tank to have an autoloader.
I might be wrong on the number. Maybe it was 62 that was discussed, but not 64, 65, or whatever I said. But
but then the 62 has much less good than armor in the first place, right?
It doesn't have composite armor, just rolled homogeneous steel.
Yeah, and there was another thing as well. Well, it hasn't got rubber blocks on the outside, I guess. But there was another thing as well. It had more availability of different munition, a wider range of possible munition.
So the T-62 has, I believe, 120 millimeter, or let me look this up. I don't want to get my numbers wrong here. But the T-62, its main gun is a different caliber than yes, here it is. It's a different caliber than the T-64, T-72, T-80, and T-90 main gun. The T-62 uses 115 millimeter smoothbore gun, whereas all the later successor tanks, 64, 72, 80, and 90, all use 125 millimeter main gun.
Yeah, I don't know more than that, John, than what I just said. But so apparently there could be a reason rather than, another reason than lacking T-72s and later tanks.
Thank you, then, John. John, I think we have more questions for you. Christopher.
Would that be me?
That would be you, Christopher, yes.
Oh, I have a real quick question. What is the possibilities of Ukraine training, or U.S. training Ukrainian soldiers on U.S. helicopters at the moment?
Was the question, what is the possibility of that?
Yes, what is the possibility of the United States training Ukrainian soldiers on U.S.-based helicopter systems?
So that's a very interesting point. So that's obviously something that, we would like to see as well. In terms of public reporting on this topic, I've seen nothing. I've seen exactly zero information as to whether or not that has been discussed or is being discussed, or if that's something in the cards. obviously a lot of focus has been placed on training Ukrainian pilots to fly F-16s, and potentially F-15s or FA-18s. Obviously main focus being F-16s, but I've seen nothing about helicopters, so that's not to say it isn't happening. I genuinely don't know. It could be something that's happening behind the scenes. But yeah, that's kind of, and unfortunately, that's just a big question mark at this point.
All right, thank you. The only reason why I asked was because I just saw some pair of U.S. military helicopters fly over my house.
I would suspect that rotary wing US platforms will be more of a long-term thing than fixed wing ones. As in, fixed wing ones will precede rotary wing. That's just my suspicion here, because there's a lot more need, I would suggest, within Ukraine for a better fixed wing capacity. I don't know, John. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I kind of get this. I tend to agree with you, Delman, that rotary wing assets that's more of a long-term capability. I mean, F-16s in and of themselves, it's an interesting dilemma. They are themselves a long-term capability, but there is an immediate short-term need for them as well. For the Ukrainian Air Force. There's only so much time, resources, and human resources available to for these training programs. In terms of Ukrainian pilots, obviously, Ukrainian fixed wing pilots and Ukrainian rotary wing pilots. That's those are different. Those are separate people. But this question, you have to answer the question of, okay, well, how many pilots does Ukraine have that can fly these helicopters versus the number of airframes? Do they have sufficient pilots that they can take them, out of country, to Poland or wherever for training on these, NATO standard helicopters while still having, sufficient enough pilots to operate their current platforms in the interim? There's a lot of logistics that goes into it, and keep in mind that we also have to train the logistical and the support personnel, the maintainers, the mechanics, etc. Simultaneously with the pilots. It's similar to all the issues that you run into when trying to set up an F-16, or any other fixed wing training program. It might be a little bit less difficult from the pilot standpoint. I don't think it takes quite as long to train on a helicopter as it does on a fixed wing platform, according to people that I've spoken to. But you would still face similar challenges, with limited resources, such as bandwidth, that you can get logistics and support, into country once training has been completed and Ukrainians begin to deploy them. So I think it's more of a long-term consideration at this juncture.
Thank you, John. Yeah, I had the same feeling, simply because I don't know. It just seems like Ukraine would benefit much more in the immediate, right? As you said, there's much more of a need right now for better fixed wing platforms than rotary wing ones. Danny.
Thanks. I had a question regarding Lend-Lease, because I believe it's 2 weeks away when it kicks into high gear. It actually can become usable. So I was wondering, how will the first day of Lend-Lease maybe look like? Do you suspect there are already massive amounts of equipment loaded onto planes ready to depart from US bases around the world, with their final destination being either Poland and then or Romania or other allied nations that are bordering Ukraine? Or will it allow for nations to dispatch equipment from their inventory, and then the US uses Lend-Lease to quickly backfill those countries' equipment? How would that look like? I really don't know.
So, in terms of what the Lend-Lease Act does, my understanding is that it mainly, relaxes and removes some of the bureaucratic red tape regarding various statutes that place requirements on certain procedures that have to be followed when exporting defense materials to other countries. So it removes those restrictions as it relates to Ukraine directly and to neighboring countries, so that we can backfill them more easily. what I would expect initially, in terms of actual physical movement on the ground of equipment, I'm not really sure. I can't say, but what I would expect is, in the opening days to week or so, I would expect kind of a flurry of contracts and announcements to be made of essentially once we hit October 1st, the new fiscal year begins and all that red tape disappears. I would expect a flurry of contracts and um, donations and other shipments to be announced to Ukraine and other countries, that will then be fulfilled on an ongoing basis as the days and the weeks go on. How much we have currently ready to be sent, once October 1st rolls over, or rolls by, I'm not sure. I imagine the DoD is keeping those cards very close to their chest. We can all hope that it's substantial, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Can I have another follow up there?
Go for it.
And do you expect for it to maybe contain A-10s as well? F-16s, I don't know. They do sound like they've been training on them, and they're bound to appear in theater at one point or another. But I'm excited for other types of equipment that could help Ukraine save more of their people's lives.
So I don't think A-10s will be sent. The Ukrainian Ministry of Defense has made their position quite clear. They absolutely do not want A-10s because it distracts resources from F-16 training. So they really do not want A-10s. I know some people like to talk about sending them, given their reputation, as attack aircraft for performing close air support missions. But the truth is, the Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian armed forces, they really do not want them, so I don't think they'll be sent.
Someone was saying here, I forget who it was. I think it was someone who's had a very distinguished career in the armed services previously, saying something along the lines of, an F-16 can do 80% of what the A-10 can, but an A-10 can only do 10% of what an F-16 can, or indeed F-15. That's probably why, if there's limits to what's going to be gone for, is likely to be one type to start with, and an F-16 or an F-15 would just be so much more useful, or an F-18 indeed would just be so much more useful for a greater variety of roles and capabilities than an A-10 would. That's why I would suspect something else other than an A-10. Also, there's just so many F-16s around, right? For example, that should make it quite a bit easier. Then, John.
Yeah, so I also have a money question. Because I believe 40 billion has been approved for Ukraine, which is actually 400 billion in our currency. It's crazy. Anyway, so 40 billion has been approved, and is it 15 billion that has been spent or something, leaving a hefty balance? So my question is,
more like 25 by now, but yeah.
Is it okay? 25, so 15 left. So does it have to be spent this year? And what happens once Lend-Lease goes into effect? What's the correlation or dynamics between the two?
So I can't speak to the only thing I can really that I'm knowledge about that I can speak to is the Presidential Drawdown Authority, which refers to the cap on the monetary value of equipment that the president can draw from existing U.S. stocks to be sent overseas to a foreign nation, in unexpected events or in emergencies. That, I believe that cap on that head was $10 billion, I think, or somewhere in that general ballpark range. That all of that money has to be, or all of that value, that's only good until October 1st. So through the end of this current fiscal year, which ends on October 1st. As of a few weeks ago, I believe there was still about $3 billion remaining. worth of military equipment that could be sent under presidential drawdown authority. I believe that we've already burned through over the past week or so, given recent announcements. I believe we've already burned through maybe 2 billion of that, so that there's still a little bit left that can be sent under presidential drawdown authority before the end of the fiscal year, and that amount doesn't roll over. So it's important that that gets done before October 1st.
Okay, thank you.
Mic check, do we lose Doman or do we lose me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Doman, if you can hear us, I think you've lost audio. So in the meantime, while we try to get Doman's technical issues resolved, I see a couple people up on the panel. If there's any other questions, comments, anybody has discussion points, unfortunately, I'm the co-host. I can't bring people up at the moment, but at least for those on the panel, I can put that request out there if any of you have anything you'd like to add. To your earlier point, John, I believe there was another amount of funding that was allocated under a different kind of statutory purview than presidential drawdown authority. I believe that $40 billion amount that you referenced, I'd have to go digging through the various, the various pieces of relevant legislation to kind of figure out what the exact structure of it is. But that $40 billion, I believe that was kind of total, not just for Ukraine specifically, and not just for military aid, but that encompassed aid to Ukraine and surrounding NATO member states. That included both direct military assistance or defense assistance, backfilling U.S. stocks, or I should say replenishing U.S. stocks and backfilling neighboring member states, as well as direct financial aid to the Ukrainian government, as well as humanitarian aid, and obviously, the provision of additional defense equipment, defense materials directly to Ukraine.
Yeah, okay, got it. And the way it has been presented, I think we have seen everything except the backfilling of the US stock. I think it has been presented what's for other NATO countries. I believe so, at least. I'm not 100% sure, but so in that 25 we have seen should be covering everything except the US backfill at home, so to say.
Yeah, so some replenishing U.S. stocks, that's going to be for some of these for some of this equipment. That's going to be a little bit more of a long-term process. I mean, take for example all the Stingers and the missiles themselves that we have sent to Ukraine. One of the issues with those, for example, and I'm just kind of using this as an example of potentially some of the wider issue, is that production on again, just for the Stinger specifically, the issue is the design hasn't been updated in a while, and the problem with that is that as originally designed, it uses a number of electronics components that are no longer readily commercially available because obviously the underlying technology has advanced, and so they use older designs of semiconductors that are no longer in mass production that you can't readily obtain. And so as a result, the Stinger warhead and missile is going to have to essentially be redesigned, to enable new cost-effective production lines, to be able to replenish our stocks. For some of the other equipment, like the M777, production was shut down a while ago. There are no production lines, so we currently have no way to replace, some of that equipment that is sent to Ukraine. U.S. defense production is an interesting animal, and more broadly across the board, this is kind of a dilemma that all countries face. If let's say you have this particular piece of military equipment that you've designed, you put it in production, and then you fulfilled your current need of however many units of that item that you need to be produced. You've produced enough to equip all the units that you want to equip in active service. You have enough set aside for reserve units, and then you have you produced however many you want to stockpile. And the problem then kind of becomes, well, you fulfilled all your needs, and let's say you don't have an export customer that you continue to manufacture units to fulfill foreign orders for. The question is then becomes, what do you want to do with that production capacity? Because if they're not if that assembly line is not receiving orders, then you're essentially paying the employees and all the other personnel to do nothing. If you just let them sit around with no orders, and you continue to operate that plant, you're quite literally paying them to do nothing. And so there is, from an economic standpoint, an immediate significant incentive to shut down and dismantle production lines once you've fulfilled all of the orders that you're going to foreseeably have. And this then kind of creates a problem of, well, okay, we've acquired all that we need, we've shut down production. Well, what happens if a need suddenly arises again? If a major war breaks out and current stockpiles are insufficient, we have no domestic production now. So what do we do? And we've kind of seen this dynamic with congressional appropriations for like the Defense Authorization Acts for funding the U.S. Armed Forces and the Department of Defense. I believe one of the kind of the classical example here is that for the past several years, if my memory is correct, I believe Congress has on a continuing basis appropriated more funds for the procurement of more M1 Abrams main battle tanks than the Pentagon actually requests on a fairly regular basis. And my understanding is that the reason for this is because there's only one main battle tank factory in the United States run by General Dynamics. I want to say it might be in Illinois. I'm fuzzy on the exact location. But in any case, this General Dynamics plant is the only domestic, it represents 100% of the United States' domestic main battle tank manufacturing capacity. And, if orders from the DoD cease, and if, foreign export orders, were to, decrease significantly, then that plant would have to be shut down, because it would just be, uneconomical for General Dynamics to keep it open. And then the United States will have lost, its domestic capacity to manufacture main battle tanks. And then that creates a problem of, okay, if we suddenly find ourselves in a massive conventional war where we need to produce main battle tanks, we're then in a very difficult position of, well, now we have to restart production. We have to find all the people, because this is a very specialized skill set. We have to either find people that have this skill set, or we have to train new ones. We have to rebuild the physical assembly lines. If we have to do all this expensive and time-consuming stuff again, and that can potentially, not a good situation to find yourself in the middle of a war. So yeah, that's kind of a very interesting dynamic at play there, and kind of what we kind of. Sorry, please go ahead, then, John.
No, well, yeah, I think we also have a defense industry here in Sweden. Not at the same scale, but I think we have similar issues where the manufacturers are kind of they are seen as a national security strategic entity, so they need to be kept alive no matter what. So yeah, I get your point.
Yeah, what the U.S. has kind of tended to do is we'll have a specific piece of equipment, we'll produce all that we need to equip active units, reserve units, and then some additional orders for stockpiling, and then whatever foreign orders orders we get for foreign export, and then we'll shut down production, and then we'll kind of just coast until the successor to that piece of equipment is developed, and we just kind of hope that our existing stockpile and availability will be enough to last us until we the piece of equipment that's supposed to replace that original piece is designed and goes into serial production. Like, for example, we shut down ATACMS production many years ago, and we've kind of been coasting while we've been waiting on the successor to ATACMS, which is PrSM Precision Strike Missile. And the whole idea is that, ATACMS production, even if we have to expend a bunch of them or send a bunch of them to Ukraine or, what have you, doesn't really matter much because, well, soon now we're going to replace it with PrSM, and we'll have mass production of that, so it won't be an issue. That's kind of the approach the U.S. has taken, is we try to produce enough that we can coast to the next development to fill that particular niche that a given, defense item fulfills.
Yeah, makes sense.
Doman, I see we have you back. Doman, can you hear us? Well, we have now found ourselves in an interesting dilemma. So we have Doman back as a co-host now, but I, as a co-host, can actually add people to the panel. So this is a wonderful occasion. Doman, your audio is very broken. Doman, you there? Maybe it's just me. I'm catching part of a sentence.
Yeah, I'm catching like half a word from him.
Oh, wonderful. Twitter. Please go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, it's just a quick question. I presume it's possible to have artillery shells that, instead of delivering an explosive, maybe deliver a whole bunch of propaganda leaflets asking people to surrender, or can you put those into a rocket or something? I don't know if you're laughing because they're doing that or if it can't be done. Forgive my ignorance. Is that possible?
Oh, so yes, this is fantastic. So it can be done, and it has been done. And I don't think the Ukrainians have done it, but I believe the Russians have done it, actually. They were firing propaganda leaflets at the Ukrainians at one point, and I think that they might have actually been reusing old propaganda leaflets from the Chechen War.
Wow, that is ridiculous, isn't it? Yeah, I just think that there might be a point where, if their morale is close to breaking, getting a bunch of leaflets, instructing them in Russian what the Geneva Convention is, how to surrender safely, might be a really good idea at some point. Maybe more in the Kherson region than in Kharkiv. But yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, the Ukrainians have definitely been distributing leaflets with instructions on how to surrender or how to contact, the SBU or Ukrainian forces to offer to surrender and to arrange it. I don't know how they've been dispersing them, but they definitely have been deploying them.
Yeah, that sounds great. They need to be doing more of that as the Russians get closer to breaking. And then what will be really good is when one unit breaks, is if there's any way they can quickly let other units know that, your friends in the 92nd Brigade or whatever it is have just surrendered to us or something. I know they've been sending text messages as well, I think.
Yeah, I believe, in Kharkiv, the SBU pinged every phone with a Russian SIM card with a, message basically saying, surrender now, et cetera, et cetera. Just as a quick technical note, there's currently a bunch of people in requests. I see all of you, Doman, Slava, Danny, a few other people. I'm having technical issues as well. We lost Doman due to audio issues. Even though I'm up as co-host, I'm having a glitch and I cannot actually add people to speaker from the request list. So please bear with us and we'll try and get this resolved once we can get Doman back up as co-host. And then I'll have to reboot my app and be re-co-host. So if y'all could just bear with us for a minute while we get this sorted out on the back end. But yeah, to your point, Tom, that has definitely been happening. I think what we're kind of the interesting dynamic here is that I think, in my opinion, anyways, comes from the DNR and LNR units because for the most part, barring those units that were formed pre-February 24th that were from the original fighting in 2014 2015 and kind of some of the fighting between then and February 24th, those barring those units, most of the DNR LNR guys are Ukrainian citizens. They are citizens and residents of Ukraine. They've been forcefully conscripted by the Russians to fight on behalf of Russia. And when they break, they don't necessarily have to surrender to Ukrainian forces. They can just leave and kind of disperse and try and find their way back home or to wherever because they're Ukrainians.
Yeah, definitely. I was reading an article about one of the difficulties for the Russian military is that they're actually made up of a lot of disparate units with like separate chains of command. So there's sort of Russian regular military, and then they've got their Spetsnaz and VDV, and then they've got Wagner Group, and then they've got the so-called DNR, LNR troops. And they're all under different chains of command. So they're not very effective at actually working together under one sort of overall chain of command. And that also the levels of like equipment and supplies can be quite different. So, you may have a Wagner group that's actually quite well supplied, and then DNR troops that literally haven't got any food. So their morale is going to be all over the place and really quite uneven as well, I should imagine. Some units are going to be quite close to breaking, other units are going to be motivated to fight on, but that probably just makes it even more complicated for the Russians in terms of overall morale to keep their troops in the fight. But this is only good for Ukraine, so it's a good thing.
Yeah, to your point, I believe that there was a very, very detailed and comprehensive thread written by Ian Matveev. I'm probably mispronouncing his last name. I can put a link up to a translation of the thread. It's in Russian. He is a prominent Russian language commentator. Well, commentator is maybe not the best word, but he offers some of the best. I think he's Ukrainian. He's certainly pro-Ukraine anyways. He's definitely not a Vatnik, but he's one of the best Russian language. He offers some of the best Russian language analysis of the big points that he made in his in this long thread that he wrote was that these various units, they have there is a total lack of a unified overall command, as you said, Wagner operates on its own, Rosgvardia operates on its own, the VRF, like the regular Russian armed forces, they operate on their own, and then the DNR, LNR, it's not clear to me if they operate under the auspices of the VRF or if they're have a separate structure entirely. But in any case, this disjointed, command and control situation, which we've seen, basically since day one, really, has, cripples the Russians in a number of regards. I mean, you have adjacent units that can't really effectively coordinate and support one another because they, report to different chains of command. It's just an all-around bad situation. Fantastic for the Ukrainians, though. Just an all-around bad situation for the Russians to find themselves in. And I'll go ahead and put a link to a translation of the thread, a very detailed translation, up in the nest.
Yeah, thanks. I think that was where I read it. I'd forgotten that he talked about the Rosgvardia, or however you pronounce it, and he was talking about how they don't really have the sort of heavy military equipment. They're more like police SWAT teams than soldiers. I think he may have mentioned the Chechens as well are a bit of a law unto themselves. Anyway, I can see Slava and Bernard have got their hands up.
Donovan, do we have you back? Is your audio working? Oh, and we lost Donovan. Wonderful. Slava, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Slava Ukraini, Heroям Slava. Just to answer the question of the Tom, it is exactly what's happening at least 2 weeks now. Ukrainians, so it is actually was segment on our marathon, teleton is to translate to English, that it described how Ukrainians do it. So this is like a special rockets. I think not rockets, artillery that explode exactly before they hit like a ground. This is like I don't know how it's worked because I'm not military. Maybe John can explain it. But it's like a prepared pamphlets, like a not explosions, but like pamphlets. They explode, and this like happening 2 weeks since 2 weeks, maybe 2 weeks now. And after they started that, stated that a lot of the collaborators who decided to work with in the Kherson region and Kherson, that decided to work with the Russian side, actually started to call last week. A lot of the calls to like trying to arrange some deals that they not be prosecuted or maybe less terms, because like trying to, because for them it's like a 12 years for the collaboration. This is like a really serious, and they like a lot of the costs that like started to happen just last week. So this is like a working. It's working because they see that Russian soldiers just dropping everything, that just take everything they robbed and fleeing to the Russia. And when there is no Russian soldiers, all collaborators are not protected, and they know that either they're gonna be liquidated or they will be captured like as prisoners, because they already not Ukrainians. So this is like a situation. Just to answer to the Tom question, yes, it is exactly when you started to ask your question. It's exactly what is happening last 2 weeks. So thank you, Slava Ukraini.
Slava.
Thank you very much, Slava. I just found an article. I'll see if I can't find a link to put up in the nest to it from mil.in.ua with some video of some of the pamphlets that Ukrainian forces have been delivering via artillery shell to Russian positions. There's in terms of the physical mechanics of it, there's a couple different ways to go about it. Usually you have, you'll have essentially a hollow artillery shell, and rather than having like an explosive filling inside, you will have, some pamphlets tightly packed inside, and then, you will fire the shell in mid-flight. Either a small explosive charge will detonate, essentially breaking the shell apart and dispersing the pamphlets, or there's also probably systems where the shell will mechanically split open, and break the casing will break apart, and then those pamphlets will then just be dispersed over a wide area by just aerodynamic forces.
John, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. You are 5 by 5, my friend.
Third time lucky, or is it fifth time? Okay, good. John, you can drop down and we'll get you back up in a second, and then we will hopefully have 2 fully functional co-hosts. Okay,
Just
perfect. Yeah,
just wanted to
Bionade,
add to
go
this.
ahead.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I anticipated your call. I already also saw videos of soldiers on the front lines putting out like music boxes, or like these BASIN music boxes, these transportables, with messages how to surrender, something like this. And I think it's a really good idea.
Music boxes.
Yeah, where you play loud messages, like with
Oh, I
instructions how
see.
to surrender. Yeah, with these boom boxes.
Got it.
Yeah,
Sorry,
really
when you
good.
said music boxes, I thought you meant one of those things with a little spinny metal cylinder inside that plays a little tune. Okay, John, let's get you back to co-host. Let's see if you have all the things you need to, and then hopefully we'll have 2 fully functional people on the fully functional panel, which would be great. Sorry about that, everyone. This is an odd set of glitches. Anyway, I didn't really know what we were talking about for 5 minutes. I had to restart. But hopefully, we will have someone up to tell us much more about drones. And you know who you are, Sonic. But I thought we might wanted to hear a little bit about some pretty excellent, pretty swanky drones that Sonic's been working with. There we go. Excellent. We've got a Sonic. Let's just go to Danny. I think Danny has a pointer question.
Think about surrendering. I remember from the first months of the war that they were heavily incentivizing Russian troops to surrender by offering them $50,000 if they would surrender together with their equipment. And it's been highly surprising that not many stories about defectors surrendering that way have reached any of us. It's peculiar because I'm almost tempted to join the Russian military, get a tank, and then surrender with it so that I can cash in on the 50,000. Of course, I'm just joking, but it's really peculiar that we haven't seen any stories. Have you seen any indication that that has happened at all?
No. So what I think is working against us here is that Russian soldiers have assumptions about how prisoners of war are treated by Ukrainians on the basis of how Russians treat prisoners of war. I think it really, really boils down to that. Because if you remember, Danny, a few days ago there was an interception by the Ukrainian SBU, and the Russian that wasn't even an interception, right? It was actually somebody calling in. It was a recording of a phone call of a Russian soldier calling in. I'd like to surrender. Are you going to pick me up? And one of the questions he asked was, "Are you going to castrate me?" And the answer was something along the lines of, "No, of course not. We will treat you in accordance to the Geneva Convention." You know what the Geneva Convention is, right? Because the Russian soldiers assumed that they would be treated the same way that Ukrainian prisoners of war treated by the Russians. I think that's why it didn't work. I think that's why the incentive of just drive over your tanks didn't work. There was something said about some plane or a helicopter, wasn't it? There was a bunch of helicopters that were flying. I think they were helicopters many months ago from Belarus across towards Bryansk, I think, and then one of them suddenly turned south and then disappeared. There's speculation that one got turned over. I don't know what the resolution of that was. This is just something being dug out of the back of my mind. But if anybody does remember, that'd be great to know about. Anyway, but beyond that, I don't really know.
Yeah, Thank you, Doman. I appreciate it. Yes, I have been listening on that captured. That person that called in to ask about surrendering, and I think you're right. He was completely. The concept of surrendering and not being killed or tortured was completely alien to that person. So I guess they must all be skeptical of it. So the other topic that I wanted to maybe poke on a little bit was Lukashenko was recently seen making very vague comments, very out of touch comments, very strange comments while he was chopping some wood. He was commenting on using that wood to help heat Europe. Then he made recently he made a comment that, of course, very very weird comment that aligns to their propaganda that America is the sole beneficiary of what the situation from today, and they've essentially eliminated their competition, and that other countries are next, like Moldova, the Baltics, Poland, and Romania. And as a result, I've read that our foreign ministry has requested that the envoy of Belarus to Romania present himself to the ministry to offer up explanations on what those comments really mean. So my question is, what's Belarus doing?
Yeah, no one knows. What is clear is that Lukashenko is but the leader of a client state to Putin's. Nothing more than that. He's certainly a client ruler. Now, Belarusian people at large obviously aren't particularly interested in being at war with anyone, because the social contract in Belarus that was sold to them was basically, look, be quiet, but you will be safe, and you won't be at war, and there won't be disturbances, and there won't be violence. Right, that's kind of the social contract. Now, of course, we all know that, or at least we should all know, that the reality on the ground in Belarus is somewhat different, but at the very least, involvement with wars abroad isn't something that was suggested to them would be a part of their life in Belarus. Now, what is Lukashenko doing? I think he's making a publicity stunt, but he doesn't know how to make one. And he's making a publicity stunt for the audience of one, some hundreds of kilometers further east. I think that does the extent of it. As to your first point, I think Slava Ukraini had a comment to that.
Thank you, Slava Ukraini. Yes, just about this call. So I don't know how many calls that you heard, but I have some reservation about this single call because I heard only one, and I listened several times, and for me it's really not easy was listening because. When this Russians was called, his voice was a bit he's making fun call, like a funny call, because Ukrainians.
Hey, that's the same feeling I had as well, Slava, actually.
So yes,
but nobody else brought it up. I thought it was like a prank call.
No, exactly. It's like a prank call. Exactly. I was searching for this word because Ukrainian side was completely serious. Yes, yes, we are. You will be treated pretty well. This is like a Ukrainian side, but for Russian side, he's like a pranking Ukrainians. He's like a testing. Is it working or is it fun or is it like a good? It is good that he's called. Sorry, need to clear my throat. It's good that he's called. But still, they still do not believe it, and this is like a problem. They still like Dominic, you said, they like a projecting what they treat Ukrainians, and they projecting that they gonna be treated this same way, and this is like a problem with the Russians. Even you saying to the Russians, please, you're gonna be treated well. Just give up. Don't shoot. Don't play with us. You're gonna be or killed or we surrender. It's better for you to surrender. But they still don't believe it. This is like a problem with the Russian. They like trapped in their own mind. And when this is called, I heard this call. For me, it's like again, is it pranking? Because exactly he started like he like I don't know how to say in the English, but he's like in his voice when he started to say about the castration, he's actually started to for him it's like a fun, and this like a problem for me because like it's not he's not serious. So this I just wanted to point out. Thank you, Dominicus, that you also have heard this. So thank you. Just wanted to point it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Slavokulini. Yeah, no, I was listening to that, but my Russian isn't great, and on that crackly phone call, it's particularly not great. But I got the same sense from the tone as well. And often when Dmitry does translations, I just read the subtitles because I'm listening to other stuff like the space at the same time, because it doesn't matter that much for me, how they say it. But for once, I was listening to it, and I thought, that sounds awfully. Like they're kind of making fun of it. I couldn't tell. There was two options in my mind. Either it was kind of like a prank, or it was maybe not a very smart caller. Maybe that was the other thing I was considering. But yeah, I got the same feel from it as you did.
Yes, just to highlight, a call was real. So this is like a the call
exactly,
was real.
yeah.
So but
It
like
existed. It definitely occurred.
Not it's not a fake, but something with the Russian. This is like how we can approach all this Russian. It is better for your health. Don't smoke too much and just surrender. This is like a message. How we gonna through to their minds, I don't know. But collaborators understand. So this is like it was big wave that just a few days ago that all collaborators in the Kherson region mass calling, want to make a deal. This is like a good news because like from Kherson and Kherson region. So thank you.
Thank you, I completely agree. Right, let's go to Patricia and then to Tom, and then I have some questions for Sonic about some things that fly very quickly. Well, not very quickly, I guess. They fly fairly quickly and are fairly small. Patricia.
Hiya. Yeah, I got a couple of questions. That guy, I think it's normal. What they're playing is, this is an exploratory call. The guy's really hesitant and he's embarrassed and he wants to ask, how's it going to work? And you'll notice that the receiver says, well, you're going to have to tell me your region, you're fighting somewhere. So I thought that was interesting. I would think that those guys would have to make a lot of calls and maybe a couple buddies would be checking with each other because it's a damn scare. You wouldn't put it past your own Russian commanders to set you up. But so I got a couple of questions. A short one about things, about materials. People talking earlier and the last few days. I've heard things like they don't want to give this because they wouldn't want this to fall into the enemy's hands, included that depleted uranium plating and so on. And that's just my brief question because for God's sake, it's like we say in French, you want the butter and the money for the butter, le beurre et le goût du beurre. That what can you use, or is it just only an American can use it? Because if you're going to make it and you're going to use it on the field, it's possible that one will get captured. But at any rate, and apparently they already have an Abrams in a war museum, a journalist was saying. The other thing is I get friends asking me, well, what are they going to do when they get to the areas that have been occupied for 8 years? And I'm wondering who's left there. We know the Russians hauled out a lot of people at the beginning of the year, not as many as they said they would, civilians, I mean. And we know a lot of people ran away, etc. Does anybody have an idea who's left? Because people are asking, what's it going to be like? How are they going to govern there? And I mean, it seems to me a lot of things are going to change, and the only people who stay will those who want to stay. But then there's going to be saboteurs who are going to want to stay. So what's your view on that? Thanks.
Well, I can tell you that according to Guardian reporting months ago, and I really don't want to go too deep in this right now because I really want to turn to Sonic and turn to the to the immediate future and what can actually be done and what is being done to help Ukraine. But more than half the people in the long-time occupied territories, the 8-year plus occupied territories, have left by early this year. Many of their own volition, some deported, of course, some in prison. Very honestly, many in prison, and the people who are left are people who didn't want to leave. Often older people, often people without options, often people who didn't think they had options. So that's all a part of it. How governing would happen, it's a lot easier to govern a place that is legitimately and legally should be controlled by you. So that I don't think that's really an issue in itself. Those who have come there since during the past 8 years, those who have left, those who have, most of them will be leaving together with the Russian troops back into Russia, be that from Eastern Ukraine, be that from Crimea. So that won't be an issue. Those who really don't want to be a part of Ukraine, those will probably opt to leave as well because it will simply be easier for them. A few might stay, but I mean that is true in any in any democratic society. You have a few who don't really want to be a part of it. But I think it's really not something that's going to be a particularly big issue. I'll briefly jump to Tom and then to Alex, and then we will definitely go to John Ridge and to Sonic to talk about drones. And John, I count that he will be transitioning us to that. Tom.
Yeah, my point's just really brief. I remembered after asking about leaflets that I've done my own little psyop recently. Last night I got a Ukrainian fella to translate the Russian fate sort of meme that I did with the image. And another Ukrainian fella checked it out and said, yeah, this is a really good translation into Russian. So I put that up in the nest. If people who speak Russian want to try and spread that in Russian social media in particular, I think it's basically just trolling them. But if it makes one suspicious Russian if it makes expect it to have an absolutely massive impact, but I think we've got to do everything we can. So yeah, anyone.
I think we're just pretty well finished week 1 training, but we had a further 3 weeks there. And so I thought there would be a good opportunity just to talk to people about what happened during the following 3 weeks.
So you were in Ukraine for a month this summer is really the point, right? And you were in Ukraine for pretty much a month this summer because you were helping out with training some Ukrainian frontline soldiers on how to use some clever new drones, right?
We did do that, and that was in the first week, you know, and it was great. It was enjoyable to meet all the guys, and see the benefit that they knew they were going to get out of the equipment. But the whole drone program for MriyaReport has never just been about finding a drone or UAV and just leaving it there. It had always been that what we wanted to do was do an iteration, get feedback on it, test, retest, and then make the next ones better. And that was what the following 3 weeks was really all about.
So was this Operation Fury 2?
Well, actually, we had Op Fury 2A and 2B actually, as it happened, because the 2A was the drones that we took out for the guys and did the training on, but then we needed more drones so that we could go away and do some research and development on them. So we got another 8. Well, in fact, 2 of the guys went back and picked up another 8, so that we could then work on improving them and improving the miscellaneous equipment that we use around them, in order then that Op Fury 3 will be better equipment again. And by the way, the research and development drones are, you know, they obviously got put back into use by one of the frontline units after we'd finished doing the R&D. And I think actually it's 7, because one of the units from the east damaged one of theirs, and so we sent a replacement over to them. But there are 7 now that are operating over Kherson, actually.
And just to make it clear to everyone, what is the utility of these drones to the frontline units?
You know, from our point of view, the idea is to make sure that the guys have got eyes in the sky, basically so that they can find targets or ways through or weaknesses or whatever. It's basically eyes in the sky that stop or at least reduce the amount of soft units that actually have to go behind lines in order to find those things. You know, we're never going to be able to stop it completely, but you know, the more drones that we can get over there, the more units can use them instead of actually having to send people.
It's always better to send an unmanned aerial vehicle up way above the Russians' heads than actually risking lives of Ukrainians closer in, right? That's really what it comes down to. And this is why these drones are so important. You're enabling reconnaissance to still take place without having to, you know, put your reconnaissance soldiers in harm's way directly.
Yeah, exactly. You know, the drones can be replaced. People can't. So it's a really simple calculation.
And when you say, you know, these drones can see, what does that mean? Just a regular old visual camera, the sort that you would have in a phone, perhaps, or what kind of ability to see do they have?
Well, I mean, typically we're getting to the point now where what we want to do is actually make the drone for the particular use case required. But typically the guys want to be, anywhere from a kilometre up to, let's say, 500 metres, and they need a camera that they can, zoom in, certain amount of zoom on the camera itself, and then obviously digital zoom you can use after that, down to the things that they want to see, be they targets or weaknesses or whatever it is that they happen to be looking for on the mission that they've got. And of course, the other thing is that we need to provide them with a really good quality night vision camera or thermal imager. One of the things from Op Fury 1 that was really a surprise to the team was how little drone flying was going on at night. And in reality, that's the perfect time to fly drones, because especially if people don't expect drones to be coming, because visually guys can't, people can't see them in order to literally shoot at them. But the other thing is that they're all rested or sleeping or whatever it might be, and it's the ideal opportunity to wake them up with a well placed salvo of something.
And this is really the thing, right? These drones, fairly small. You can't really see it on a radar, not easily. If you see it visually, you can do that during the day, but you probably won't be able to do that during the night. So that's where the nighttime operations really make sense. The drone can see down. Anyone below can't really see the drone.
Yeah, that's it. It's not that they can't be seen, and I wouldn't say that they can't necessarily be picked up on a radar, certainly when they are that high. And again, it depends on which type of drone. We're obviously using the relative. I mean, I think people are probably acquainted with Fury, but although the drone is sort of, I don't know, medium sized, I suppose, because of the material that's made out of, its sort of radar picture is not that big. And it's also quite small. I think someone's been on before talking about the fact that if it's a radar picture that is moving relatively slowly and it's not that big, then people don't tend to bother with it anyway, or the radar has got to be set up to be able to pick up movement that is that slow. So if you can then not see it visually as well, that gives you an even better chance to get to where you want to be.
And how well do they see? Do you maybe have a funny anecdote to share with people? Just how well these drones can see what's going on below, and just how difficult they are to see or hear?
I think you're possibly referring to what I
Yes, I am.
away. Yeah, I thought so. So we were doing nighttime training serials, and I think there were a couple of we were using Aries on the nighttime serials. It was a stupid thing for me to do because obviously the guys were looking for heat sources that they could go and watch, and of course I decided I needed a pee, and that was a really, really bad time to go and have a pee. Let me put it that way.
And you had no idea where the drone was.
Well, the thing is that they're buzzing around, so you can hear that it's going on, but you don't, when in the pitch dark, you don't exactly know where they are. I did think that I'd hidden myself quite well, but clearly not.
Maybe so. You used to be used to serve in the British Armed Forces, right? That's no secret if you've said this here on the space before. Can you give us a little bit of a commentary? How different is this, and how different is this operating environment from what you were used to not that long ago? Before drones were really a thing, just flying around in battle space.
Well, well, it was a bit of a while ago when I was there. I was actually in a medium recce regiment, so kind of part of what I did was actually reconnaissance, albeit in medium tanks, and there were no drones there was nothing at all that was flying, apart from obviously aircraft. So it's completely different, and we're already seeing it revolutionise what can be done on the battlefield, and there is much more to come. So let me give you an example of the sort of things that we're also working on. Imagine if you had an artificial intelligence program sitting in your, say, a laptop that you're controlling your drone with, and it can look at pictures and it can understand what a corner of a T-72 poking out from a wooded tree line looks like, and mark it as a potential target point, so that you don't have to have 6 people around a large screen trying to pick out targets. It would really revolutionize things. And the other thing as well is the last mission that we did while we were there was actually, I was sitting with the pilot in perfect safety whilst the drone was being flown into, or towards anyway, Kherson. But I was in perfect safety because I was many, many, many kilometers away. The last test that we had to perform for the Ukrainian armed forces, the drone, I wasn't there, but I'm almost certain, well, it could have been anyway, but I believe that the test was done remotely. So the drone was actually in Ukraine, but was being piloted from the UK. So you can imagine what else could be done.
Interesting. I'd ask technical details, but I won't, because the things I want to ask, I know you wouldn't tell me.
Exactly.
So what I want to ask, though, is I'll ask one more kind of big question, and then I'll go to Hans and Alex for questions themselves. And I think John's going to have some as well. This is really fascinating. This is really exciting. Actually, I'll first stress one thing. Currently, there's a fundraising going on by MriyaAid for additional rounds of these drones, of similar drones, and that is mentioned up in the nest in the most recent post. So please have a look at that. It's currently well over 70% somewhere. We're waiting for Alex Bacchus to give us an update later today, I believe. Secondly, what I want to ask you about is the feedback that you got from the soldiers operating this, who have been to the front lines for a while by then, many of them using different kinds of drones previously. How does that work? How does integrating that into future subvariants, future improvements work? And this is it must be very different as well from previous, let's say, wars that in previous deployments that the British Army had, where there was, one would presume, a lot less such innovation on the ground at the time.
Listen, I think let's not get carried away with this British Army bit. It was some time ago, and I did one tour, but I was a part-time soldier, so I didn't do that many. So I can't comment on that, to be honest with you.
No, but just the stuff that you actually did. Sorry, maybe I'm editorializing a little bit too much. Sorry about that.
But it's what I'm saying. Like it is completely different. When I did exercises in Germany, I think it was on the last Lionheart, for example, it was nothing like this. It was very, very different. Things have moved on in the whatever it is 20 years since the last exercise that I did, and it's just good to be part of something where we can actually take at least some soldiers out of harm's way, and be able to, in doing so, being able to keep other soldiers away from harm, because the targets can be hit without any I wouldn't say human intervention, but without any sort of physical contact with other humans. So that's a great thing to be part of.
And the back and forth that leads to the improvements, that's really what I was getting
Oh,
at.
sorry, I'm with you. Yeah, so but that's it. Everything from the very start of the program, it was all about what we were being told by Ukrainian frontline soldiers. So, when obviously Colonel Melanie Lake is the person who commissioned me to do this, and it was all about it could only be about feedback from the people who were experiencing war, because you can't second guess that, and then as each iteration has gone on, you just get more and more feedback. That's the bit that is where that's where you get inspired to make the changes that you need to, based on the feedback that comes from them. So they'll tell you their problems. They might not know what the solution to it is, but you're then in a problem-solving situation. And if one thing I know about problems is the fact that they are there means there's a solution, and that's all you got to do: find a solution. So this is what we constantly do. It doesn't stop when we come home. We get feedback from the guys then as well about other things that they bump into. So, for example, like a really, really trivial thing, but it's trivial to you and me sitting here. It's not to a soldier in Ukraine. Is we're going to find a different way of charging the batteries, so that when they put a pair of batteries on, say, an Aries, they are always balanced batteries. There is exactly the same amount of charge in each. It's a small thing, but it's an incremental improvement in what they've got now.
Thank you very much, Sonic. If I could to slightly shift the focus on the specific aspects of these drones, at a kind of at a high level, obviously without getting into any technical details. What challenges, if any, have you faced operating these drones in an environment with Russian electronic warfare? And if you have suffered challenges, have you been able to effectively engineer solutions to overcome those difficulties?
That's the I would say that's probably the biggest challenge. I mean, the Russians don't seem to be great at lots of things from a military point of view, but they do seem to have got their EW sorted out. So we knew a lot before we even went over there about what we were going to face, and a lot of that was mitigated even in the first UAVs that went over. But again, this is part of the fact, or this is part of the reason why you actually have to go there. So 2 of the weeks that we were out there were actually spent in Mykolaiv, where it was, in fact, we were there just before they started, or in fact, just and during the southern offensive, counter offensive, and you actually have to go there and see what is wrong in order to be able to put it right. So I mentioned the fact that I was sitting next to the pilot who was actually flying a combat mission towards Kherson. One of the good things about the UAVs we're using is they've got quite a lot of sensing on them that they send back in the telemetry, and we could actually see what Russian EW was doing. Now, initially, it was a sort of a blanket EW effect that they were putting out, and one that we expected, and we kept on flying through it. And I think that probably caused 1 or 2 raised eyebrows in some Russian command vehicle somewhere, because we then noticed that there was an EW attack at us that was specific to us. The way we monitor it, we know it was specifically aimed at us. And I'll be honest, on that day, we had to turn around and come back because of what they were doing. But what they'd done was shown their hand at another way that they were going to try and interrupt us. So we now know about that. That's not going to happen anymore.
Well, that's wonderful to hear. I'm curious, again, without getting into the technical specifics, have you, from a hardware standpoint, have you been able to mitigate this issue using, commercial off the shelf components? Because I would imagine that, one of the objectives here would be to, minimize cost, and that's kind of one of the issues is if you start going to these, military standard hardware and avionics, you begin to, elevate the cost quite significantly.
You see, now that's an interesting point that you make there. If you go to, how can I put this? If you buy components that are associated with military standard, yeah, you are absolutely going to pay through the nose for them. But if you go for components that do exactly the same job, but are not normally associated with military standard, then that's how you keep the price of your UAVs down. And it is possible, because that is what happens on ours, or sorry, the ones that are produced for MriyaReport.
Again, that is absolutely, wonderful to hear. I mean, I've seen reports, from, up north in Kharkiv that, GPS there, for example, is being massively, spoofed and jammed, presumably, by Ukrainian EW in this case to, hinder Russian, assets making use of, commercial drones. So if y'all have been able to, avoid that kind of EW fratricide, and avoid, Russian attempts while still using that cost stuff, that's just brilliant from an engineering standpoint. Hats off to you.
Hey, let's get this straight. It's not hats off to me. I'm not a smart person, but I work with people who are. So I'm not doing this. I see the effect. I couldn't explain how they did it if I wanted to be honest with you. But I know what their ethos is, and there is a lot of clever software going into these as well. So the components themselves may be relatively standard, but the software isn't.
Well, I guess it's fortunate that Ukrainians seem to have a lot of IT talent then.
It's funny you should mention that, because we went to Mykolaiv actually twice. So we went down there, did some testing, what have you, and found that we needed to make some changes, build some. Well, what we needed to do was build a tracking antenna, and we had made acquaintance with some really smart Ukrainians prior to going down to Mykolaiv, and sort of by the time we got back, they'd actually started 3D printing the unit that would make our patch antenna into a tracking antenna, and then they then started on the software in order to make it track. But again, and that was clever because it doesn't track in the way tracking antenna normally track, because as you pointed out, you do get GPS spoofed and jammed, so you need to find another way.
Don't you have any follow-up on the EW points?
No, I just think that's fantastic. And it's great that they figured out ways around it. It's stories like this that are really heartening, that really illustrate, what MriyaReport can do that is very difficult to do otherwise, and that genuinely, truly benefits Ukrainian units on the front lines, because they can get equipment that, doesn't cost an absolute fortune, so they can actually get it, and at the same time, has all of these positive characteristics or good characteristics associated with it, and also because it's small enough and flexible enough, together with its partners like UAV Tech, and actually implement these improvements specs that the Ukrainian units need. And this is what it's really all about.
I mean, I was going to say the other thing that I sort of wanted to say as well is that the UAV, it's not an arms race, but the UAV comprises two parts. There's the airframe, and then there's the clever telemetry that flies it. Now, the thing is about the airframe, there were people that were not that long ago getting a little bit excited about the fact that one of the airframes that was used was a relatively speaking cheap airframe. The thing is, it flew. The airframe flew. It's then the clever stuff that we've just been talking about that you put inside it that makes the difference between a successful UAV that's going to be used in the combat area, or one that is just going to succumb to EW and fall into the grey zone. And the airframe itself, again, is based on use case. So if you need a vertical takeoff and landing airframe, then that's what you use. If you need a quadcopter, then you use a quadcopter. If you need a hexcopter, then you use a hexcopter, and so on and so forth. So the airframe is kind of like the least important part of what it is. They can be made easily. It's how you keep telemetry at a long distance that is really the smart part of let's call them sort of low budget UAVs in comparison to these multi-million-dollar things that militaries buy.
Exactly. It's about the guts of it, right?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay, well, let's go to Hans, who's been waiting with a question for a very long time. Hans, sorry about that. There's just lots of stuff that we were planning to cover ahead of time. Go ahead, Hans.
There. I think I have my mic on now.
Loud and clear.
Oh, great. Thank you. That doesn't always happen. I have a question. It may not be wholly appropriate, but it pertains to the new Iranian drones, which appear to be quite sophisticated machines. They can do the normal aerial surveillance and send back battlefield information. They apparently can do something also akin to radar jamming and electronic warfare. They can home in on radar. And to top it all off, they are a munition. They can fly directly to the object and detonate there. Apparently, they are something of a threat because they have resulted in the destruction of several mobile artillery units already, if my reading is correct.
So that is indeed reporting. So Yehuda spoke about these at some length earlier today, and I'll briefly note what he said. He said that the reporting isn't wholly true in that it doesn't paint the whole picture.
Okay.
That yes, they are unpleasant, certainly, on the battlefield. However, that they're not the game-changing weapon that they're sometimes portrayed to be. Now, I'll tell you this much: Sonic and I don't know an awful lot about them because we are not part of either the Russian army or any Iranian establishment. We can't help you too much beyond that. But what I can say is that Yehuda is, as a soldier, as a planner himself, and not exactly terribly concerned about them. But I think it would be best to keep the rest of the discussion for when he's around, or someone else that has particular expertise in there, because I can't really say much more. Other than to say that historically these Iranian drones have not been very reliable, in the sense that quite a lot of them fail on their way from being launched to getting to whatever the target is, and also that the specifications of them are very much a best case scenario and vastly overstated. Previous operators and previous militaries that had to work against them, on the other side of them, don't have too much respect for them.
Oh, that's good. That's good to hear. But can I ask your speaker a technical question? Actually, a technical speculation.
Absolutely.
If these Iranian drones or any other drone, enemy drone, would detect radar, would it be possible to home in, target these things by means of their acoustic signal? They must, propellers, what have you, must emit some sort of characteristic frequency, which probably would get lost in background noise, but presumably background noise can be filtered out, and an electronic device could be developed which homes in on precisely that frequency of that type of motor and basically go hunting for them that way. Build an acoustic antenna. And that's my technical speculation. Thank you.
So, funnily enough, I thought I was going to be able to answer the question, but the guys that I work with were again, you do brainstorming and you're thinking of things, the ways you can do it. And actually, what you just said was one of the conversations that came up using let's say the acoustic spectrum in order to target things. So, you know, an obvious thing to target would be artillery, you know, because you've got the report from the artillery. And if you've got a drone flying in an arc, you don't have to necessarily be looking at it to be able to triangulate where it is. And similarly, with respect to EW, if you can, now I'm back the other way, so I'm in a drone. If you are able to mitigate the effect of that EW on your UAV, again, you don't need a camera to be able to see where EW is being emitted from, and it is an emission. Again, if you fly an arc around it, listening for the jamming signals that do not affect you, you can now triangulate where the EW is, can't you?
Right. Thank you. Yeah, you understand the sort of principle that I'm speculating about. If the emission of radar, it can be dangerous to you in any way, then don't go looking for stuff by radar. Try other physical, you know, the sound spectrum.
Agreed. And it's been thought about.
Great. Thank you. I'm glad it's been talked about. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Sonic. Thank you, Hans. Alex Caftelli.
Thanks. I had more of a practical question. Do you guys in those drones or 3D printing, do you need any extra hands? I work a lot with data, but it's I have very limited knowledge of coding, but I have some spare time, which I would like to kind of contribute. And I think it can be exciting also for me to kind of explore this new venue. So I know that in IT there is a lot of time, like you just need extra hands to kind of work with data. Even clean the data if necessary. So, I mean, I would be willing to help, definitely. Do you think there is, do you have any suggestion, like where I could start? And this is kind of broad question to those folks who are Sonic specifically, because he's here, apparently, maybe Alex. Physically, I'm in Canada, in Toronto area. And like I said, I have some time to spend on that. Yeah, motivation-wise, I'm all motivated, but I need some kind of guidance where to start. Thanks.
So, Alex, as I explained earlier, I'm the least technical member of the team. I understand why you probably have said that based in Canada. I'm obviously based in the UK, and most of the work has been going on in Ukraine. However, my DMs are open. Drop me a line. It can't hurt to know that you're there and you've got time on your hands. Whether we can fill your time up or not, I don't know until I ask the question. Was there another question? If there is, I've forgotten it.
Thank you. I will.
Excellent. Thank you, Alex. We had a Chris a second ago, but Chris had to drop. So it's back to... Oh, no, Chris is coming back. I was going to say it's back to you and me, but it's not. Alex, I'm very glad to hear that you have that you want to help out. If Sonny can't use you, I think we might be able to have someone else.
Brilliant.
Somewhere else to put you as well. We will see. Chris, go ahead.
Hi, gents. Yes, I'm actually also in trying to help mode on this. I think I found what I wanted. So I was basically looking for what I call in digital sales speak a landing page to post up, and I think I've got it. So basically, it looks to me like what happens here is you just donate to Maria Aid, correct? There's not a specific
Correct.
There's not a specific place to donate to. You just donate to the general Maria Aid, if you like.
Yep. What you can do if you want the money to preferentially go for drones, you can write in the notes on the point of the donation.
Yeah.
You can put in the subject. You can say drones or something like that, and that makes it clear as well. But seeing that is currently the big key central drive for where donations and money go. As opposed to donations in kind, then yeah, that's pretty straightforward anyway.
Oh, okay. So I've got 34,000 followers on LinkedIn, and I also have a monthly newsletter that goes out to about 8,000 subscribers and that. So I've got this page which looks really cool actually from unitewithukraine.com, and then has got a link to donate to Maria Aid, I think. Yeah. So it's Unite with, so I'm basically going to post that up. Is there a deadline on this?
No, I don't think there's really a deadline per se. It's when it gets to the goal, which I think is $100,000. I might be off. Then that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, Sonic?
That's fine. That's fine. And I will promote it up and do a couple of things.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Chris.
Okay, no worries.
And I love it when we just pipe up. Like I'll help. Redacted.
Hi. This is going to be a little anecdotal, but I live on a boat, and people were constantly flying their drones over where the dock is, and me and some others kind of got tired of it, and so we put together a Raspberry Pi with a software-defined radio, a booster, and a Yagi antenna. And these commercial drones, at least, we wrote the code for it that scans for signals as they pass, and now these things just drop. And so we hit the GNSS signal mostly on those, and we spoof where the ground is, and they crash. So is something like that? Would something like that be useful for Ukraine?
Sonic, I think this is like the little jamming, guns, the jamming guns, basically, right? Is what this question is about.
Yeah, it's a little bit different, but because we put a booster on it, it's an area effect, and we don't really have to do anything. You don't have to aim it at it.
Do you know? It's obviously not exactly the area I'm. Well, it is. I'm on the other side of it. Do you want to DM me? Sounds interesting, and I can certainly see if others are interested in such a thing, especially if it's got an area effect.
Yeah. They're constantly flying over the boats, and it became a privacy issue, kind of.
Yeah.
And we just kind of wanted to put a stop to that, and I'm just curious if it would work against other drones in the same way, because we ended up putting multiple software-defined radios in it, and it can scan about 6 at a time.
Okay. Please do drop me a DM.
I will.
Thank you. All the clever people on here are amazing, aren't they, Damon?
Yeah, it's the best. It's absolutely the best. On that point, Chris, can you drop me a line as well, please? Thank you. This is how this has to be done at some level. Sorry, I'm also trying to get some guest schedules at the same time. Something I've got a very different kind of question for you. A very sort of subjective personal experience kind of question for you. How was it? How was it for you to be around all of these good men and women in Ukraine fighting for their country?
It was the best experience. It really was. I wrote something on Twitter a day or so ago about the fact that I got kind of, I didn't really want the guys being grateful because they didn't need to be grateful. But the thing was, it got really pointed out to me in no uncertain terms that they're going to say what they want to say. This was when we were doing videos, for example, and if they want to be grateful, then they're going to do it. And there was another little anecdote that I thought of afterwards as well. It was really hot when we were there, and I got addicted to iced lattes. And I went into, not surprisingly, a coffee shop and ordered a couple of iced lattes. And the lady who served me said, "Oh, I thank you so much for fighting for us, and I've discounted your coffees as a result." And I sort of, apart from my voice, I didn't really understand why she would say that. Anyway, then I looked, and I had like an MTP backpack on, so it's the sort of thing that soldiers do wear around. And anyway, so I had to point out, look, I'm not. I'm just sort of here, and I explained what I did with drones and what have you. And then she turned around and said, again, like I said, you're fighting for us. And it's that. It knocks you over every single time. So it was just the best experience.
So something that this breeds another question. Why did you get an iced latte instead of kvass?
Instead of what?
Kvass.
Well, given what I don't know what it is, that probably is the main reason.
Oh, it's kind of like it's beer adjacent. It's a very, very light, very low alcohol beer adjacent. I'm not going to go into details, but it's kind of like made of rye bread in principle, in theory. Very refreshing sort of summery drink in that area. Anyway, not the point. You've met very many Ukrainians serving the country there while you were in Ukraine for a month. I'm being told by somebody who would know that you do know what kvass is, because apparently, I presume it means that you have had some. There we go.
Oh, okay. So I see. Verlaine
Yes.
lurking there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, okay. Was that what it was called? Yeah, no, that was good. Yes, it was. That was good. That was yes, I remember. Yes, it was good. But there wasn't a one of those stores where I was when I desperately wanted an iced latte. There you go.
Okay, excellent. No, so do you have any particularly memorable experience? Not just with the other people adjacent to it, but with the people that you spend the most time with, that you might have spent weeks with, that really moved you, that made you think, why do they have to do this in the first place? Why do they have to go and and fight? Why is this even happening? And just any particularly wonderful people you've met.
I don't say it lightly. Everyone. Okay, not everyone. There was a grumpy lady at a supermarket checkout, but that was the only one. Everyone that I've met have been really welcoming, really helpful. I don't know whether it's just the circles I was moving in, but they're just great. And you got, I remember the sort of the most emotional I got was, it was actually when we were saying cheerio to folks after the training at the base we were at, because you knew you were sending them out with some good kit, but you also knew where they were going. And it did cross your mind, would you see them again? And that evening, when everybody had gone, that affected me quite badly. But so the answer to your point is, they're all great people. They all work hard. It was the same when we were down in Mykolaiv as well. So there were, we were dealing with, I don't know what you call them. I call them cone heads. They were very, very scientific people, but they all had a great sense of humour as well. Were there not a war going on, I would have had a really, really good time.
On a scale of 9 to 10, how much do you want to go back when it's not wartime anymore?
Oh, obviously 11, isn't it? That was easy. I've got to go back because when I've got a bit more time, because Verlaine owes me, I believe it'll be a free tour guide around Kyiv. So that's definitely worth going back for. It'll be days. I don't know if she knows that, but this won't be like
it's
a
a big place.
thing. Exactly my point. And wait a minute, let me just have a look down there. He's gone. So Chef Xenia was there earlier on, and but anyway, he's also promised that when I'm back in Kyiv, and actually whether it'll be best when the war's finished, because actually he stands a chance of being there rather than down south. He's going to take me around a lot of restaurants and point out the intricacies and the culinary expertise of the various chefs that there are in Kyiv.
Well, exactly, right. There's so much stuff to look forward to. Sonic, tell me this: you have, you basically spent a month flying drones and working with drone operators, many of whom have previously used different types of drones, perhaps commercial drones, right?
Yeah.
DJI and the like. How easy was the transition for them, going from those commercial drones to going to these a little bit more bespoke drones?
That's the point. It needs to be relatively easy to fly them, Otherwise, they're not going to get used as much as they should. So I would say anybody who is coming from a commercial drone over to one of the UAV tech ones, it's not so much the flying of it, it's being trained how to set it up. Actually, in order that for most of the time, you don't actually have to fly it. It will just go and do a mission all on its own. I mean, that's the ideal solution for, that we strive for. So you put a drone down, have the pilot miles and miles and miles away from where the drone is put down. He might pilot it for takeoff, but once it's transitioned from takeoff, that's it. It goes and flies itself, goes and carries out its mission, comes back. He might want to land it, but there's not even the need to land it necessarily, depending on what the conditions are and what the environment is that you're landing in. So the whole concept is to make it simple, so that actually all of the work, I mean, and this was something that I saw, all of the work should go into the mission planning. What you want to do, where do you want to fly over, how do you want to avoid some, I don't know, missiles or whatever it might be. So you plan it all in advance, and ideally it would be like a press one button and go and do a mission. That's what we're striving for.
And how's that coming along?
We are getting there. There is a routine on the controller that will do exactly that. It depends on which UAV it is as to whether it is necessarily appropriate or not to do an automatic takeoff and landing. Because that's the other thing about these UAVs as well, is that the controller is standard for all of them. So the user interface, or the user experience, if you like, is exactly the same. But obviously the UAV type itself can be different depending on use case. But the good thing about that is that if the guys do lose a drone, which admittedly is the most expensive bit, but actually all you've got to do is replace the drone. You don't have to replace the control pad as well.
Sonic, from what you've seen, what will the Ukrainians who are serving in this war, who are fighting this war against the Russian invasion, going to be teaching other allied nations in years to come?
Like, so, let me stick to the area that I know about. There is no doubt that with the people that I have met, and we're kind of trying to do other bits and pieces on UAV production in, let's say, the sort of medium and longer term, but hopefully more medium than longer. They are going to have the best drones in that price range in the world, and they're going to be selling a lot of them. That is what I do know. My answer's too short, Damon.
Maybe. So
I haven't developed the Yehuda technique of droning on forever. I'm working on it, but he's the master. I'm not sure I'll ever get there.
Beyond drones, or actually within drones, is there any way that you've seen them used, or possibly thought about being them used now, that a month ago, or for a purpose, even for a different purpose, that a month ago or 2 months ago you wouldn't really have expected this to be a possible use or a possible purpose to utilize them for?
I hadn't 2 months ago, given where we were, I hadn't contemplated connecting them up and using artificial intelligence. So, we've already spoken about the fact that we could use that to to find targets, so that people the pilot and others don't have to sit and look at a screen to do it. The AI will do it and mark the spot and automatically send it off to a gun line or whatever it might be. The other thing as well is that we've spoken. I think someone mentioned earlier on about GPS jamming. Well, we were getting that. It's just that it doesn't necessarily matter that you're getting GPS jammed with some other mitigation that we got on board. But one good thing would be, you imagine if you had AI and the camera is looking and it's seeing power lines and it can recognize power lines and it's seeing roads and road angles and it's seeing churches and what have you, and it then can look at a map, if you like, and know exactly where you are based on the particular church that you're looking at, along with the particular bend in the road and that particular power line running alongside. And from that point onwards, it knows where you are, and it's now going to plot your route for you, whether you get GPS jammed or not, for example. And you can't jam that.
That's really clever. Excellent. Question from one of the listeners. How long does it take to set it up from kind of figuring out or getting the task to being able to take off? Really, the question being, how quickly can you react in a very dynamic, changing battlefield?
Again, it depends on use case. If you are there with a pad and a drone, let's say one of the Aries, so it's a quadcopter, and you want to do something 5 kilometers away, you just want to have a look and see what's going on, then I don't know, as long as it takes you to press the on button, wait for it to just check through all of its sensors, arm itself, and then I don't know, I think it's about 60 seconds maximum. If you are wanting to set up some equipment that gives you 30 plus kilometers and maybe remotely piloted and what have you, that's going to, at the moment that takes about 10 minutes, but that was because we were using equipment that we'd kind of cobbled together while we were there. I imagine in the future that maybe that will take 3 minutes, something like that.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Sonny. That's pretty fast, 3 minutes. Okay, let's go to Chris and then to Florian. Chris, go ahead.
Greetings. You just got me, I'm not going to go into it now, but you got me thinking about lots of like drone-related connections that I've got, but I'll leave that for another time. I wonder if you just humour me. I'm just thinking about drones versus jets, or until we get jets. So I don't know, it's probably not about these specific drones and that, right? But if we had something like, and I'm not an expert on these things, but Reapers or whatever they're called or something like that, right? How close are we to the point where, okay, we're not going to worry about jets so much?
I think so. This is an area that I really can't talk to you about, because okay, you're talking about a type of telemetry that I don't know anything about. It's okay, not what we're using.
Okay, just wondered. Okay, no problem. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Florian.
Hello. One is two are between comments and question. One is what you said about AI. I've seen so many videos from drones where whatever Russian tanks or Russian position gets hit, is the Ukraine saving all this material, because with that you could relatively easy build up an AI unit, because all the modern AI frameworks for recognition of things on pictures exist, the TensorFlow, the PyTorch. What you would need is people who take the pictures and label then the tank, say this is a tank, or this T-72, or this is an artillery piece. And if you have sufficient material and you get volunteers to do so, such an AI is basically trained in a couple of weeks with modern technologies. And I know something about it. I run a company that uses AI in the legal domain, but it's no difference to what we are doing to recognizing a tank on a picture, or what Facebook is doing in recognizing whatever people's faces or buildings or something. Is that done? Sometimes I thought they have it, but does anybody know if because the Ukraine is a technical, very high qualified country, there's a lot of good IT people. I was wondering if they're not already doing that. This is one remark. And the second remark is on what you said, navigation without GPS. Have you ever considered LiDARs as a 3D distance sensing system? Because with that, you would know the position to ground or certain objects, and they can also not easily be blocked because in the non-visual part of the light spectrum, and they work, I don't know, a few kilometers now, the best ones. That's the other question I had.
Well, I'm not going to be able to spin this out either, Doman. It's yes to both questions. As you say, you need to have machine learning of what a whole tank is easy to see. A corner of a tank poking out from a wood line is not
or
necessarily
partially or
easy.
something, whatever.
Exactly. So I mean, you've just described how artificial intelligence works, and you can't do it without everything you're just describing. So the answer to the first one is yes. And with respect to the second one, what the sensors are that are used in order to see, in inverted commas, in order to compare with a map via AI, I don't know what they're called. I say I'm not technical, but maybe you've just explained how it happens.
LiDAR is laser radar, light radar.
Yeah.
And it's non-visual, and it's actually now in your phone. This type is on the back of a modern, whatever, iPhone 13, 14, 12, and they use it for augmented reality. But that stuff exists also for whatever the autonomous driving, and with that, the newest ones see 2-3 kilometers ahead, and they're in the range of $500-600. Is the LiDAR chips for the car industry at the moment? No more than that.
Yeah,
that can scan 3D ground, and that cannot be blocked also. That's the point.
I think we're some way away from artificial intelligence that can tell the difference between a Ukrainian-operated T-72 and a Russian-operated T-72. And I wouldn't want to be driving that Ukrainian T-72 around knowing that there are artificial intelligent drones trying to pick off Russian T-72s. So we have a way to go yet, which is why these things still have operators.
No, but the support to the operator, not something that autonomously goes firing. But if it immediately helps you and highlight, that could be a tank, or that could be a piece of artillery or whatever, as a means of decision support. I understand that there's many false positives.
You're exactly right. It's decision support. It's not it's not an automated thing. Decision support.
I don't want to have autonomous killing robots, to be very clear. Not that you quote me here wrong. But thank you.
So in other words, we shall see. Pauli.
Yeah, I think Florian just answered my question. I was just going to ask Florian that are we going to activate Skynet? That was my only question.
No, I don't think it's not that good. And I would train it to recognize an object and highlight it on a picture, whatever, you get a blue box and saying it's a T-72 or something, in order that the operators act faster. That it's a visual aid. And it gives you confidence and so on. And in that, if you're faster, you can help, or it helps you to whatever calculate the distance or the angle to artillery and so on and forth. But I don't think we will get anytime soon to something that can act autonomously. Nor do I want to go that way.
Very good, Craig. Welcome up. We're doing drones, and I have a question here, real quick. One more from the listeners. Just let me find it. Goodness, who was that? Right, here we go. Sonic, question about EW, basically. What do you reckon can be done to counter the bigger drones, such as like those Iranian drones that are now in theater? What would you say, from your understanding of electronic warfare, used to counter drones? What's useful against things like that? So much bigger than the UAV type drones.
So all I know, really, Darwin, and like I say, I'm not technical. The issue about EW is how far you are up above it. So as with all sort of radio signals, the further away from it you are, the less powerful it is and the less effect it has. So if the things are high, there's not much you're going to do with EW, and that's when radar comes in, or whichever other systems they use, and where you have to use missiles. Interestingly as well, one of the things that I learned as well, and I suppose it's sensible if you think about it, is that in the EW effect, they can't get the effect down to much below 10 meters. So if you can operate below 10 meters, the likelihood is that other than the guns, the gun type EW that's aimed at you, but if you're thinking about the sort of the second line, more exotic EW, it doesn't go down below about 10 meters. So a whole area that we haven't spoken about, and again, I'm really vague on it because we're only just starting to think about it, is if you've actually got things that drive along the ground, then they're not going to suffer the same kind of EW effects, other than, as I say, a gun directly pointed at it.
Because those ones work in 2 dimensions, really, instead of 3, right?
Yeah, exactly. But it's exactly the same thing. You can. I saw some while I was out there. You can have something that you drive out and it sits and it waits for an ideal opportunity. I mean, I've got to say, these are more likely to be weaponized drones than probably something doing ISR, because it's on the ground, you really can't see much. So they're far more likely to be weaponized, I would say, which is obviously not what MriyaReport do.
No, of course not, because MriyaReport is strictly non-lethal.
Yep.
So of course, it wouldn't do anything like that at all. But non-lethal measures are very important, nevertheless, because when you're trying to find things out, right, you first need to, in order to destroy something, you first need to find it anyway. And that's reconnaissance drones are crucially important in the first place.
Correct.
I'm sure you have had some sort of an acronym in talking about those details, but I'm not really sure what it is. We have a Right the Singer up. We have a drone question. Go right ahead.
Not really about the drones. Hi. The thing is, I'm trying to make my way into artificial intelligence after that. I mean, the amount of video, the information that now the Ukrainian army is just gathering with all these drones is going to be really a gold mine after they join NATO in order to improve the AI to recognize all the kind of military vehicles, something like that, that try to be kept hidden. Hello?
That's exactly the reason why I said I'm pretty confident that they're going to have the best sort of military drone industry probably in the world for a while.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's what we are saying, because the how to say, computer vision is also able to work in wavelengths that our eye cannot see. So the thing is that, as Alex was telling, I mean, it's not activating Skynet, but the possibility to pinpoint any possible target is really high, and it's going to be high in the future.
Maybe just to clarify this for anyone who's not who doesn't have experience with this, right? But basically what you're saying is, look, all this video that will have a tank hidden somewhere in a bush on it, it will be easy to then train as a training set for artificial intelligence as well, right? That's really what you're getting at. That all of this detail will then make it a lot easier to when working with other sensors and devising new software, easier to train the new artificial intelligence on. That's kind of what you're getting at. Is that right? Right, the singer?
Yeah, that's precisely. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just making it a little bit clearer for people who haven't touched machine learning in a while or ever. Florian.
Yeah, precisely, because also what they have for the first time is not single pictures of one drone. Sometimes they have more drones over something. So you have multiple angles on the same thing. You may have other sensors, like distance sensors. That's such a rich data picture nobody else has. I think if you put this and model this well, I think this could be a fantastic decision support software in military recognition that is probably unique and even would beat whatever Israel's capabilities, because they recognize only the home-built Hamas rockets.
And it goes way beyond just that, of course, right? It goes to, as previously noted, things like tanks, IRBs, or whatever other equipment they might have in the area.
Yeah, and now they have the material. And it's not just from these Fury drones, it's from all the commercial drones, all the video sequences, all the pictures they have. I mean, this is an probably the most largest data set of this type in the world, by far.
Absolutely. And with that, actually, since we have Craig up, Craig, at some point, I think we were talking about railways and how important it is to make sure that railways are properly maintained. But also, we're talking about mines and how minefields can make it very difficult, or unexploded ordnances make it very difficult for vehicles to transit, including, say, logistics vehicles, and how sometimes there is some technology, and maybe Sonny can speak to this, that helps with identification, with detection of things like mines, with things like unexploded ordnances, can map out an area, can determine what's there, where it's safe to go, be that in the field, be that to perhaps see if a railway section is fine to use or not. How do drones do this, Sonic? How do drones look at these other things that aren't as big, as visually obvious?
Depends on the it's all about payload that it's carrying. So actually the mine detection thing is something that we've made a small start on, or we've contemplated it. But for example, I'm sure people come up with lots of other payloads that would be better, but certainly we've started looking at multispectral cameras in order to help with the looking for certainly for landmines. And again, it's pretty simple. You use your mission planner. You understand the arc that your multispectral camera is going to trace over fields, and you mark a mission backwards and forwards across fields and whatever it is. And again, this would be a good place for AI as well, to be able to understand, or to be able to interpret what it's seeing from a multispectral camera, recognize that there's a high likelihood, let's say, of a mine being there, mark it, and then move on to the next field. So that sort of, again, that's another area that you could see that Ukraine could end up really strong in.
Is this something that can already make a difference now, or is this something more for after the war, or at least after, not so much near the front, but in places where that have already been well liberated?
With the areas that are getting liberated, you can see you can see how it could be useful even now. It's just whether others working on it, I don't know. It's just that it's literally just the time and the resources, or money basically, in order to be able to get all of these things done. We're kind of not finished really on the ISR side of things. So it's difficult. We kind of want to finish and get to a point where we know there's not, there's stuff that's not taking us out of the sky, that the soldiers can rely on the fact that if they're given a mission, it's going to go there and get the result that they wanted to. And kind of, eventually the Russians will come up with something, but then we'll then have to look at it then. But it will take them a while. But during that period of time, then you can start looking at things like, as I say, the mine detection. It's just, there's so much to do and just not enough time and funds to do it all.
So in other words, it just wouldn't be something likely to be a priority right now, right?
Yeah, sadly not. We wish
with limited resources, etc.
That's the problem, isn't it? If you've got greater resources, then you can do more. But it's important to do something well and finish it before you move on to something else.
Absolutely. Chris, go ahead.
Hi again, guys. You guys, I think, know what I mean here, right? That's actually one of the things that we're focusing on at the minute is, raising the money. And this is happening, obviously, this is happening in the UK and the US in particular, but raising the money to take advantage of all of this pioneering and intellectual property that's happening. So if, what all somebody has to do is say, okay, in order to achieve this, we need this much money, and then we'll go get it. I'll leave that with you.
And that's exactly it, Sonic, isn't it? That's why we're here. That's why MriyaAid is doing what MriyaAid is doing.
Exactly. I think there's you've got it up in the